Welcome and good morning to all of you in the Marathon of Art and Culture, one of the most important scoring sections of your UPSC syllabus. So what we are going to do in this session, we will discuss later on. But first, let me know my voice is clear to all of you. I'm audible, I'm visible to all of you. Can you please let me know my voice is clear? Everything is okay, everything is fine. I'm audible, I'm visible. Just let me know. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, good morning. Can you please let me know my voice is clear to all of you? I'm looking into your chat box. So hi, Piku, Sonam, Devi, Sanchit, everyone. Please let me know. Everything is okay. Everything is fine. Thank you, Sanchit. I'm good. I'm fine. Thank you very much. All clear. So what we are going to do in this session? In this session, we are going to cover the entire spectrum comprehensively, systematically, and with full exam-oriented clarity. From architecture to paintings, from sculpture to music, from Buddhism to temple traditions, everything will be revised in a very structured manner. This is not just another lecture for all of you. This is your revision battlefield before your prelims. So this is where static meets scoring potential. So stay fully attentive. I repeat, stay fully attentive. Stay mentally present and stay disciplined throughout the session. Remember, this marathon is not about speed. It is about absorption, retention, and recall in the exam hall. So keep your notebook ready. Revise along. Don't just listen. Mark your weak areas. Let's begin this journey with focus, clarity, and determination. I hope you must understood this. Just a second. Okay. So I hope it must be okay to all of you. It must be okay. You must have got the message. Okay, sirs and ma'am. So without wasting your time, we are going to start the session. Sirs and ma'ams. I hope you must have watched the modern history, and I hope that would be very helpful for all of you. Would have been very helpful for all of you. Very good morning. So I'm going to let you know how we are going to proceed in this session and what exactly we are going to do here and what is important. So first I will let you know about the important themes, and accordingly we will move into this session as well, right? Move into this session as well, right? So you are just looking UPSC Maha Marathon UDAAN 2026 in English. So these are the esteemed faculty that you are looking on the board, right? In the board, right? So these are the esteemed faculty who are taking your classes. Some of them have already taken the classes and some of them will take your classes in this race. So you will get what your PW you are getting this this session in the live marathon session. This is your channel, this PW Only Guys English, and then the notes that what we are discussing here that you will get on this pw.live live test. You will also get after completion of this session. I will recommend you just to join these test series so that you could assess yourself better, right? So, and then you will also get the ebooks. So that is also available on this app pw.live. So don't forget to join the test after completion of this marathon, Maha Marathon, right? So these are the faculties here. Nikhil sir, taking Indian polity and the government schemes. Harpreet Singh sir, geography, places in news and mapping. Ritesh sir, science and technology. Abhishek sir, ancient history and medieval history. Ranjan sir, Indian economy. This is me, that is, I'm taking your art and culture today, and I've already taken your modern history. Dimple ma'am, environment. Manjeet sir, CSAT, right? So very comprehensively, I have covered your modern history. That is in the two parts available. I just tried to wrap it up in one session, but it could not possible. So I have taken the two sessions. So please watch both the sessions if you are looking for the 2026 examination. Even for 2027, if somebody is trying to make their base, so you will have a good clarity with the concept and with the facts also. Now, so we are going to start with and this is the Telegram group. You should join this Telegram group. you can access me, right? So you should join me here in this Telegram group. That is the official Telegram group of mine on the PW and guys. So this is my Telegram group. You may join this session, this Telegram group as well, right? So chalo, let's move on. So see what we are going to do today. I'm just going to give you a brief. I'm going to give you a brief about it. See, sirs and madam, see. So what are the important themes that you should look for? So see, sirs and madams. So see here, the most important theme is your religion and philosophy. Religion and philosophy. Important themes, right? Important. The very important themes of art and culture. Almost every year you will get the question from here. Important themes. Important themes, right? Important themes. If I talk about the important themes, number one is your religion and philosophy. Religion and philosophy. Religion and philosophy. Philosophy. If I talk about the religion and the philosophy, that includes Buddhism, Jainism, Buddhism, Jainism, Buddhism, Jainism, Buddhism, Jainism. Then is your 6 schools of philosophy. 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 Schools of philosophy. That is important one. 6 schools of philosophy, right? Philosophy. 6 schools of philosophy. That is called Sad Darshan. That is your Shad Darshan. Shad Darshan. Shad Darshan. That we will cover here. Sad Darshan. And there are some other, in fact, other philosophies as well that I will be covering here. So one is your religion and the philosophy. This is the one thing that you should take care of, religion and philosophy. The second part, along with that, you should also cover Bhakti and the Sufi. Bhakti and the Sufi. Bhakti and the Sufi. Bhakti and Sufism. And Sufism. Bhakti and Sufism. So this is another important topic. Bhakti and Sufism is another important topic. Bhakti and Sufism, right? So if I talk about the Bhakti and Sufism, again we need to discuss some of the philosophies here. That philosophies of the Bhakti movement, philosophies of the Bhakti sense, we will discuss over here. Then Sufism is also important. Bhakti and the Sufi movement. Then third important aspect is your architecture. Architecture. That includes the architecture of that includes, if I talk about the architecture, it includes what I say, that is called pillar architecture, pillars. It also includes the stupa architecture. It also includes the rock cut caves. Then if we talk about next one, that is called the temple architecture. Temples architecture. And then is your medieval architecture. So just to make it a complete discussion, so I will also be covering your modern architecture, but very rarely question had been asked from here. Architecture, that is called your modern architecture. So I will be covering it also. So just to give a complete architecture, right? So that is another aspect, sirs and madams. Architecture, Bhakti and Sufi, religion and the philosophy. So these are the most important topics, right? These are the most important themes, you can say. Repeatedly you can get the question from Buddhism, Jainism. 6 schools of philosophy, Bhakti and Sufi. Architecture. Architecture includes pillar, stupa, rock cut caves, temples, then your medieval architecture, and then your modern architecture, right? So modern architecture. Now then I will discuss with you. This is your, then the next important one is your sculpture. Sculpture is also important, especially the different schools of sculpture, different schools of art, sculptures. Especially if I talk about the sculptures, this is your Gandhara school, Gandhara, Mathura, Amravati, Mathura, Amravati, and Sarnath, Sarnath. Okay, so sculptures are also important, right? So sculptures and architecture. Then if I come to the other aspect, that is your painting. Painting is also important. Painting, but there is a very special area from where we get the question, where we can expect the question from the paintings, and that is from the architecture, that is associated with your architecture. Like if there is any kind of the painting available in the temples, then you should refer that. You should know about it, like the paintings of the Ajantas, Elloras, right? Are you getting me? So the sculptures and the paintings available in these caves are also important. So paintings are important, but there are a very limited area from where we can expect the questions from the paintings, right? In the prelims, as far as the prelims is concerned. So accordingly, we will move into the session as well. So paintings is also important. Then just to give the coverage, I will also discuss a little about the music, dance, and some other aspects, facets also, like your martial art, music, dance, martial art, and like your calendars and all. So that I will cover. But the most important themes are your religion and philosophy, Bhakti and Sufism, architecture, sculpture, and then your paintings, So these first 5 are the most important topics. The first 4 are the 5 are the most important themes. We will start from here, architecture, because it is the lengthiest one. So we will start our discussion from here, architecture itself, and we will discuss architecture and sculpture together, sculpture and architecture together. We will discuss architecture and sculpture together, right? So we will cover it comprehensively. Architecture and the sculpture we will cover together. Now, second important thing that I would like to share with you, sirs and ma'ams, see here. We will progress in art and culture through the sequential development as well. Sequential development means what? That is one after the another development, right? If I talk about the stupa architecture, suppose if I'm talking about the stupas, so what is the concept of the stupa? Right? So what is the concept in regard to the origin or the development of these stupas, right? Stupa. So we will discuss these things, right? So stupa during Mauryan period, or it's better to write stupa during the Vedic age. Then we will discuss the stupa during the Mauryans, then during the period of the post-Mauryans, Gupta, and so on and so forth, right? Are you getting me? So this is how we are going to move. If we are talking about what, that is your stupa. After stupa, we will in the stupa we will discuss the origin, then the Vedic age, then the Mauryans, then the post-Mauryan, then the Gupta. Is it okay? Is it fine? So this is how we will also move with the rock cut architecture. Yeah, rock cut caves. Rock cut caves is better to write rock cut caves. So what is the concept of rock cut caves? What is the concept? What is the meaning of this? So what is the meaning, sirs and madams? So what is the meaning? So we just try to understand the meaning of this. What is the concept of this? So first thing is, sirs and madam, the meaning of rock cut caves. What is the meaning of rock cut caves? Meaning, that is the one aspect, right? Meaning. Then the developmental, evolution of the rock cut caves, evolution in different phases. When we are talking about the evolution, then again we will talk about the evolution of the rock cut caves during the Mauryans, then the post-Mauryans, during the post-Mauryan period, then we will talk about the Gupta period, and so on and so forth, right? So this is how we are going to move, so that you have a comparative study with yourself, right? So that you can compare the things well, right? So this is that's the best way to understand the things, right? So what happened during the Mauryan period, what happened during the post-Mauryan period, what happened during the Gupta period, what were those historical factors that affect or influence the development of the stupa architecture or the rock cut caves and so on, and other aspects of your art and culture, right? So we will try to understand these architectural development according to sequential development. So we would like to understand the things in a very evolutionary manner. Is that okay? And that will help you a lot. Is that okay? So now the themes are okay. From where we are going to start and how we will proceed into the session, I believe it would be okay to all of you. It would be okay to all of you. Is that fine? Is it okay, sirs and ma'ams? It's okay. The things are okay. How we are going to move into the session. Chalo, let's start. So now, but before coming to the architecture, we will also discuss the art and craft of Indus Valley civilization. Art and craft of the Indus Valley civilization. We also need to discuss the art and craft of the Indus Valley civilization because some of the times you may expect the question from this section as well. Is it okay? So first we will start coming to the architecture. We will discuss the development of the art and the craft during your Indus Valley civilization. And then we will come full-fledgedly into the discussion of the architecture, right? So let's start the session now. So I believe things would be very much clear to all of you. See, when we talk about the art and craft of Indus Valley civilization, right? So there are the different aspects, right? Like your seals, sculptures, pottery, terracotta figurines, craft specialization, pottery, jewelry, clothing, and everything, right? From what kind of the question we can expect here, we will discuss one after the another. So let's begin with the seals. So see, if I talk about the seals of Indus Valley civilization, it is the most distinctive artifact of the Indus Valley civilization, most distinctive. So this is the most distinct seals of Indus Valley civilization are the most distinctive. Distinctive means that is your most beautiful artifact, you can say. Most distinctive artifact of Indus Valley civilization, Indus Valley civilization, most distinctive artifact of Indus Valley civilization. Is it okay? Of Indus Valley civilization, most distinctive artifact. If I talk about the seals, there are certain aspects that we need to discuss here. So in the seals, if we talk about the seals, these seals are made up of, these are made up of different metals, terracotta, soft rock, etc., right? Etc. But now there are some important things also, madams. The most frequent object of which these seals were made, that is called steatite. That is a compressed talc. That you can say that is a kind of a soft metal. The most of the seals are made up of this steatite. Most of the seals are made up. Most of the seals are made up of it, right? Now these seals are in the different shape and the sizes, right? But the most regular shape is your square shape. Most regular shape is square, right? That is in square shape. Is it okay? Square shape. That is in the square shape. Is it okay? So it is made up of your steatite shape, is most regular shape is your square shape, and it is made up of different commodity. Now another important aspect, sirs and ma'ams. What was the purpose of these seals? That I will come on this discussion, but just look into these seals. If you look into the seals, you will find this. There are the two parts of the seals. There are the two parts of the seals. What are these two parts of the seals, sirs and ma'ams? One is your this part that is on the upper side that you can see here, and this is the lower part, right? This is your upper part and that is your lower part. So this is your upper side, on upper part, upper part, upper part. In general, you will find inscriptions of Indus Valley civilization. In general, you will find inscriptions of Indus Valley civilization. Inscriptions. And these are very short inscriptions. If we talk about the inscription, these are short inscriptions. These are short inscriptions. These are short inscriptions. And these are written in pictograph. These are pictographic scripts written in pictographs. Pictographic. So script is pictographic. So now the things are expressed here through the pictures. Now there's one important thing that is very much important that I can expect the question from here directly. If I talk about the pictographic, if we talk about the pictures, right? So the most frequent picture or symbol, most frequent picture is of fish. So most frequent. Now you can see here, this is your fish. You can see here. This is kind of the fish you can see here, right? Is it okay? So now the most important illustration that you can find in the script of the Indus Valley civilization is of the fish, because it is very much pictographic. It is pictographic, that is expressed through the different pictures. Through the pictures, the most illustrated picture is of your fish. That is an important aspect, right? That is well mentioned in your new NCERT, right? If you have ever referred this, then you will find it that the most illustrated, the most represented symbol in the scripts of Indus Valley civilization is your fish. Is this the one thing, sir, madam? Now, if I come to the lower part of this, there is certain images, and this image is of This image can be of human being. That is called maybe deities, or maybe human being. You can say human beings. Then you can talk about the animals. Then you can also talk about the different other objects, etc., right? So there are the two parts. Now you got this. So this is the most distinctive artifact of Indus Valley civilization. The most beautiful art form of the Indus Valley civilization is nothing but it is your seal. See, that is the regular shape is your square shape. It is made up of the steatite, right? If we talk about the seal, there are the two parts that you can easily discern. On the upper part, you will find the inscription. These are the short inscription that is written maximum of the 8 pictures, or the pictures, right? The most illustrated picture in this script is your fish, right? And in the lower part, you will find the images, right? Now, let me talk about the different, what would be the purpose, right? Purpose of this, purpose. If we talk about the purpose of these seals, that may be commercial purpose, but we cannot say anything with conformity, because we have the handicap of not reading the script of Indus Valley civilization. So, but it is said that it would have been the commercial purpose. But there are other historians. They also believe that these seals are used as the amulets to ward off the evil spirit, right? So, may be used as amulet to ward off the amulet. That means to ward off the evil spirit. That is called tabiz, right? Are you getting me? So that is called your amulet. That is called your tabiz. amulet. So just to ward off the evil spirit, that also gave the outlook or the approach of the people of Indus Valley civilization in this society, right? So they believe in that, they may believe in some superstitions, orthodoxism, etc. Right? So this is the thing, Sir Madam. So this is your, this may be used as your amulet, right, Sir Ma'ams? So this is the purpose. Now let me talk about the popular, what I say, that is called the popular, uh, popular seal of the Indus Valley civilization. Now this is the most popular seal of Indus Valley civilization, and it is one of the most favorite seals of the Indus Valley civilization of the UPSC. This is called your Pasupati seal. This Pasupati seal is found from the Mohenjo-daro, right? Now look into this seal here. You can see here there is a trident who is sitting. There is a trident who is sitting here. Trident. You can see here, this is a trident. This is the one of the trident, one, and this is called two. This is your three, trident. This trident is sitting over a platform that you can see here. That is the broken path that is not completely available with us. So basically it is a platform, right? So it is a platform, right? Platform. And this is the leg of this platform, right, sirs and madams? So this is your platform. And this is the Pasupati who is sitting in a yogic posture. If you look into this image, then you can see, just because of the alignment of these hands, you can easily understand that this person is sitting in some yogic posture, right? And he is surrounded by certain animals, right? Certain animals in and around. Certain animals. On its right, if I talk about the right of this person who is sitting here, that is identified as the Pasupati, that is called the prototype of the Shiva. Now on its left, there's a buffalo, there's a rhinoceros. So this is your buffalo. This is your rhinoceros, right? There would be an elephant, and there will be a tiger, right? So madam, so he is surrounded by the four animals, right? Four animals. This is a buffalo, rhinoceros, this is your tiger, and this is your, it's better to write this way, tiger, and this is your elephant, right? Now, beneath this his seat, there is a two antelopes. Antelope 1 and this is antelope 2. There are two antelopes sitting below his seat, right? So he is identified as the Pashupati seal. So this is the example of the Pashupati seal that is found from Mohenjo-daro. Is it okay? Is it fine? I hope this would be okay to you. Now coming to the next seal of Indus Valley civilization, next seal of the Indus Valley civilization. If I come to this seal, this is called unicorn seal. Again, you can see here, there are two parts of this seal, you can see. And the upper part is, there is a script, that is a short inscription that is written here. And again, the mostly represented image that you can see here, that is called the fish. That is called your fish, you can see here. This is called your unicorn here, unicorn. So this seal is also found from the Mohenjo-daro. Unicorn, that is from unicorn. And that indicates, this is some kind that indicates what? Some kind of the rituals, or maybe some kind of the sacrifices, maybe performed by some people here, right? This is called unicorn seal, that is found from Mohenjo-daro. Now, if I talk about the seals, and this is the most distinctive artifact of Indus Valley civilization, made up mostly of your steatite with animal motifs, bull, unicorn, elephant, rhinoceros. Maximum representation of the face on seals. Most seals carry short inscriptions in the undeciphered Harappan script, and artistic representation combined with the functional use. So it may have the functional use that may be for the commercial purposes, maybe to ward off the evil spirit, that is called the amulets. Right? Now coming to the other aspect of the Indus Valley civilization, other aspect of the art and craft of the Indus Valley civilization. We got some of these statues in the excavations from the different sites of Indus Valley civilization. One such sculpture is of a beard priest, you can say, priest sculpture found from the Mohenjo-daro. So look into the image, that is very much important. So you can see here, this person had what I say, that is called half closed eyes. There is a fillet, your fillet, you can see here, this is the fillet on his head, this is a fillet, you can see here, this is the fillet, right? This is trefoil pattern on his shawl, on his shawl, right? Shawl. His beard one, right? His beard one. His also with other ornaments as well. So some this other ornament that you can see here, ornament, right? So these are the things, sir, madam, that is found with this beard priest from the Mohenjo-daro. Now there are different assumptions in regard to this beard priest. Some of them say that this is called maybe the priest king, etc. But I would like to tell you that Indus Valley civilization had no temples in excavations. We did not find any temple, evidence of the temple in the excavation from any of the sites of the Indus Valley civilization. So these are just the assumption whether they are the priest, maybe for the spiritual well-being of the others, but doesn't mean that they will be attached to any temple, because the evidence of the temple is not found from the Indus Valley civilization. No evidence of temple. No evidence of temple. No evidence of temple found from IVC, from the excavations of IVC. No, that's called no evidence of temple found from IVC. Is it okay, sirs and madams? IVC, it's okay. Now coming to the other aspect, sirs and madams. Now sculpture and the figurines. Now if we talk about the other sculptures and the figurines, there are certain stone sculptures as well, right? So we talked about this beard priest king or Mohenjo-daro draped in the shawl with trefoil design, shawl's dignity and authority. Now again there is another sculpture that we found from the Indus Valley civilization, that is from the Harappa, and this is your red sandstone torso. This is known for anatomical expression, known for anatomical anatomical expression. It is made up of red sandstone, and there you can see here there are the socketed ones, so that is not one that may make a question for your exam, that is a monolithic, that was made up of one stone, or it was made up of terracotta. No, it was made up of your red sandstone, but it was not monolithic, right? It was rather socketed. Socketed means that you must have seen recently we just celebrated our Saraswati Puja. You must have seen the deities of the goddess of wisdom, that is Saraswati. Have you ever seen the construction or the making of the Saraswati? Then you must have seen this is the kind of the structure made by the artist. So this is the part, this is the body part. Then there would be the face. This is called the face, and there would be a stick. This stick would be fixed into this socket. So that is called socketed one. So this was also your socketed, right? So male torso of the red sandstone found from the Harappa display knowledge of human anatomy. So it is anatomical expression. The bodies are well expressed, right? If you look at its abdomen, if you look at its chest, right? If you look at its waist, then you can find that it was well expressed in this torso, right? Now coming to the other aspect, right? Again, frequently asked this thing, sirs and madams. So bronze statue of a dancing girl found from Mohenjo-daro. And again, this year it is in the news, right? Bronze statue of a dancing girl. This was discovered in 1926. And the person who had discovered it was Ernest Mackay. And it was made with the technique of lost wax casting, right? Now look here. So this bronze statue of a dancing girl, is almost all naked. It is almost all naked. If I look into this image, it is almost all naked, right? Except with the bangles that you can hear. Except here you can see that this is your necklace. Here you can see the necklace, right? Necklace. There is again, this is the bangles. This is the bangles, right? This is your bronze statue of a dancing girl. This dancing girl is in the pose of, that is called Tribhanga posture. If I talk about the Tribhanga posture, this is your three bent. Actually, this is your 3, 1, 2, and this is your three bent, right? So this vent is on your, this first vent is here, second is here, and the third vent is here, right? So this is the one bent, this is two bent, this is your third bent, right? So this is called your Tribhanga posture. That is called Tribhanga posture. Tribhanga posture. Tribhanga posture. That is the posture to dance, right? This is one of the picture, right? That is found from your Mohenjo-daro. So Tribhanga posture. So it was in the Tribhanga posture, right? So maps that. So found from the Mohenjo-daro, discovered in 1926 by Ernest Mackay, and it is made up by using the technique lost wax casting technique. Lost wax casting technique, right? Now, so this is your, she appears in Tribhanga posture, bronze statue with bangles on her arms, symbolizing grace, youth, and dynamism. Now, these are the images of the terracotta images of the mother goddess, mother goddess, mother goddess. That is the one of the feature or the characteristics of the Indus Valley civilization. So, this is the mother goddess. These are the terracotta figurines, terracotta figurines. So, mother goddess. Numerous terracotta figurines discovered at sites like Mohenjo-daro, Harappa, and other sites as well. These figures likely symbolize fertility, motherhood, and the nature worship, right? So, if I talk about these images represent the fertility. They are the fertility cult, right? They are the mother goddess. They are the mother goddess. And if we we have found many images of these mother goddesses from the different sites of Indus Valley civilization that indicates that the people of Indus Valley civilization had believed in the mother goddess, had believed in the fertility cult, had believed in the fertility cult, right? So that also express the outlook of the people of Indus Valley civilization. So these are the images, right, sirs and madams? Now, coming to the other image, now terracotta toy cart with a wheel found from Mohenjo-daro. So this is the image of a terracotta cart with wheel. Now again, a terracotta toy cart found from Nausaro, and Nausaro is a place in the Baluchistan, right? So this is your Baluchistan. Now coming to the other aspects. So this is also done. So some terracotta figurines. Now coming to a bronze bull from Mohenjo-daro. Bronze bull that is known for its massiveness. Although it is small, but it is known for its massiveness, right? Now coming to the pottery. Now see, if I talk about the pottery, right? Pottery. So there is a question for you first. Consider the following statements in regard to the potteries of the Indus Valley civilization. Just give me your answer, right? So black and red, BRW, potteries were the most frequent, was the most regular, was the most frequent potteries. BRD potteries were the most frequent potteries of IVC, of Indus Valley civilization. Second statement, plain potteries were also in use. Plain potteries were also in use, but not on all, also in use, right? In use, but not unused. That's it. In use. Select the correct code. Select the correct code. Correct code, right? Correct code. If I talk about correct code, A, only one is correct, only one. B, only two is correct. C, both 1 and 2 are correct. And D, none is correct. None of them is correct. Can you give me your answer? Can you give me your answer? So pottery, BRW potteries were the most frequent potteries of Indus Valley civilization. Plain potteries were also in use, Select the correct code. Only one is correct, only two is correct, both 1 and 2 are correct, none of them are correct. Can you give me your answer first? C, both. Okay. Vishal says both. Okay. Everyone, just give me your answer. I expect your answer. So, everyone is trying to give their answer. And they have feeling for C. Okay. So, very few of you have answered. That is not in this strength. This is well less. So, Sachin A, Pavan A, Sachin B, both. So, majority of you say that is your C is the correct answer, right? But answer is not C. Answer is not C. Just try to understand. Babu, this is the exam of your UPSC. It is not so easy that you people understand, right? The answer would be B. B is the correct answer. Why? C, sirs and ma'ams. BRW, black and red pottery, were in use in the Indus Valley civilization. There is no doubt at all. It was in the use, right? So Indus Valley civilization can be identified with painted pottery, that is called your BRW potteries. So both the plain and painted potteries were in use in the Indus Valley civilization. There is no doubt at all, right? There is no doubt at all. So BRW pottery can be identified with the Indus Valley civilization. But there is the one thing, sirs and madam, that is the most frequent potteries. No, this was not the most frequent potteries. Rather, plain potteries were the most frequent potteries, right? In any of the society, if you look, there is a class distinction. There is a two concept that is called the class, and another one is your caste. Class is an economic concept and caste is a social concept, right? So in any society, you can find that there is a class distinction. And if we talk about the potteries, there was the use of the two types of the pottery. One was a plain pottery, and the other was your painted pottery. Of course, BRW was a painted pottery, right? So painted pottery is better than the plain pottery in its make, right? Definitely, the painted pottery would be more artistic than the plain pottery. So now can you tell me, in any society, the majority of the population is of the lower classes or the persons who are with the less income, right? And the people with the less income will go for what? Plain potteries, not for the painted potteries, artistic potteries. So in comparison to the plain potteries of Indus Valley civilization, BRW potteries were more artistic. There is an art also in the plain potteries, in its making, its refinement, etc. But the plain pottery is better, or it in fact more artistic than the painted pottery is more artistic than the plain potteries, right? So obviously in any of the society, we cannot expect that the plain pottery would not be in the regular use. Always the plain pottery would be in the regular use. So Indus Valley civilization is identified with the black and red ware pottery, but sirs and madam, the plain pottery would be what? Would be in the most frequent uses. Is it okay? Is it fine? Are you getting my point? So what I want to tell you, so UPSC is all about your thinking process. I know that you are aware of the BRW. BRW is associated with the Indus Valley civilization. Then NBPW is with the Mahajanpads and the Mauryan periods in the recent researches. Now it is also associated with the later Vedic period, that is called the Vedic age. But NBPW, the most luxurious pottery is from Indus Valley civilization. I would like to tell you one more thing. In the pottery, most luxurious pottery of Indus Valley civilization, most luxurious pottery of Indus Valley civilization, pottery of IVC, it was your NBPW, Northern Black Polished Ware, and it is identified with Padma, yes, Padma, right? So NBP, Northern Black Polished Ware, and that is identified with the, especially that is, associated with the Mahajanpad period and the Mauryan period, right? Mahajanpad period and the Mauryan period. Is it okay? So it is mostly attached to the Mahajanpad period and the Mauryan period. Is it? Just wait for a minute. Rahul, मारोगे क्या गर्मी में? थोड़ा टेम्परेचर ऊपर ही रखना. NBPW. Is it okay? Is it fine? Chalo. Now, so coming back, right? So NBPW is more associated to to Mahajanpad period, Mahajanpad, and the Mauryan period, and the Mauryans. Is it okay? Is it fine? So this is the thing, sir, madam. So just try to understand, comprehend the question but properly first, right? Chalo. Now, so coming back to our discussion. So where I was. Now coming to the pottery. So now you got the things, mostly red potteries with the black designs, black on red ware, geometrical, floral, animal, and sometimes the human motifs are appearing on your potteries, right? And they are of the functional use, right? Functional use, the plain pottery and the painted pottery, large jars, perforated vessels, dishonest stand types of discoveries also discovered from the different sites of Indus Valley civilization. So a variety of the potteries have been found from the excavation in the different sites of the Indus Valley civilization. Is it okay? Now, coming to the other aspects, these are the potteries. Now you can see red and black pottery. Okay, so that is black on red pottery. Now coming, these are different types of the pottery. That is called dish on stand. That's called dish on stand. This is perforated pottery. So there are different types of pottery that you can see here. Now, coming to the gems and the jewelry. So now there are different kinds of gems and the jewelry found from the Indus Valley civilization. Different kinds of the gems and the jewelry found from the Indus Valley civilization. Different kinds of gems and the jewelry, right? So whatever we are using today, whether it is the part of your neck, it is a part of your arm, wrist, or your ankle, right? So in the fingers also. So every kind of the jewelry they were using, that was made up of your stones, that is called maybe precious stones, semi-precious stones, and your metal also, terracotta also. So it was made up of different variety of the materials, right? The wide range of the gems and the jewelries were there. Is it okay? Is it fine? So this is your gems and the jewelry, right? Now, I would like to say, people of Indus Valley civilization were also fond of cosmetics. There's a wide range of the cosmetics found from wide range of cosmetic products of the cosmetics, wide range of cosmetic products found, cosmetic products found in excavations, Is it okay? So wide range of cosmetic products found in excavation, right? Like your kajal, that is called your black, eyeliner, etc., lipstick and all. But what is important here, there is a image of a lady found from Nausaro. Nausaro is a site, Nausaro, that is in Baluchistan. Nausaro, Baluchistan. There is a vermilion that is called sindoor, that you can say sindoor, on the hairlines of a statue, on the hairlines of a statue found, right? Sindoor, that is on the hairlines, right? If I talk about there's a women, right? There is a women. If I talk about the women, right? So this is her hairline. Is it okay? This is her hairline. This is her hairline. This is her hairline, right? So here is the sindoor, you can say. This is called the sindoor. That is found from, that's called vermilion, you can say. So it is also found from here, cosmetics, right? Now coming to the other aspects, madam. So gems and jewelry is done now. Now coming to the art of the Indus Valley civilization. When we come to the art of the Indus Valley civilization, that can be categorized into the two categories. One is your popular art and other is your state art. State art, that is called the court art as well. State art includes stupas, pillars and the palaces, right? So this is your court art. Right? So this court art includes palaces. This is your pillars. This is your stupas. This is your stupas. It's okay. Palaces, pillars, and your stupas. When I come to this side, that is called the popular art or the folk art. It includes caves, that is called rock cut caves, the pottery, sculpture. If I talk about the pottery, the most frequent pottery is your NBPW. NBPW that I have already discussed. This is the most luxurious pottery of the Indus Valley civilization. Of the ancient India, right? So now let me discuss about the every aspect. That is not important, that is insignificant, but if you will say, we will discuss it also. Palace, stupas, and the caves. So here what we need to discuss is pillars, pillar architecture. Then we will discuss the stupa architecture. Then we talk about the rock cut caves architecture, and then the sculpture. So these are the four important aspects that we need to discuss over here. So starting with the pillars of Indus Valley civilization. Mauryan period. Pillars of the Mauryan age, right? See, sirs and madams. If I talk about the pillars of the pillar architecture of the Mauryan period, pillar architecture of the Mauryan period, pillar architecture of the Mauryan period, pillar architecture. If I talk about the pillar architecture, in the architecture, now we are starting with the architecture. So here is your pillar architecture of the Mauryan period. Pillar architecture of the Mauryans, right? Mauryans, right, sirs and madams? If we look into the pillars of Indus Valley civilization, you can see this way, the pillars, right, sirs and madams? Pillar of Indus Valley civilization. Pillar of Indus Valley civilization, right? Pillar of Indus Valley civilization. So see, so this is the aspect of the pillar of the Mauryan pillars, right? Sir, in IBC red on black is frequent. No, that is not the frequent one. That is associated with that. That is not the frequent one. That is the artistic pottery, right? So that is there. But when the question is coming in reference to your plain pottery, the plain pottery was more in uses. That was more in uses. Is it okay? Is it fine? Now, so if I talk about the pillar architecture, sirs and madams, pillar architecture, this is called your soft. This is called your soft. This soft is your monolithic soft. That is made up of just one rock. The surface of this rock is smooth and shiny. Surface of the pillar is smooth and shiny. Smooth and shiny. Is it okay? Smooth and shiny. Now you can notice one more thing, that the pillars of the Mauryan period is directly propping out. That is your earth. This is your earth. So directly propping out. That is directly propping out from the earth without any base. There is no base at all. No base platform. There is no base platform, right? There's no base platform, right? Over the top of this shaft, there is an inverted lotus. Inverted lotus. If you look at this lotus, this is called bulged one. This you can see, this is called your bulging. So this is called inverted bulged lotus. That is bulged. B-U-L-D-Z-D, bulged. That is called your bulged one, right? This is called inverted lotus, right? Over this lotus, there is a square or circular abacus. On this, there is your capital element. There is a capital element. There is your capital element. If I talk about the capital element, there are the different types of the animals were in use. There's on this top, this capital element, that is called your bhel. You can write here B-H-E-L, bhel. That is called your bull. This is your bull. This is your horse. This is your elephant, and this is your lion. That is used on the capital element. which has its political as well as the spiritual significance and the religious significance, not the spiritual significance, political and religious significance as well. So that we need not to discuss right over here. That is the subject matter of your mains, right? So there is a different kind of the animals that you can see in the capital element, that is your bhel. Just this is a mnemonics that you can keep with yourself. Bhel. B stands for your bull, H stands for your horse, E stands for your elephant, and L stands for your lion. So these are very much important, right? Again, on these platforms, there are certain depictions. You can see here, there are certain animals and the motifs that you can find over here, like chakra, like bull, like your horse, etc. So again, there would be certain motifs and the animals that you can find over this abacus as well, right? So this is your Mauryan pillar. This is the architecture of the Mauryan pillars. Now, let me discuss few more points that is important for your prelims. And then we will make a comparison of these Mauryan pillars with the Achaemenian pillars, or that is called your Iranian pillars, right? Because when there was the Mauryan development, right? So Mauryan architecture, when it was flourishing, it was also impacted by the Persian architecture as well as the Roman architecture, Greek architecture, right? Because in India, the first invaders to invade India was the Persians, The first invader to invade India, that was the Persians. It was not the Greeks. Before that, there was your Persians. So Persians were the first invaders to India, right? So now let me discuss about it. Persians. Now see here. Now you can see this is the typical example of the Mauryan pillar. This is the typical example of the Mauryan pillar. Now you can see this is your shaft. There is no base platform that is directly propping out of the earth. Now it is also, this is the one thing, so Salman, you must have noticed the diameter of this is gradually contracting. So that is tapering upward. The diameter is reducing upward. So that is called tapering upward. So this is the pillar that you can see here. So this is what the tapering upward. Now there is an inverted lotus that you can see, and that is the bulged part. That is, you can see here, that is the bulging. That is called your bulge. This is called your bulge. This again is your bulge. And on this there is a square platform that is called the abacus. On that there is a capital element that is crowned with an animal, that is your lion here, on the lion here, right? So this is the thing, so madams, right? Now this image is not correct because there is a base platform. So this image is incorrect. This is the incorrect image. That is not the correct image. This is the incorrect image. This is not the base platform that we can see in the Indus Valley, in the Mauryan pillars, right? So ma'ams, now, so coming to the other aspect, Mauryan pillars, they are monolithic. And carved out of a single block of this stone, erected without the use of the base or your pedestals. Now you can understand there is no base platform on which these pillars are made up. These pillars were installed independently in open spaces, right? That is another aspect, right? So these pillars are generally, when we talk about the pillar architecture, so these pillars were in general, they were installed independently along the national highways, on the crossroads, right? Just to disseminate the official orders, just to propagate the masses of the Dhamma, just to propagate the official announcements, etc. Right? Are you getting my point? So in general, they were not the part of the official buildings or the palaces. So definitely, if there would have been any palace, there would be some kind of the pillars. But if we talk about the pillar architecture, right? So definitely for the part of the mains, you can write that obviously there would be some kind of the pillars for the construction of the palaces. But when we talk about the Mauryan pillars, they were not the part of the official buildings or the palaces, rather they were installed independently. When we talk about the Achaemenian pillars or the Iranian pillars, they were the part of your palaces or the official buildings Is it okay? Is it fine? Good morning. Right? So these pillars were installed independently in open spaces. The capitals of the Mauryan pillars are generally plain and austere, that you have seen, without any images, etc. on the surface. It is plain. Surface of Mauryan pillars are highly polished and smooth. That is already discussed. Capitals usually depict animal and sculptures, that is your veil, symbolizing Indian tradition and carrying symbolic meaning. The shaft of the pillar is plain, tapering smooth from bottom to the top, right? If I talk about the certain major Ashokan pillars and their animal capital, that may be asked, that is, if we talk about the prelims, that can make a question, right? If I talk about the Sarnath, in the as the capital element, the Sarnath has the 4 lions sitting back to back, right? And this 4 lions are taken or adopted as the national emblem of India, of our government. Similarly, from Sachi also, we had the 4 lions, right? So this is the Sarnath and Sachi, where we can see as the capital element the 4 lions. If I talk about the Rampurva, Bihar, there is a Rampurva Bihar. There are 2 pillars that we can find here. On one of the pillars, there was a single lion. That is a single lion, like this, like this, like this, single lion, like this, Rampurva. And other one is, that is important, that will make your question, that is called the bull. This bull. So this is the image of Rampurva capital element, pillar element. That's called a bull. There is a bull, right? So here you can see the abacus is circular. That is not square, right? Abacus. Now this is your bulge here, inverted lotus. Now it is broken and now it is kept in the president's palace. That's called the Rashtrapati Bhavan. That is in the Rashtrapati. So it is now in the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Rashtrapati Bhavan, right? It is in the Rashtrapati Bhavan, right, sirs and madams? So there is a bull. So that is important. That can make a question for your prelims. From where we got the bull capital of the Ashokan pillars, that is your Rampurva, that is in the Bihar. Then there is a place that is called Loria Nandangad in Bihar, where we can see is your single lion. Vaishali, there is a single line again. Sankisa, from Sankisa, that is in Uttar Pradesh. Sankisha, there is an elephant. In Sankisa, we can have elephant. Is it okay? So we can have elephant. And from Lumbini, we can have your horse as an emblem. Horse, right? Is it okay? Elephant, then is your horse, right, sister madam? So Rampurva, that is an important one. Then again, that is important is your Sankesa, that is in UP, and Lumbini, that is your horse. Is it okay? So this is the thing, sister madam. So that can directly make a question for your prelims. Now, coming to the other aspects, sister madam, Iranian pillars were constructed. Now coming to the Iranian pillars. If I talk about the Iranian pillars, let me describe you first. If I talk about the Iranian pillars or Achaemenian pillars, they are actually cylindrical in shape. Cylindrical in shape. So first and foremost thing is, that is called cylindrical in shape. Cylindrical, if I talk about the cylindrical, the base and the top, both are with the equal diameters. So that makes what is your cylinder, right? So that is called cylindrical, right, sirs and madams? So if I talk about the cylindrical, right, this is your cylindrical one, cylindrical. Is it okay? So this is your cylindrical one, right? So this is your cylindrical one. So this is your cylindrical, right? Now, these are not monolithic. These are into the different blocks. Sirs and madams. These are in the different blocks. If we talk about, sirs and madams, this is into the different blocks, right? So these are the different blocks. You can understand it. This is in the different blocks, right? So this is your block 1, block 2, block 3. Again, unlike the Mauryan pillars, these are grooved pillars. They are the grooved ones. What do you mean by the grooving? Sirs and madams, grooving. So they are the grooved ones, right? So this is your grooved ones. Grooved ones. It's okay. So this is your grooved. This is called raised or the grooved ones. Grooved and the grooved one. Right? This is called the grooved. This is called grooving. That is called raised one. So these are in the different blocks. These are in the blocks. So there are different blocks, right? Then this is not smooth. not smooth, but fluted, grooved, or raised, right? So this is called your raised. This is your cylindrical in shape. There is a base platform. Right? And the base platform, so madams, there is what I can say here. Right? So this is your base platform. I'm sorry. That is, again, there is a lotus. You can see there's a lotus. There's also a lotus, so madams. Yeah, this is your lotus. But this is not bulged. This is not bulged, right? This is not bulged. And as the capital element, there is the images of animals. There are the images of the human beings as well. So these are not the smooth one. These are the different blocks, right? Again, there is a base platform. There is a base platform that is in the form of the inverted lotus, and there is no bulging, no bulging, no bulging, no bulging, bulging, right? No bulging, no bulging, right? There is no bulging. Is it okay? Is it okay, sir? So there is no bulging. If we make a comparison of the Iranian pillars and the what I say, that is your the Mauryan pillars, then we will find there is a certain differences. There is a certain difference. Is it okay? Now you can discern the different what I say, different differences, right, sister madams? So they are in the different blocks, and these things are they are joined together. Right? Is that okay? They are joined together. They're joined together. Just a second, sir. Is it okay? Is it fine? Now, is it okay? So now these are what? These are called, these are your, there is no bulging, right? So this is called your no bulging. So this is not bulged one. So not smooth, that is but fluted, blocks and cylindrical. So now if you got these things, sisters and madams, right? So that is fine to all of us, right? Chalo. Is it okay? Now, chalo. Now coming to the others. So Iranian pillars. There now you can understand here, constructed by joining together several cylindrical pieces placed on bases. Pillars were usually erected in association with the palace or royals, often had elaborated human or floral motifs. Their surface were ribbed, fluted, or sometimes decorated. Capitals of Iranian pillars usually bore highly decorative designs rather than symbolic motifs. The shaft of Iranian pillars are fluted or ribbed, unlike the plain Mauryan shafts. Now you can see here. Now you can see the ridge here. So these are the joints. These are the joints over here, right? You can see, and these are called the ridges. Now you can see here, this is the plain one. That is the inverted lotus or inverted bell. But this is your, it is your bell or inverted lotus that you can see here, right? Is it okay? So this is your Iranian pillars. Now, what is the difference between these two? Ashokan pillars and your Achaemenian pillars, they are monolithic. They are made up of number of pieces. Outer side of the pillar is smooth. Here is your grooves. Bell is only at the top. Bell is at both the top as well as the bottom. Erected by digging them in the earth without base. This is the base on a bell shape. Erected on a bell-shaped base, right? Now, coming to the other pillars, I told you that we will move to the different aspect. What I say, that is your according to your sequential development, right? So there are certain other important pillars that may make a question for your prelims. So let me discuss that also, right? One is from two is from your Gupta period. 2 or 3 are from the Gupta period. One is your Prayag Prasasti. You must have heard that belongs to Samudragupta. So Allahabad pillar or the Prayag Raj pillar. It contains the inscription of the Samudragupta. Earlier evidence of the Bhagavatism is Prayag Prasasti. Something is missing over here. Just Garuda pillar. Let me discuss. Garuda pillar is here or not? Yes, this is here. So this is not this. Crossing this, right? So see, Allahabad pillar, that is called Prayagraj pillar. It contains the inscription of Samudragupta, Prayag Prasasti. This Prayag Prasasti is on the Ashoka's Allahabad inscription or Kaushambi Allahabad inscription, right? It also contains the inscription of Mughal Emperor Jahangir, right? So it is your Allahabad inscription. Is it okay? Allahabad inscription. Now coming to the Mehrauli iron pillar. It contains inscription of Chandragupta II and made up of iron. That is called rust-free, resistant pillars. Iron pillar MP, right? That also features Garuda capital. Now coming to the important post-Mauryan pillars. Post-Mauryan pillar, that is called Garuda pillar, Base Nagar, Vidisha. Post-Mauryan pillar, that should be, this is a shuffling of the slides. So Garuda pillar, Base Nagar, MP. It was built by Greek ambassador Heliodorus, and it provides the earliest evidence of Bhagavatism. It's not the early, but rather the earliest evidence of the Bhagavatism, right? Garuda. So Garuda is the what? That is the Garuda is the vehicle of Lord Vishnu, and that is well revered in one of the sects of Vaishnavism, that is your Bhagavatism. So Garuda is well revered in Bhagavatism, and this is the earliest evidence of the Bhagavatism, and that's why it is said that Bhagavatism as a new sect, Bhagavatism as a new sect, Bhagavatism as a new sect emerged in post-Mauryan period, emerged during post-Mauryan period. So that is an important aspect, sir, madam. And Garuda is considered as the vehicle of Lord Vishnu, vehicle of Lord Vishnu. So these are the important pillars that we should also discuss right here, right? So these are the pillars, sirs and madams, right? Sure. Yes, Harisena, Prayag Prasad, composed by Harisena. Can you please tell me, what was the office of Harisena? It is a homework for you. Can you tell me the office of Harisena under the Samudragupta? Now, stupa construction. So let me talk about the stupas, right, sir, madam? So we have done with the pillar architecture. Now we need to discuss about the stupa architecture, stupa, right, sir, madams? So let me talk about the stupa construction, right? So see here. If I talk about the stupa architecture, stupa architecture, stupa architecture. Now coming to stupa architecture, stupa architecture. If we talk about the architecture of the stupas, right? So we need to understand in the two broad, we need to understand it in the two broad dimensions. One is the origin, sirs and madams. Origin of the concept, origin, right? So what is the origin? Origin of the stupas, right? Origin. So let me talk about the origin because it also makes a question for your prelims. And the second is, sirs and madam, it's evolution. It's evolution. It's evolution. It's evolution, right? It's evolution. It's evolution, right? So as far as the origin is concerned, origin is concerned, sirs and madams, origin is concerned. So there are two things, sirs and madam. As a concept, stupa predates to Buddhism. It simply means that before the emergence of Buddhism as a new religion, the concept of stupa was there in the Indian culture and Indian society and the culture. Is it okay? Is it fine? Thank you, Sachin. That's great, right? It's okay. So now, as a concept, it was Bhakti Khilji, right? So origin, as a concept, stupa predates to Buddhism, right? There's the one thing. Now, second, sirs and madams, if I talk about the another aspect, but it became popular. It was a popular monument. It became popular monument. Became a popular monument. With Buddhism. Buddhism, right? If I talk about the stupa that predates to Buddhism, that is, it was in the Vedic literature, so some madams. Vedic literature. So in Vedic literature, stupas were used for burial mounds, What do you mean by this burial mounds? In ancient history, you must have heard about the different ashramas. You must have heard about the different ashramas. There are the 4 ashramas in sequence: Brahmacharya, Grihastha, Vanprastha, and your Sannyas ashram. I believe you must have watched the Ramanand Sagar's Ramayana. Ramanand Sagarji's Ramayana. You must have seen. When you have seen the Lord Rama with his consort Sita Mata and Lakshman, brother Lakshman, were into the jungle. He was in for the 14 years Banvas. he was into the jungle. That you can recall scene of the jungle when they were passing through a jungle, that is a forest. There's certain ascetics who were sitting in the forest, and there was all smoky all around them. They were in some kind of the yoga posture. They were the sannyasis who had left the home. Now they are in the sannyas, and now they were waiting for their final departure to that world. Now, so they keep on sitting in the what I say, that is in the meditative posture, right, for a longer period of time. And just because of the wind activity, right, so there must be some kind of dust particles gradually started depositing over their body, right. So suppose I just want to say it was something like this. If it was something like this, so madam, so somebody is sitting like this, right, sitting, and just because of the wind actions, so gradually what will happen, the dust will depose on his body. And since they were not having their foods for months, even not only days and weeks, for the months also, so when they were waiting for their final departure, so once their breath gone and they died, right, and they were just sitting in that posture itself, and just because of the wind activity and the wind actions, so there was a heap of the dust over their body. So that becomes what? That is called your dead mounds. Are you getting me? So gradually what will happen? That will develop a kind of the mound. So this is your mound. So that is called burial mound or dead mound. Are you getting me? So that's the thing, sir, madam. It's okay. So this is a Vedic literature. Stupas were used for burial mounds. So this was there. Even there are the other references also where these stupas are used, like in the fire. We must know that there is a fire, right? This is called your fire. So this is your fire flame. This is your fire flame. This fire flame is also known as the stupa, Agni stupa, right? Even the women puff on the backside, women puff is also used, women puffed is also used as the stupa. Are you getting me? Also used as the stupa. But in most of the references, you will find that this is called the burial mound and then the fire flames. So as a concept, stupa was already in the Indian society and the culture before the rise or the emergence of the Buddhism, right? But it became a very popular monument with the Buddhism. Now let me talk about how it became a popular monument. So let me discuss with that, sirs and madam, how it became a popular monument, right? So we all know, sirs and madams, we all know that just because of the Buddha or the Buddhism, when you talk about the Buddhism, when the Buddha came into this world and he got enlightenment, he became Buddha, enlightened one. When he became the Buddha, then he started propagating his messages, right? Now, he had also admitted his followers into his Sangha or into his faith and the Sangha, right? Faith, that is called the Buddhism, and Sangha is called Buddhist Sangha I'm talking about, right? So now what will happen? There is a time when Buddha realized that now his time is very close for his final departure. Then he called his favorite disciples like Ananda, Upali, Mogglayan, and called them, right? And told them that my time is up now and I'm about to now I'm about to go and I'm about to leave this world, renounce this world. I'm going to abandon this world, right? So my time is up now, right? So everyone started crying. Buddha said that don't cry. Now after me, it's your responsibility to spread the Buddhism, to keep the organization intact, right? Are you getting me? So he said that after me, after my demise, my new followers or my followers would be baffled. Where is Buddha? Because they have trust in the Buddha. So I give you a piece of advice after my death, after my nirvana, of Mahaparinirvana, you should what? Cremate my body, right? And then you should collect the relics of my body. And on that relics, you should construct a stupa. Right? So that is given Mahaparinirvan Shutra. That is a book that is called Mahaparinirvan Shutra, where this information is given, right? So over my body relics, you should construct the stupa, right? So what was the Mahaparinirvan Shutra? So there is a book that is called Mahaparinirvan Shutra. There is a book Mahaparinirvan Shutra. Mahaparinirvan Sutra. if we talk about the Pali language, it's a Mahapabi Niban Sutta. Mahapabi Niban Sutra, right? So this is called your book, that is your Mahaparinirvan Sutra. Mahaparinirvan Sutra. So in this book, this is given that over my bodily relics, you should construct the stupa, right? So this is the references. Now, what was the purpose of constructing? Why Buddha said that over my bodily relics, you should construct the stupa, right? Now, let me tell you the architecture of the stupa. Let me tell you about the architecture of the stupa. If I talk about the architecture of the stupa, then you can see a general architecture of the stupa is like this. This is a kind of midi that is called the upraised platform on which there is a hemispherical mount. There is a hemispherical mount, you can say here. Hemispherical mount. There is a hemispherical mount. Is it okay? Hemispherical mount. Then there is a parasol. That is along the axis mundi. This is your axis mundi. That is found in every religion. The concept of axis mundi is in every religion that connects the heaven to the earth. So this is your axis mundi. Axis mundi, right? Mundi, axis mundi. And along this axis mundi, sirs and madams, there used to be a chhatra, right? So there used to be a chhatra, that is yeste, that is called a pole, right? There is a pole, right, sirs and madams? And then there was the three chhatras, sirs and madams, three chhatras. This is called one. There is other one. This is two. And this is your third one, right? This is your third one, right, sirs and madams? So now this is the basic concept. There is one more thing that is called harmika over here. Harmika over here. That is called your harmika. You can also see here a harmika. There's a square blocks, a square platform. That is called your harmika. So this is a very basic idea about the stupa. When you look into this stupa, right? Stupa. So this stupa contains, as per the advice of the Buddha, this stupa contains what that is called his body relicts. His body relicts. Is it okay? It contains the body relicts. Now, if there's a body relicts, now people will be attached, will emotionally attached to this monument, right? And they will visualize this stupa as Buddha is sitting in the meditative posture, right? In the meditative posture. If we look here, sirs and madams, if I look here, so now you can see here, this is the, now you can see here, this is the face of the Buddha. You can imagine. This is the face of the Buddha. Then this is the body of the Buddha. That you can see. This is the body of the Buddha. This is the body of the Buddha. This is the bun of the Buddha. This is the bun of the Buddha. This is the bun of the Buddha. Right? You can see. Buddha had also a bun on his head. Has a bun on his head. Right? So there's a bun on his head. Right? And in the meditative posture, he was sitting like this, right? He was sitting like this, right? So sitting like this. Now what will happen? If this monument will contain the relics of the Buddha, now the followers of the Buddhism, the followers of Buddha will keep themselves satisfied. Chalo, the Buddha is no more, but his representation is somewhere here, right? Are you getting me? So now you can imagine the construction of the philosophy of the construction of the stupa was just to make their follower and make his followers feel that Buddha is around us, right? And there would be what that is called the pradakshina path. So along this pradakshina path, that is called circumambulatory pathway. So there would be what that is called circumambulatory pathway. So if there would be circumambulatory pathway, now people will what? Now concentrate, now focus over the teachings of the Buddha, what the Buddha had taught them. The teachings of the Buddha, what the Buddha had taught them, right? So what will happen, sirs and madam? They will focus to the teachings of the Lord Buddha, to the Buddha. And now they will be Now they will be now focusing over his teachings, and they will be into the Buddhism, Buddhist faith, and they will express their faith in the what that is called the Buddhist philosophy, Buddhist teachings, right, and the Buddhist Sangha. So they will still have the faith in the Buddha, Dhamma, and the Sangha. There are three gems of the Buddhism, right? If somebody who is the follower of the Buddhism, he had to take the refuse of these three things: Buddha, that is the enlightened one. That can be anyone, that is not the Lord Buddha himself. Anyone who had got the enlightenment, that is called the Buddha. Then the Dhamma, that is called your religion, and the Sangha, that is called your monastic order, right? So this was the three things that where one had to express, or one had to take the refuse of these three things: Buddha, Dhamma, and the Sangha, right? So now this is the thing, so Madam. So that's why Buddha had suggested in this book, that is mentioned in this book, Mahaparinirvan Sutra, after my demise, after my death, there should be now what that is called the stupa constructed on the crossroads. Crossroads. What the meaning of this crossroads? On the crossroads. If I talk about the crossroads, so ma'ams, crossroad means what? Crossroad is something where the different highways meet. So if anyone is coming from any direction, from any of the directions, are you getting me? So there should be a stupa. There should be a stupa. There should be a stupa, right? So there would be a stupa, right? There would be a stupa, right? And the people will coming from any of the directions, any direction, can look into these stupas, look into these stupas, right? So people's problem will be minimized. Is it okay? Is it okay? So this is the thing, sir, madam. So Mahaparinirvan Sutta is done. So now we got the concept, and the concept is that it predates to the Buddhism. It predates to Buddhism, right? It predates to Buddhism, but it became a popular monument just because of the Buddha's advice itself, right? Now the second thing, after the Buddha, 8 plus 1, 8 plus 1, 8 plus 1 stupas were constructed. 8 plus 1, 1 stupas were constructed. Stupas constructed, right? These are called the relict stupa, relic or relict stupa, and one is your object stupa. So now let me tell you the different kind of the stupas first, right? Let me talk about the different types of the stupas. One is your relict stupa, and other one is your object stupa. There are the four types of these stupa that we need to discuss. Is, sir, madam. One is your relict stupa, another one is your object stupa. So let me discuss the different types of the stupa first. Different type of the stupas. So see, if I talk about the different type of these stupas, there are the four types of the stupas. One is called your relic stupa. That is called the Saririk stupa. If the stupa is constructed, just try and listen me very carefully. That will make a very analytical question. And Buddhism is very much important, right? Or something that is related to your Buddhism. So if I talk about the Saririk stupa, that is called relic stupa. The stupa that is constructed of the bodily relicts of the Buddha. जो बुद्ध के अवशेषों पे हो, that is over the relicts of the Buddha, that is called Saririk, that is called relic stupa, right? So the 8 stupas, if I talk about, that is called the relic stupa. That means that those 8 stupas were constructed over the bodily remains of the Buddha, right? Then is your object stupa, and this object stupa is known as Paribhogika stupa. Paribhogika stupa or the object stupa is that stupa that is constructed over anything that was used by any object which was used by Lord Buddha, like his begging bowls, that is called the patra, the sandals he was using, his clothes, etc., right? So if the stupa is constructed over the objects which was associated with the Buddha himself, that is called Paribhogika stupa, right? Paribhogika stupa, right? Is it okay? Now, in fact, when we are talking about the ninth stupa that I told you that was a kind of object stupa, actually in that stupa, the relics of the Buddha, in that urn, in that pot, the relics of the Buddha was kept, right? So that is your paribhogika stupa, that's called your object stupa, right? Now coming to the uddeshika, that is called commemorative. If there is a commemorative, that is called uddeshika. So these are the sirs and madams, your sararik stupa, that is your relict stupa. This is your paribhogika stupa, that is your object stupa. Then this is your uddeshika stupa, that is called commemorative stupa. Commemorative means constructed as memorials at places connected with the important events of Buddha's life. Somehow that is related to your, so in the memory of Lord Buddha, that is called commemorative. And the last one is your sankalpit, or that is called your votive stupa. You must have taken a sankalp when you go to your religious places. Suppose if you have been to any temple, if you have been to any religious shrine, right? So you just take a kind of sankalpa, that is called the votive, right? And you sankalpa means that I'm taking a vow that I will follow these things. So please bless me, God, my Almighty God, your personal God. You request to the God, you ask to the God, okay, humbly. I'm taking this vow, right? So if you have taken any vow, you have taken any sankalpa, right, to any pilgrimage or your any religious shrines, right? So that is called your sankalpa, that is called votive, right? So in the memory of that sankalpa, if a Buddhist follower had constructed small stupas around the big stupa, that is called your sankalpit stupa, that is called the votive stupa. Is it okay? So these are the four different types of the stupas. Okay? Small stupas built around larger stupa of Buddhist pilgrimage sites, often as offering by the devotees. Is that okay? Is it fine? Is that okay? We will take break at 11, Vishal, right? At 11, right? So the flow gets disturbed. So let me go. I will take the break at 11. Okay? It's fine. For 10 to 15 minutes, right? So type of stupa. Is it okay? So these are different types of the stupa. Now you got me. So these are the different types of stupa, sirs and madam. So got the different types of stupa. You got? So origin, we talk about the evolution, and then evolution we need to talk about, right? Right? So we talked about the different types of the stupa. Types. We also talk about the types of the stupas. Types. Is it okay? So now let me talk about the evolution of the stupa. It's further development. Right? If I talk about the stupa, so stupas were constructed just because of the advice of the Buddha himself. It was 8 plus 1, right? 8 stupa plus 1. So I will talk about all these places where these 8 stupas were constructed, right? But later on, what will happen when we enter into the Mauryan period? There was a king whose name was Ashoka. He was a Mauryan emperor whose name is Ashoka. Ashoka, after his coronation, he entered into the Buddhist faith, right? And he became a very enthusiast Buddhist. Enthusiast Buddhist means, I want to say, when he became the enthusiast Buddhist, it means that he had taken many actions to propagate his religion, his faith of Buddhism, And one of his actions was to construct numbers of stupas. In one of the historical references, we got that he had constructed 84 stupas, 84,000, not 84 stupas, 84,000 stupas, 84,000 stupas. And it is also said that he had dug out the 7 original relict stupas of the Buddha, and just brought some of the relicts and then he had constructed over those relics the 84,000 stupas. It may be some historical exaggeration, but this is available in some of the references, right? So my concern is just to make you understand that the construction of the stupa got proliferated during the Mauryan period itself, and it will further evolve. Is it okay? So my concern is just to make you understand that with this kind of the act, the construction of the stupa construction got proliferated. Is it okay? Now, so madams, now coming to this. So you got this things, sir, the burial mounds and everything. Now, background of the stupa is also clear. That is Mahaparinirvan Shutra that I was talking about. Mahaparinirvan Shutra. Okay, right? He had called his disciples Ananda, Sariputra, Mahamoglayana, etc. to construct them on the crossroads. Is that okay? Now, 8 stupas constructed over his relics, right? 8 stupas constructed over the relics of the Buddha were located at. So that is important. Their locations are important. One is your Rajgriha, that is called Rajgir, Bihar. Vaishali Vihar, Kapil Vastu on the Nepal-Uttar Pradesh border. Alakappa, the location is not clear. Ram Gram, that is in Nepal. Vethadipa, that is again not known. Pava near Kushinagar. Kushinagar itself. And the 9th stupa was built at a place that is called Peparhawa. And this is the oldest stupa in UP, oldest stupa that is found in UP. So oldest surviving stupa, right? So that can make a question for your exam as well. So Peparhawa is the oldest oldest stupa that is available. These initial stupas were simple. In construction, these initial stupas were simple. Hemispherical dome on a square base made up of mud or clay. Initially, it was made up of clay, not of the bricks or the stones, but the mud or the clay. Basic harmika with chhatra without torna. So initially, torna means that is called the gateway. So when the initial tornas were made, that was without the gateway. There was no gateway, sirs and madams. So, Surendra, actually, we are not supposed to make a discussion over here for the mains. So, I could have been given you an idea about Ashoka's philosophy, right? In my regular offline classes, generally, I discuss this aspect with the questions like this. Ashoka was a king in the garb of a monk. Discuss. And Ashoka was a monk in the garb of a king. So these are two questions. So that will answer your query right over here. So we are not supposed to make a discussion on the mains type of the question right over here. But these are the two concepts that we need to understand. Ashoka was a king in the garb of a monk. And Ashoka was a monk in the garb of a king. So there are two different aspects about the Ashoka's belief about the Buddhism and his imperialist approach, right? So that is the different aspect, Surendra, right? So generally I do these things in our classes, in offline classes and some online classes as well, right? So whenever I'm taking the classes, I discuss these aspects, right? So 8 stupas. So this is done, sirs and madams. Now, the evolution of stupa architecture from the Maurya to the Guptas, right? So let me talk about the evolution. So what happened actually in the architecture of the stupa architecture, right, sirs and madams? So the evolution of stupa architecture from the Mauryan to the Gupta period, right? From the Gupta period. If I talk about the Mauryans, right? Mauryans. Post-Mauryan includes Sungas, Satavahanas and Kushanas. So these three are important as far as the stupa construction is there. And then is your Gupta period, right? So this is your Gupta period. This is your Gupta period. This is a Mauryan period. This is a post-Mauryan period. So see, if I talk about the Ashokan stupas, simple hemispherical mount of earth that is known as Und, we will discuss. Bricks on cylindrical drum, low base, relics enshrined and circular plan. That is the thing, during the Mauryan period. When we come to the post-Mauryan period and we talk especially about the Sungas, there was the expansion of these stupas. What is the meaning of the expansion of these stupas? Expansion of the stupas means Now with the Ashoka, with the Mauryans, there will be different gateways. Gateway that is called the Tornas. There is only one gateway that is called the Torna. But when we come to the Sunga period, there were the 4 Tornas in the 4 directions. 4 Tornas constructed in the 4 directions, right? So that is the development. Then the size of the and, that is the stupa, will also elaborate it. Now the tornas will be well decorated, and the decoration would be done by done through the carvings of the previous life of the Buddha, that is taken from the Jatak stories. Jatak is the storybook, I mean didactic book that contains the story of the previous life of the Buddha, right? So Sunga's expansion of these stupas, ornated torrents, that is called Jataks. Jatak contains the previous stories of previous life of Buddha, contains stories of the previous life of Buddha, previous life of Buddha or Lord Buddha. Is this okay? In all directions. Introduce stone casings, stone Vedikas, elongated Harmika, and your Yasti. Is that okay? In Yasti. Now coming to the Satvana, Amravati and Nagarjun Konda stupas. There are the examples, right? Examples, and they are detailed narrative reliefs. Narrative means that is through a narrative panel that disseminates some story, that give you a story, right? So there's a different, that the dynamic postures, images are made, right? The dynamic images are made, that is in the form of narrative relief. Rock cut stupas, ayakas. What is called ayaka? Ayaka is basically a projected platform. Ayakas are called the projected platform, right? And then on these ayakas, ayaka pillars will be constructed. Ayaka pillars would be constructed. That would be the 5 ayakas, right? So this is your ayaka platform. Ayaka platform, that is called the projections on the 4 cardinal directions with 5 ayaka pillars. And these 5 ayaka, why this is called the 5 ayakas? Because it represents the 5 great events of the life of the Buddha: his birth, his departure from the house, his attainment, and then his first sermon, and then his departure from this world, that is your Mahaparinirvan, right? So these are 5 ayaka pillars, 5 major events in the life of the Buddha. Stand on a platform in Andhra Pradesh. Amravati stupa is made up of the white marble and limestone. So what are these ayakas? 5 plus 5 major events. Let me tell you the 5 major events, right? So this is the birth of Buddha, renunciation of his house, that's called Mahabhinishkraman, renunciation. Then attaining knowledge, that is called nirvana. Attain enlightenment, that is called nirvana. First sermon, and his Mahaparinirvana, that is his death. Mahaparinirvana, that is his death, right? So these ayaka pillars representative of the 5 events of his life, and these events are your birth, renunciation, enlightenment, first sermon, and Mahaparinirvana, that is called the death, right, sisters and madams? So the 5 major events in the life stands on each platform in Andhra Pradesh. Amravati stupa is made up of white marble and limestone. So directly it may come the question, which of the following stupas constructed in the white marble? This is your Amravati stupa. Amravati stupa is also associated with the ayaka platforms and ayaka pillars as well. Now coming to the Kushanas. So during the Kushana period, the 2 schools of sculpture developed. That is your Gandhara and the Mathura school of arts, that also influenced the construction of the artistic approach of these stupas during the post-Mauryan period. Now they also constructed bigger, that is called the grander stupas. So Kusanas built grander stupas. It's okay. Grander stupas, right? When we come to the Gupta, there are the smaller stupas, more symbolic temples began to dominate, right? Why is smaller stupas? They are artistically, they are beautiful. Again, artistically they are good. But why the smaller stupas were constructed during the Gupta period? There are the 2 aspects that you should keep in your mind that may make question for your prelims, right? During the post-Mauryan period, three schools of the sculpture developed. And this was your Gandhara, Mathura, and Amravati. So in the Gandhara School of Arts, the first image of Lord Buddha was constructed, right? Now you can go back, just go back, flash back into your memory. Just we have discussed why we have constructed these stupas. Stupa construction was just the symbolic representation of the Buddha sitting in his meditative posture. So just to feel the presence of the Buddha, we had constructed, that is called the stupas. So just to feel his presence, we had constructed the stupas, right? Now when the image of the Buddha was made, then definitely the interest in the stupa construction will decline, because now you are looking at your enlightened one in the physical form, right? That is in the idols, in the statues. So you will now attracted towards the these the idols or the statues of the Buddha than to the stupas. Of course, stupa will be continued. The construction of stupa will continue, but the interest will shift. Second, now these idols of the Buddha were now placed into the temples. So Buddhist temples were also constructed, right, during the Gupta and the post-Gupta period. So what will happen now? There will decline in the trend of what that is called the stupas. Is it okay? So that's why the stupa during this period, during Gupta period, smaller stupas were constructed, more symbolic. They were the more symbolic. Temples began to dominate. Is that okay? So now this was the evolution of the stupa, right, sir, madam? Now, as I told, during the post-Mauryan period, there was an evolution. Post-Mauryan period, Mauryan period. Four Toranas symbolize the four great events in the Buddha's life. Four cardinal directions, that is called East, that represents Buddha's birth in Lumini. This is your South, that represents enlightenment, Nirvana, that is in the Bodh Gaya. If I talk about the West, the first sermon, that is called Dhamchak Pravartana, given by the Buddha in Sarnath. Then the North, where he met with his end, that is called death or Mahaparinirvana, Kushinagar, Uttar Pradesh. So these are the four Toranas that symbolizes the four different events of the life of the Buddha. Is that okay? Events of the Buddha. Is it fine? It's okay? Now, so coming to the other aspects, sirs and madams, let me discuss that also. Now, coming to the Kushana's period. Now you can see here. Now see, there is a regular feature, there is a regular architecture of the Indus Valley civilization. Stupa. There would be a platform, there would be a and that is called hemispherical space, there would be yasti, there would be harmika, that I would like to tell you. Here, there is an image, there must be an image, let me show you. So you can see here, this is an image, or it's better to look into this image. See here. So this is one of the images. So this pole that you can see here, this pole is called, this pole that you can see here, this is called your yasti, and this is called your chhatra. So this is your yasti, this is your chhatra or chhatri, this is your harmika, right? This is hemispherical body is called your anda, right? This part is the platform below is called medhi, on which there is a pradakshina path. This is your, this enclosure is called your Vedika. This is your Torana, that is called Toran, that is called gateway. Torana, right? Is that okay? Are you getting me? So this is called your Torana. Now coming to the other things, sirs and madams, other image. Here, see. So now you can see this is called Chhatra, this is your Yasti, this is your Harmika, this is called your And. These are the four Toranas that you can see. Just to approach the Medhi, there is the two staircases, right? The four gateways, one, this is two, this is three, and the fourth one would be this side, opposite to your south. So northern would be there, right? So there's a four there. This is your Medhi, on which there is a circumambulatory pathway. pathway. During the post-Mauryan period, there was one more development that happened. That's called two Pradakshina path was constructed to decongest the stupas. Now the people will come to take a walk through of these stupas all along, right? So we need to have what? Pradakshina path, right? But when the stupa become very popular, now people were now coming towards more and more towards these stupas. So just to decongest these stupas, the second Pradakshina path was also constructed during the post-Mauryan period, right? So second Pradakshina path, right? So second Pradakshina path, second Pradakshina path, that is called circumambulatory pathway, circumambulatory pathway. This was added during the post-Mauryan period. This was added, additional, that was during this period, right? Second Pradakshina path, just to decongest the stupas, right? So it was this was meant to decongest the stupas. Is it okay? Is it fine? So now this is things, sirs and madams. So now coming back here. So where I was into the discussion, now the Kushanas. So this was a general feature, but gradually we have seen during the post-Mauryan period, the various foreign dynasties also came into India that also influenced the construction of these stupas during the post-Mauryan period and the later on as well. So let me discuss about its evolution as well. That may make a question for your prelims. Okay, what are the characteristic features of the stupa during this period? So we can expect this, right? So now Kushanas. If I talk about the Kushana, this is the time period of the Kushana that you should be very particular about this time period also here. So Gandhara and the Mathura influence stupas became grander. Multi-tiered bases. Now you can see multi-tiered bases. Now 1, 2, 3, 4 multi-tiered bases. Includes circular drum. That you can see the circular drum. Is it okay? This is a drum-like structure with an elongated dome, right? Tower-like stupa. Harmika with multiple chhatras. Now you can see this is not only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and so on and so forth. So there was now multiple chhatras. So a statue of Buddha has been added in this stupa also. Statue of Buddha also added. Has been added in stupa during the Kushana period. So that is the one important development that can make a direct question for your prelims, right? Now coming to the other aspect, Guptas. When we talk about the Guptas, smaller stupas, more symbolic temples began to dominate. Solid, this is not solid, this is solid. This is solid cylindrical shapes like Dhamek stupa. Dhamek stupa constructed during the Gupta period with an elevated terrace for circumambulation, tower-like structure, intricate geometrical floral carvings, and refined sculptures. Is that okay? So this is during the period of the Guptas. Important stupas of Ashoka. Now let me tell you important stupas that was constructed by Ashoka. Now you may get a question which stupa was constructed before. So that's why you need to memorize some of these stupas as well, right? Which one is the earliest one? You may get the 4, 5 stupas and then you will have to find out which one is the earliest one, right? So accordingly. So there is a Kesaria stupa that is in the Bihar. Nigali Sagar stupa that is near Lumbini in Nepal. Maha stupa, that is called the stupa of the Sanchi, is known as the Maha stupa of the Sanchi, that is in Madhya Pradesh. But the stupa of Sanchi was built in several phases that keep on developing even during the post-Mauryan period and the further as well. Sanchi lies in the west of the river Betwa. So rivers are very much important. So Sanchi lies in the west of river Betwa. Then Bharhut stupa, that is in Madhya Pradesh. Amravati is Andhra Pradesh. It lies in the gorge of river Krishna. So these are the certain rivers that is also important. Please memorize it. These are important factors because once there was a question in regard to the Ajanta caves. Ajanta caves is located in the gorge of which river? That is called the Vaghora river. That was not in the regular books. That just because of an article published in the newspaper over the Ajanta caves, and that's why it made a question, right? So Amravati. So these are the important stupas that we can see here. Important stupas of the post-modern period that I will discuss after taking the break. So some of you would like to have your breakfast. So we will take the break of the 15 to 20 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes, right? Maybe 15 minutes would be sufficient. So I'm coming back in the 15 minutes. So just take a break of the 15 minutes and come with all your attention. So this is going to be a 15 minutes break, right? So it's going to be your 15 minutes break. Let's take a break now. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Are you getting my voice? Let's start now. Okay, sure. So where I was, see, so let's begin the session. But just I got a message from some of you that so, sir, actually we are, matlab there are some of the students. One of the students has called me up right now. Is watching the session right here. He was actually taking the, he was appearing the prelims for the second time. The first time he could not make it out. And he was feeling overburdened. Sir, how to just crack this time the prelims? So I simply say that, see, this exam is all about your strategy. It's all about your strategy, right now. So just let me answer him. So this exam is all about your strategy. You should work on your strategy. There's no dearth of content these days, right? Everyone has the same content everywhere. Now it's available on the YouTube, that is freely available. That is also available in the market. Now you can see the notes or the books, everything that you can find at any of the any of the book stalls, right? So what is my observation in regard to the qualification, just to qualify or to disqualify a particular exam, is just to control your mistakes. If you are able to control your mistakes, you can sail through. So don't repeat your mistakes, right? Are you getting me? So don't repeat your mistake. You should repeat the same concepts time and again. That is called your revision, just to retain the things well. But never repeat the same mistakes. If you're repeating your mistakes more often, then your possibility to crack the exam will gradually decline, right? That will become very less. So appear in mocks, and after every mock, identify your silly mistakes, conceptual errors, guessing errors, and then work on the patterns of your error. Selection is not about how much you know. It is about how well you correct your mistakes. So your rank is hidden inside your mistakes. The faster you correct them, the faster you rise. So this is a simple message from my side. So if you will overcome your mistakes by knowing the patterns of your mistakes and overcoming them, that will only drive you through the very first stage, second stage, and the final stage as well. So all the best. I believe you can do it. So let's continue with the session now. So what I was talking about. So here is your so madam. So here, so I was talking about the important stupas of Ashoka. So now important stupas of post-Mauryan of 200 post-Mauryan. Important stupas of post-Mauryan of 200 BC post-Mauryans. That is the time period of this post-Mauryan is 200 BC to 300 CE. Now see, stupas of Sanchi and Bharut that further developed, that was constructed during the time of the Ashoka, that is during the Mauryan times. So Sanchi and Bharut stupa further evolved during the post-Mauryan period as well. Then we will find here Amravati, that is Andhra Pradesh. Nagarjun Konda stupa, that is in Andhra Pradesh. Then your Jagyapet stupa, that is in Andhra Pradesh. Kanganhalli, that is a very important one, that is Karnataka, that was once asked in your prelims as well, It bears stone portrait of Emperor Ashoka labeled Ranyo Ashoka in Brahmi script, right? So that is the one thing that you should take care of. Kanganhalli. So it's in Karnataka. It bears stone portrait of Emperor Ashoka labeled Ranyo Ashoka in Brahmi script. Then there is your Purushpur stupa, that is in Peshawar. Pital Khoda stupa, that is in Maharashtra, close to Nasik. During post-Mauryan period, two Pradakshina path were constructed or added in the stupa architecture. Is it okay? Stupa architecture. Now, important stupas of the Gupta is the time period is from 300 BCE to CE, not BCE. This is your CE. CE, 300 CE to 550 BCE. So that is your 300 CE to 550 CE, right? So this is the time period. Is it okay? Is it okay? Now, so in this period, we have Devni Mori Stupa, that is in Gujarat, Dhamek Stupa near Sarnath, that is in UP. So places are also important. Places are also important. Chaukhandi Stupa, that is in Sarnath, UP. Mirpur Khas Stupa, that is in Sindh, and Ratnagiri Stupa, that is in Odisha. So these are very important stupas of your Gupta period as well. Now you can see this is the Dhamek Stupa, right? So this is the Dhamek Stupa, right? Is that okay? Now, coming to the types of stupa that we have already done with. Now, general structure of the stupa that we have already done with. Now, stupa architecture during the post-Mauryan period, larger and more elaborate in design. So, stupa architecture during the post-Mauryan period. So, it became larger and more elaborated in design. Wood and brick gave way to stone architecture because earlier the wood was used in making the Vedika or in the Vedika. Now it was replaced by the stone slabs. Stupas were provided with two circumambulatory pathway for devotees, that is called Do Pratikshna Path. These tornas were intricately carved with elaborate patterns during the Sunga dynasty, showing clear signs of Hellenistic artistic influence as well. Is it okay? As well. Now, coming to these are the things, so madams. Now, evolution, that is already discussed with you people. That is already discussed. Now, coming to, so we have done with now the stupa. So, stupa architecture is done. So, we have covered pillar architecture. Now, we need to talk about the pillar architecture and stupa architecture. Now, the third one is your rock cut architecture. So, let me talk about the rock cut architecture. Now, see, what do you mean by this? What is the meaning of rock cut architecture? So, first, just try to understand what exactly is rock cut architecture. What is your understanding about the rock cut architecture or rock cut caves? No, in fact, rock cut caves, not architecture. Rock cut caves. So that is the next aspect. When we talk about the rock cut caves, this is called cut caves. So it simply means, so some atoms, these are your artificial caves. These are your artificial caves. Artificial caves. So that is these are the caves that is made by the man-made caves. That is called your man-made caves. Man-made caves. Not made by, not natural. When we are not natural caves, right? So when we talk about the rock cut caves, then we mean for that these are called your artificial caves. These are called your man-made caves. That's called your man-made caves, right? So when we talk about these rock cut caves, it means artificial, that is called the man-made caves, not the natural caves that is made by the natural processes, right? So this is your man-made caves, right, sister madams? When we talk about this man-made caves, or the rock cut architecture, if we talk about that started construction started with the Mauryans, when Ashoka and his grandson started constructing caves for Ajivkas, Ajivikas. For Ajivaks. Ajivaks. Ajivika was a heterodox sect. It was a heterodox sect. Heterodox sect. What is the meaning of heterodox sect? That does not believe in the authority of the Vedas, right? Of the Vedas, right, sirs and madams? Now, so heterodox sects, but we have we have one reference of Saptparni Gufa, but we have also a reference of Saptparni Gufa, Saptparni Gufa or Gumfa, made by Ajatshatru in Bihar, made by Ajatshatru, right? Is it okay? But actually, what is established, that is called the Mauryan, the rock cut caves started with the Mauryans when the Ashoka had constructed caves for the Ajivaks in the Barabar Hills and the Nagarjuni Hills, in Barabar and Nagarjuni Hills. Is it okay? So there are two hills, sirs and madams. There are the two hills. One is your Barabar Hills. Then is your Nagarjuni Hills. Nagarjuni Hills. There are the three caves. There were the four caves constructed. And that is total is your 7 caves, and that is called Saptagarbha. Right? Now see. Let me tell you something more, because the questions are coming through the geography as well. These caves are located in Bihar. This is the one aspect. Second, sirs and madams. Second, these caves are of granite formation. Caves are of granite formations. Is it okay? So these caves are of granite formation. Why I'm talking about the granite formation? There are two properties of the granite. Granite is very lustrous. When you are carving a cave out of the granite, so obviously what will happen? The carved wall, that is generally inside wall, will be lustrous. That will be something like the mirror, the shiny like a mirror, right? So they are very lustrous. So granitic formation, just because of the granitic formation, the cave walls from inside are very lustrous, right? They are very lustrous. Is that okay? And this is shiny like a mirror. That is like a mirror. This is one thing, sirs and madams. And then this granite also reflects sound. That is called echo effect, right? So just because of that, caves were very shiny. And there was echo effect as well. Just because of this granite, because of these granites. Is it okay? Is it fine? So now just let me tell you, sirs and madams. So this is one of the caves that is from inside. This is from the inside of the cave, right? Now you can see here, this cave is in the semicircular form. That's the roof. That is ceiling, not this roof. That is called the ceiling, right? This is a rectangular. In shape. It is rectangular in shape. Are you getting me? This is rectangular in shape with your semicircular. This is called semicircular ceiling. Is it okay? So this is your semicircular ceiling. Can you get this? And this is called the lustrous wall. That is called lustrous wall, right? So this is your semicircular ceilings, and the hall is rectangular hall, right? In general, these caves had a very plain facade, that is called the gateway, very plain facade. But there is one cave out of these 7 caves of the Barabar and the Nagarjuni, that is called the Lomas Rishi cave. The Lomas Rishi cave had a very ornated facade, that is called the gateway. This is the gateway of the Lomas Rishi cave. Lomas Rishi cave. This is the facade of the Lomas Rishi cave. Lomas Rishi cave facade. It's okay. This is a Lomas Rishi cave facade. Is it okay? So now you can see here in this facade, this is like wood-like ornate decoration, wood-like carvings. So it is characterized by wood-like carvings. Wood-like carvings. Is it okay? Wood-like carvings. So you can see here, this is a lock knob. This is called horseshoe shape like arc-like gateway. There's a lock knob that is here. There's an intricate jali work is also here. There is a row of the elephant that is moving here. These are the in between there is what that is called your stupas. Can you please tell me why there is the image of why the sculpture of elephant there? Elephant. Can you tell me? Do you have any guess? Why elephant? There is a row of the elephants. There is a row of elephants available. So on the Lomas Rishi cave, row of elephants. Why there is a row of elephants? So why there is the row of the elephants? Can you tell me? Because these caves were donated to the Ajivaks. And Ajivaks, this is nothing to do with the Buddha. Ajivak monks had believed in the elephant. So elephant was worshipped as a revered animal, in the Ajivak sect. And since these caves were donated to the Ajivikas, that's why this is called this kind of the carvings is available on the facade of the Lomas Rishi cave, right? Because an elephant is the most was the revered animal or the sacred animal of the Ajivikas. Is it okay? Because of the Ajivikas, just because of the Ajivikas. Because of the Ajivikas. Ajivaks. Is it okay? Ajivaks. Is it fine? It's fine. It's not connected to Buddha. Buddha has nothing to do with Andrew with this Lomas Rishi cave. Nothing to do with. It is related to your Ajivak sect. These caves were donated to Ajivaks, right? So it was a revered animal. Are you getting me? So now the Mauryan caves represent the earliest example of the rock cut caves in India, but not only India, but across the whole of South Asia. Most of these caves were excavated under the patronage of Ashoka and his grandson Dasrath. They were primarily created to serve dwellings and retreat space for Ajivikas. So let me talk about the Ajivak sect as well. Is it okay? Let me talk about the Ajivaks as well. I'm sorry. Right? So who are the Ajivak sects? See, Ajivak sect, it is a heterodox sect. What is the meaning of heterodox? Heterodox means that who is not believing in the authority of the Vedas, Contemporary to Buddhism and Jainism, right? The founder of this sect was Makhali Goshala. And what is the philosophy of this Ajivaks? What is the philosophy of Ajivaks? Actually, they believe in the Niyati, that is called your determinism, doctrine of the fate. So they were the Niyativadi. What is the meaning of this? The thing that is called Niyativadi. Niyativadi means everything is predetermined, and that is beyond the human control. So just take the example. If I talk about the Ajivaks or Niyativadi sect or Niyativad, or that is called predeterminism or determinism, it simply means that everything is predetermined. If you have to become an IAS, you will become an IAS. Tum padho ya na padho. Whether you study or not study, one day you will become an IAS. If that is not in your fate, then it hardly matters how much you have studied, how you have studied, you're not going to become an IAS. So that is what is your niyati. That is called your determinism. That is called your predeterministic philosophy. That is called Niyati-Vadi. Right? Niyati-Vadi. So that is what is your predeterminism. That is called deterministic philosophy. Are you getting me? So now it should be very much clear with your examples. Okay? So Niyati-Vadi means that is determined by your fate. Okay? That is in your fate. Okay? Is it okay? Copio or Moj? No. That is not the philosophy of Surendra of the Ajivak. That is the philosophy of Charvakism. Khao piyo aur mauj karo. It means that is the philosophy. That is the materialistic philosophy of the Charvaks. Charvak. That is the philosophy of Charvakism. That is the materialistic philosophy. That is deterministic philosophy. That is called materialistic philosophy. So what you are explaining, that is the materialistic philosophy. Okay? Is it fine? Now, so coming to this. So now this is your Niyativadi. So this is called Niyativadi. That is over here. That is a determinism. That is called doctrine of fate. See, everything is predetermined, right? So nothing is going to be changed. So it simply means that when you are talking about the things are fixed, then you cannot change your destiny. You cannot change your destiny by your karma. So you cannot change your destiny by your karma. So that is against the, what is say, that is your karma. Okay? So it rejected the free will, emphasizing that neither effort nor morality could change one's destiny. It cannot be changed. It is fixed. So that is fixed forever. So that is what is the philosophy of your Niyativadi. So by the action of by your actions, you cannot change your fate. That is already inside your fate. That is written that you are going to be an IAS or you are not going to be an IAS. That is already determined. So it hardly matters whether you study or not study. It hardly matters. It hardly matters. So that is the philosophy of what? That is called Niyativadi. And what you are talking about, that is called Charvakism. Charvakism is your materialistic philosophy. So if I talk about Charvakism, Charvakism, this was your materialistic philosophy. Materialistic philosophy. Is it okay? So this is your materialistic, and that is called deterministic philosophy. Is it okay? Is it fine? It's all okay? Now, coming to the other aspects. And I told you that elephant is the most revered. Elephant is the revered animal. Elephant is the most revered animal here. Elephant, revered animal, sacred animal, right? So that is already there. Now coming to Mauryan caves. The Mauryan caves can be divided into the two that we have already discussed. One is your Barabar caves, another is your Nagarjuni caves. In Barabar Hills, there is Sudama, Lomas Rishi, Karn Chopar, and Vishwajhopri caves. And if I talk about the Nagarjuni caves, Gopika, Vapi, this is called Vihayaka also, and Vadathika. So these are the caves constructed by Dasrath, and that's by Ashoka. So Barabar caves and the Nagarjuni caves. These caves are meant for your that is a part of path to power, P2P. That is a part of the religion. So like in Hinduism is a religion, but Vaishnavism is a sect. Saivism is a sect. Is it okay? So features of the Barabar and the Nagarjuni caves. If I talk about the features of Barabar and Nagarjuni caves, they are consist of hard granite. So I told you that what is the meaning of this granite, right? What is the meaning of the granite, right? So the interior walls of the caves were given a high polish just because of granitic formation. I just discussed it, right? So creating a shining surface like a mirror. Architecturally, the layout of these caves is simple, usually consisting of a small rectangular room with barrel vaulted roof, that is called semi-cylindrical curved, that I have also explained, that I already explained, right? Is it okay? And a semicircular inner chamber, right? So this is what is your inner chamber. So that is what is your inner chamber. This is your way, and this is called rectangular cave, right? Is it fine? Now, so this is the Sudama, layout of the Sudama, the layout of the Lomas Rishi cave. Always there is a circular, is a rectangular chamber. Now, I already let you know Lomas Rishi cave, notable for highly artistic doorway, which has an arc-shaped facade resembling wooden structure. That is there, that is here, right? That is here, sirs and madams, right? So that is here. Now, there is a sculpted figures of elephants that is here that you can see. This is the elephants that you can see here, the elephants. These are the stupas, right? Are you getting me? So the style established in the Barabar caves later influenced the architectural traditions of the rock cut chaityas. What is called the chaityas? Chaityas, halls and the viharas. This is chaityas for worship, for worship, for worship, halls, hall of worship, hall of worship. And this is your viharas, hall of residence. Residence. So hall of worship, and this is called hall of your hall of your residence. Is it okay? Is it fine, sir? And mine? Right. Now, coming to caves during the post-Mauryan period. During the post-Mauryan period. Just please, just wait for a minute. जरा पता करो कि जरा पैरासिटामोल है क्या, लेके आना पड़ेगा, लेके आओ फटाफट दे दो। So this is your post-Mauryan caves, right? So I was talking about the post-Mauryan caves, right? Post-Mauryan period caves, right? So during the Satvahana, during the Satvahana period in the Western India, several Chaitya Grihas, that is called prayer halls, and the viharas, that is for residence, were constructed, were carved out of the rock in the hills. So, right, so in the so during the Satvahana period in Western India, several Chaityas, Grihas, and Chaityas and the viharas were carved out of the rock in the hills. These Chaitya halls developed as centers of congregation. Congregation means that is for the assembly purposes, right? Gathering of the people for religious worship. There is a possibility that these are all assumptions, and gradually became an important aspect of the Buddhist architecture, right? So post-Mauryan period is characterized by the construction of the chaityas and the viharas in the caves. Chaityas and the viharas. This is the, you should remind it. You should remember it. Initially, chaitya halls. Initially, thank you. Just wait for a minute. Okay. So what I was talking about. So chaityas and viharas. Okay. Chaityas and viharas were there. And the stupas were constructed in open. Initially, it was stupas were constructed in the open space, but later they began to build within the caves. So now, during the post-Mauryan period, the two things happened. One, chaityas and the viharas, and the second, then stupas were also inside the caves. Also inside the caves. When we talk about the Barabar caves and the Nagarjuni caves, there was no object of veneration. यानी पूजा की कोई भी चीज नहीं मिली. There's nothing. There's no object of the worship found from the Nagarjuni hills and the Barabar hills. Right? So now what will happen? Now during the post-Mauryan period, thank you for your concern, Lucifer. Okay, so actually there is a throat itching. बहुत भयंकर वाला हो गया all of a sudden. Thank you for your concern. I just asked for some medicines. Anyways, so let me talk about. So right, the chaityas and the viharas, and then there was what? That is your chaityas and viharas, and then there was the stupa that was also there inside. So chaityas, then viharas, then stupas were constructed inside the caves. Inside the caves. Is that okay? Is that fine? Now, major dynasties contributed in the development of the rock-cut caves during the post-Mauryan period. Right? See, if we talk about the post-Mauryan period, right? If we talk about the post-Mauryan period, right? So there is specifically there are two dynasties. One is here, that is your Satvahanas, right? And other one is here, Madam, that is your Chedis or Kalinga or the Kharvela. So this is your Satvahans, right? Satvahanas. And this is the dynasty of the Chetis or Chedis. Cheti, or this is also known as Chedis of Kharvel. That is in Orissa. These two dynasties, right? These two dynasties, sirs and madams. These two dynasties contributed a lot So these two dynasties contributed a lot. Maximum contributions. Maximum contribution in the construction of rock-cut caves during post-Mauryan period. Mauryan period. Is it okay? Is it fine? So these are the two dynasties. Now, so what will happen? Right, sirs and madams. So maximum contribution by the Satavahanas. So maximum. So what I want to say, you, sirs and madam, it simply means that just these are the way. This is how you can memorize the things as well. Right now. So if the Satavahanas have contributed a lot, and the Chetis has contributed a lot during the post-Mauryan period in the construction of the Chaityas, right? So what will happen? So the caves will be constructed in Western Deccan. Caves will be constructed on the eastern coast, that is somewhere in the Orissa, right? So there will be two places where we can find the maximum caves. One is in the Maharashtra. So that will improve your intelligence guess. That I was talking about the pattern of your error. You should identify the pattern of your errors. That is called guesswork also. So this is how you will develop your guessworks if you are not knowing, right? So this is the Satvahana, where that is the Maharashtra. The caves will be found, and then there will be certain caves that will be found in Orissa. Is that okay? Orissa. Other caves will be also there, but from examination point of view, the majority of the caves will be available in your Maharashtra and then in Orissa. It doesn't mean that we will not find the caves anywhere else other than the Maharashtra and the Orissa, but majority of the caves you will find in your these two regions, that is Orissa and the Mahayana. So my purpose is to make you understand, just to develop a sense. Okay, sense of what? Sense of your intelligent guesswork, right, sirs and madams? So this is your Chedi or Chetis of Kharvela, the Satvahana, Maharashtra, maximum contributions, right, sirs and madams? Now the second thing, sir and madam, again, Kharvelas were into the Jainism. So there will be Jain influence. The caves would be for the Jainas also. Kharvelas were into the Jainism, right? So there will be Jaina influence, right? Now the second, sirs and madams, Jainas will be there. Now what I say, here we can see the the construction of the Chaityas, right? So there will be what? Chaityas and the Viharas and the Chaityas, Viharas, Stupas inside the caves, right? Satvahana, Maharashtra. Now see here, during the 1st century BC, AD, Buddhism will be splitted into Hinayan and the Mahayana Buddhism, right? But the dominance during the post-Mauryan period would be of the Hinayanas, right? So Hinayana. So this side, here the caves would be affiliated more to, caves would be affiliated to, would affiliate affiliate more to Hainan Buddhism, Hainyani or Hainan Buddhism, Hainan Buddhism. Are you getting me? Hainan Buddhism. So these are two things that you should remember, that you should recall, that will improve your intelligent guesswork, right? So this is the thing that is very important, right? Isko samajh lo, right, sirs and madams? So it will help you a lot. Now coming to, with this understanding, you should come to this. So major dynasties contributed in the development of rock cut caves during the post-Mauryan period. One is your Orissa. If we talk about the caves in the Orissa, there are the Udaigiri and the Khandagiri caves. That is somewhere around the Bhubaneswar. The important gufas or caves are Rani Gumpha caves, which comprises 2 stories and exhibit excellent artistic carving. So that is the 2-story caves. These caves were also equipped with verandas. There is an open space that depends on the cutting of the mountains. Suppose if we are constructing the mountains, right? So if it is on the slopes, right? And that also depends on the gradient of the slope as well, right? So according, if you will get inside this and you are suppose making a cave over here, so obviously there will be some kind of the open space left here, and this open space would be your veranda, right? Sometimes it is also called the courtyards, right? So you can find it. So these caves were equipped with what? Verandas, suggesting that musical or recitation activity might have taken place, right? So these verandas were used for recitations. This would be used for suggesting that musical and recitation activities. From Udaigiri itself, the Hathi Gumpha inscription has been found. Udaigiri, there is a Hathi Gumpha inscription has been found, which is particularly famous for recording the achievements of Kharvela. Hathi Gumpha inscription that you must be aware of. That is a very important inscription, right? Now, coming to the Satvana dynasty caves. These are your Bhaja caves, Pital Khoda caves, that is in the Satmala hills, Karle caves, that is the largest rock cut chaitya constructed by Mahasanghika sect. That is one of the sect of the Buddhism, that is Mahasanghika, and it will later develop into the Mahayana Buddhism. Kondana caves, Bedsa caves, Nasi caves, and Pandavlini caves. These caves are located at the Gomai river. This is not Godavari river, this is Gomai. I mean it. Gomai rivers. Juna caves, Kanheri caves, Udaigiri hills, and Mumbai. Now, if you are aware of, these are located on the western coast, on the western India, then you can give the answer where it is located. That is in the Maharashtra simply, right? That is in the Maharashtra. Right, in these caves, Nasi caves and the Pandavlini caves, or the Pandavlini caves. These are located along the trade routes also. That is along the Gomai rivers also. Kanheri caves is in the Udaigiri hills in the Mumbai also, in Mumbai, right? Pital Khoda caves is in the Satmala hills, that is in the Maharashtra again. So these are the important information, sirs and madams. Now coming to the Ajanta caves. The construction of the Ajanta caves is started during the post-Mauryan period, and it will continue during the post-Gupta period and the Vakataka period as well. Vakatakas are the contemporary dynasties of the Guptas. Is it okay, sirs and madams? Of the Guptas. Is it okay? So Gomai. So Ajanta caves, which started constructing from Satvana period. There are 29 caves in total. Today we have 29 caves in Ajanta caves, and out of these 29 caves, only 2 caves were constructed during the Satvana period, and these caves are cave number 9 and the cave number 10, right? So only 2 caves were constructed. These are very much important, sirs and madams, right? Now, so this is your Pitalkhoda. This is the location of the Pitalkhoda caves. Pitalkhoda cave. This is the actual, and this is the satellite image. Satellite image. Now, this is your Pitalkhoda caves. You can see here. This is the veranda you can see also, right? So this is your Pitalkhoda caves. So there is what? There is a kind of some veneration that is called some kind of a stupa would be, there must be some stupas. There must be some stupas also, object of veneration. Now you can see the roof, semi-circular, that is called vaulted roof, right? Vaulted roof. There's object of veneration, that may be stupa, veneration, maybe stupa was there, right? Is it okay? This is called your baranda for musical gatherings and assembly and all, for assembly and all, right? So, madams, so there are the pillars also. You can see here the pillars also. Now, Udaigiri caves. Now you can see the double-story caves. Udaigiri caves, there was a Rani Gumpha. This is your Udaigiri cave. There is the open courtyards also in the Udaigiri hills. Right? So this is your Udaigiri hills. Now this is your Hathi Gumpha cave. Number 14, Hathi Gumpha cave. Right. Gupta period developments. Gupta period development. During the Gupta period, rock cut architecture continued to flourish, reflecting both religious symbolism and aesthetic refinement. Compared to the earlier period, the Gupta age marks a transition. Instead of exclusive Buddhist and Jaina monuments, now during the Gupta period, the shift to Hindu temples as well. Because during the Gupta period, temple construction started. Now, so obviously what will happen, the Hindu temples will be constructed inside these rock caves also. So there is a shift. Now, what we have seen, when we started with the rock cut architecture, it was started with the Ajivikas, right? Then it was shifted to Buddhism and Jainism as well. Now, from the Gupta period, now the Hindu architectures will also be constructed. That would be your Hindu temples, right? Are you getting me? So there would be Hindu temples as well. Hindu sculptures would be also inside these caves. Are you getting me? These caves would be now also painted with the Hindu themes as well, right? So now there is a shift from exclusivity of the Buddhism and Jainism to the Hinduism also in the cave construction, in the cave architecture from the time period of the Gupta. That is very important thing. Please mind it, right? So Udaigiri caves, Buddhist and Jaina monuments, Hindu temples and the shrines also began to be constructed. This is Udaigiri caves, Odisha. Notable for Rani Gumpha and Hathi Gumpha inscription of Kharvela. These caves were largely Jaina caves. Later sites, Ajanta, Maharashtra, Ellora. Then is your Ellora, that is multi-religious Buddhist, Hinduism and your Jaina. Udaigiri caves ke baad, that is your. So examples are during Gupta period, Udaigiri caves, Odisha, notable for Rani Gumpha caves. And later sites, Ajanta, Ellora and Buddhist. So that is further developed in fact, right? Now, important caves during the Gupta age. This is your Bagh cave, 9. There are 9 caves, MP, on the bank of river, Baghani river. So that is important, Baghani river. Bagh caves are known for their exquisite Gupta age paintings like the paintings of Ajanta caves. Now this was also the question in your prelims, right? In the prelims. Like the paintings of the Ajanta caves, Bagh had also the cave paintings. That's on the similar lines. Of course, there are the differences also, point to the differences are there. But like the Ajanta caves, Bagh caves also had the similar painting. That was the question in the prelims asked, right? So like the paintings of the Ajanta caves, that is your Bagh caves. There are 20 caves in the Udaigiri caves, that is in MP. What we talked about, that is your Orissa cave, that is in the Orissa. And this is in MP caves, MP. So Udaigiri caves, this is related to Hinduism and Jainism. All together there are 20 caves, out of which 19 caves belongs to Hinduism and 1 cave belongs to Jainism. If I talk about the Ajanta caves, that is in the Maharashtra, constructed by Vakatakas, finally during the Gupta period. So the contemporary of the Guptas, if I talk about the contemporary of the Guptas, so when there was Gupta, sir, madam, there was Gupta, there was Vakataka. In fact, Guptas had matrimonial relations with the Vakatakas. Prabhavati Gupta was married to the Vakataka prince. It's okay. So now they were the contemporary ones. So during the Gupta period, Ajanta caves were finally constructed. Is it okay? Is it okay, sirs and madams? Udayagiri caves, MP, that's related to Hinduism and Jainism. Bagh caves, MP, on the bank of Bagani river. And the paintings of the Bagh caves are very much similar to the paintings of the Ajanta caves. Is that okay? Now, post-Gupta caves. If I talk about the post-Gupta caves, famous caves of the post-Gupta period. Ellora caves, there are 34 caves. And they are constructed by Kalchuris and the Rashtrakutas. These are the dynasties. Kalchuris dynasty, and this is your Rashtrakuta dynasty. If I talk about the Elephanta caves, that is also in the Maharashtra. Kalchuris and Rashtrakuta again had constructed this. If I talk about the Badami caves constructed by Chalukyas. Chalukyas of Kalyani or Badami had their capital at Badami, that is also known as Vatapi. So the older name of this is your Vatapi. Vatapi, and then is your Pallava caves. But we will not discuss the Pallava caves right over here, because we will discuss it during the Dravidian architecture. I will let you know why I will discuss this there, right? So during the post-Gupta period, Ellora caves, Elephanta caves, Badami caves, and the Pallava caves are important caves that may frame question for your prelims. It's okay. Now, famous caves of Gupta and the post-Gupta phase. That is very much important. Whatever I'm going to make a discussion right now, that is very, very much important, very vital information for your prelims. If I talk about the Ajanta caves, they were excavated in the gorge of Vaghora river in Sahyadri Hills of Maharashtra. So Vaghora, that is already asked in your prelims. There are 29 caves of Ajanta, out of which 25 are the viharas, that is for the residential purposes. They are the monasteries, and the four were chatyas. They were called the prayer halls, that is the hall of worship. The earliest caves were excavated during the Satavahanas period, and later addition and restoration were carried out by the Vakatakas. Ajanta is world renowned for its mural and paintings and sculptures. So there is now, why I told you that we will discuss together architecture and sculpture, because now the caves are cave architecture. Now inside this cave, there is not only the residential halls, there is not only the monasteries, there are not only the chatyas, but what will happen, sirs and madams, inside these caves, sculptures would be constructed also, sculpted. Then the paintings would also be done over these caves, over the walls of these caves, right, sirs and madam? So earliest caves were excavated during the Satavahanas and this. So they are known for their mural paintings and sculptures, mural paintings. That is known for mural paintings, right, sirs and madams? That is called your mural paintings. And then sculptures as well. So let me discuss some of the most celebrated mural paintings and sculptures include. In the Ajanta caves, you will find the paintings of Padmapani Bodhisattva, Vajrapani also, Manjusri Bodhisattva also. This was asked. Padmapani, the image of or the painting of, the illustration of Padmapani Bodhisattva is available in which of the caves? This is your Ajanta caves, right? Then there is a image of a dying princess also, dying princess as well. So there is an image of or restoration of the dying princess as well, that is inside. Directly you will get the question, from where we get the image of dying princess, from where we get the image of Padmapani Bodhisattva, right? Now there is a sculpture of Mahaparinirvan of Buddha, Mahaparinirvan of the Buddha. Let me see, is there any image of this or not? I hope that is missing, that is not there. Anyways, not to worry. You can Google it also, right? So Mahaparinirvan of Buddha, a sculpture of Mahaparinirvan, right? Yes, you're correct, Surendra. So dying princess, Padmapani Bodhisattva, Mahaparinirvan, this is the sculpture. These caves have been praised by foreigners, travelers as well, like Fahian. He was the first Chinese traveler to visit India during the reign of Chandragupta Vikramaditya. Vikramaditya or Chandragupta II, right? Then there is your Wainsang. And then is a Persian traveler that is called your Abul Fazl. He had also has also praised these Ajanta caves, right? So that can also make a question. Fahian, Wainsang, and Abul Fazl. Now today Ajanta is recognized as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. In 2024, the government of India included Ajanta in the Swadesh Darshan scheme, second for integrated cultural tourism here, right? So it is also the part of Swadesh Darshan scheme 2, right? Ajanta caves. Now coming to the Ajanta caves are directly associated with the Himalayan and Mahayan Buddhism. So that is exclusively for the Buddhism, not for the others, right? So let me write here Ajanta caves exclusively for Buddhism. That's okay. Exclusively for Buddhism. Is that fine? Exclusively for your Buddhism. Now, coming to Ellora caves. If I talk about the Ellora caves, that is related to all the three religions, that is Hinduism, Buddhism, and Jainism. Right, Sister Madam? It is related to your Hinduism. This is your Buddhism. Plus it is related to your Jainism. Okay, so this is associated with Buddhism, Jainism, and Hinduism. Locally, these Ellora caves are known as Verul Leni, and that is also located on Dakshinapath trade route. There are the two trade routes in the ancient times. One is your Uttarapath, another one is your Dakshinapath, that is running from Nasik to Pratishthan, right? So your Dakshinapath is there. So it is located, Ellora caves is located on the Dakshinapath, right? Among the most notable are the Vishwakarma cave, that is called Carpenter's cave. And this cave is related to the Buddhism. That is Vishwakarma cave, that is called your Carpenter's cave. So that is related to the Buddhism, right? In cave number 10 is there. And the Kailash temple of Hinduism in a cave number 16, that is dedicated to Lord Shiva and that resemble Mount Kailash, built by Rashtrakuta king Krishna first, right? Triple story caves are also found with the courtyards inside the Ellora caves. Is it okay? So Kailash temple, it's fine, Sister Madam. There is a Vishwakarma cave, that is the Buddhism, right? And the Kailash temple was constructed with this Rashtrakuta king, that is called Krishna first. Is it okay? Sir and Madam, is it fine? So these are the important, these are very, very much important. These are factually very much important, right? Now, other famous caves of Ellora are One is your Dasavatar cave. Then is your Indra Sabha. Rameshwar cave. It includes the famous sculpture of Ravan lifting Kailash. Okay? A panel showing Ravana trying to lift the mountain. Okay? Then Shiva Parvati marriage also. Then river goddess also. Mahishasura Mardini, that Shiva's concert fighting the buffalo demon. So these are inside this Rameshwar cave of the Ellora. So these are very much important, so Madam, very much important, right? Ravan lifting Kailasha, that is inside the Rameshwara cave of the Ellora, right? Then Shiva Parvati marriage, that is an intimate portrayal, so Madams. Then river goddess, then Mahishasura Mardini, Shiva's concert fighting the buffalo demon. So these are important, and directly you will get the question from here only. I repeat, here only. Is it okay? Is it fine? So now, other famous caves of the Ellora. Now, Bagh caves. These caves are located on the banks of river Baghani in Vindhyas in Dhar district of Madhya Pradesh. These are primarily viharas. These are viharas of the monks. Okay. Cave number 2 is known as Pandav cave also, because it is said that during his exile, that is called Agyatwas, It is said that the Pandavas came and stayed over here in the Pandav caves. Now, famous paintings of the Bagh cave, famous paintings of the Bagh caves are Rang Mahal, that is Palace of Colors, painting depicting Buddhist Jatak tales. Other notable murals include Dancing Panel, the Halis Lasya, a king on an elephant. So these are the important paintings of this caves. Udaigiri caves. If I talk about the Udaigiri caves, that is located in Vidisha, Madhya Pradesh, right? If I talk about this Odisha cave, that reflects transition. What is the meaning of transition here? Because so far we were into the Buddhist tradition. Caves were constructed in the Buddhist traditions, right? Buddhist traditions. Now they were into the Hindu traditions as well. The themes are taken from the Vedic texts, Puranas also, and the sculptures and the paintings are done on the walls of these caves. So now Udaigiri caves, Madhya Pradesh, is a transitional phase where Buddhist traditions transcends into the Vedic and the Puranic deities, and it is related to your Hinduism and Jainism. Sculptures of Buddhist Vishnu's incarnation are especially remarkable, including a depiction of Vara rescuing goddess Earth, Prithvi, from the cosmic ocean. You must have heard about Vara Avatar, boar incarnation of Lord Vishnu, when he had saved the distressing Earth from the cosmic ocean, right? So that is called the Varaha Avatar, and that was a question also asked in your prelims, right? So that is there. So sculpture of Vishnu incarnation are especially remarkable, including a depiction of the Vara, right? Is that okay? Now, Udaigiri caves are among the earliest example of the Hindu rock cut architecture from the Gupta period. Is that okay? So these are very, very important sculptures and the paintings that will for sure will make a question for your prelims. Now, this is the image of the Varaha Avatar, that is called boar incarnation of Lord Vishnu in the Udaigiri Hills of Udaigiri Hills. Is it okay? Is it fine, sir, madam? So this is your Udaigiri Hills of Madhya Pradesh. So this is your Varaha Avatar. This is called the incarnation of Lord Vishnu. Incarnation of Lord Vishnu, right, from the cosmic ocean. This is okay? Now, it's okay? Now, coming to Pandulena Nasi caves. They are in Pandavleni or Pandulena caves. That is in the Maharashtra. And Nasi caves belong to the Hainan Buddhist traditions and represent an important phase in cave architecture. These caves particularly significant of inscription and early structural features. Located near Nasik city, highlighted the spread of Buddhism in the Western India. So Pandulena Nasik caves are in Maharashtra. That is again important. It's okay, sirs and madams. Now, if we talk about the Kanheri caves, that is in Mumbai, Maharashtra. Okay. Now, Elephanta caves, we have already discussed. Kalchuris and Rajputas. Now see, Elephanta caves are between the two hillocks. There are the two hillocks. If we talk about there are the two hillocks. So there is what is your Ajanta caves are. Yeah, Elephanta caves are. There is your Elephanta caves. Two hillocks separated by a narrow valley makes up the island of Gharapuri, that is later known as Elephanta by the Portuguese. So name Elephanta was given by Portuguese. Now Mahesh Murti is a famous sculpture, is complemented by two forms of the Hindu god, the feminine Vama and figures on the left hand side and the fires, that is Aghora, on the right side. So see the Mahesh Murti. So this is the image of the Mahesh Murti, that is your Lord Shiva. Lord Shivas, right? Lord Shiva, Vaman and Aghora side by side. So this is a Mahesh Murti. Is it fine? Now, look into the question. Which of the following statement is correct? Give me your answer. Can you please give me 1 minute just to cough out? Please give me 1 minute just to cough out. So you got the answers. Okay. Now, so it is in the gorge of that was asked in year 2021. So this was the question what I was talking about. Now coming to, now see, whenever you are reading, you have still the sufficient time, right? Sufficient time. Now you can see, Sanchi Stupas lies in the gorge of the Chambal River, right? So now it is a possibility that question may ask from the Sanchi Stupa where it is located. Pandulini caves, then Amravati caves, the river gorges. So that can also make a question for your prelims, right? Now, with reference to the history of Indian rock cut architecture, consider the following statements. The caves of Badami, caves at Badami are the oldest surviving rock cut caves in India. No, this is your Barabars. So this is not the correct, right? So madam, it is not correct. The Barabar rock cut caves were originally made for Ajivaks. That is correct one by Emperor Chandragupta Maurya. So second part of this statement is wrong. So the first part of the second statement is correct, but the later part is incorrect, right? So it also went wrong. Ellora caves were made for the different faiths that you know, that Hinduism, Buddhism, and the Jainism. So this is how you will get the question, right? So madam, so answer will be what? That's called 3 only. So C is the correct answer. Is it okay? Are you getting me? Yes, Sachi is in Betwa and Amravati is in Krishna. That is your correct, Samrat. You're absolutely correct, right? Is it okay? Now, coming to sculptures during the post-Mauryan period, during the Mauryan period, sculptures. Now, if we talk about the sculpture of Indus Valley civilization, then a sculpture is the part of your folk art, right? Folk art. And there are certain images of the Yakshini, that is from Didarganj and Mathura, have been found, Vidisha also found from the Mauryan period, But it is also the part of your state art. How we can say that is also the part of the state art? Because on the pillars, you have seen the capital element that was in the form of your animals, like bull, like your elephant, like your horse, right? Lion, etc. So these are also the part of your imperial sculpture, part of the imperial sculpture, right? So now, so there is a part of the imperial sculpture, popular sculpture associated with the rock cut architecture that you can see, the Lomas Rishi cave. Lomas Rishi cave. When we have, there was a row of elephants was there. So this was also the sculpture. Is it okay? So this was also the part of your sculpture, sirs and madams. So now, if we talk about the sculptures, the imperial sculpture. First, let me talk about the imperial sculptures. The imperial sculptures. Mauryan pillars are carved with capital figures like bull, lion, elephant, etc., horse, etc. So all the capital figures are vigorous and carved, standing, right? So this is what is your sculpture. So that is the one thing. So that is not going to make a direct question from there. What I told you, that will be the question. Where is the lion capital? Where is the elephant capital? Where is the bull capital, etc. Right, sirs and madams? So now, where is the horse capital? Now, if I come to this side, that is called the popular or the folk sculptures, right? So during the Mauryan period, Yaksh and Yakshinis are found at many places like Patna, Vidisha, and your Mathura. And in Patna, there is the place that is called Didarganj, right? Yakshi figure of Didarganj, Patna. That is the finest example of the sculpture from the Mauryan period. You can, towards the depicting the human physique. Now you can see in her right. So this is the human physique that you can see here. You can look into the image or the sculpture of this Yakshini from the Didarganj. That is well built, okay, and that also indicates the understanding of the Mauryan artist about the human physique well. In her right hand, sirs and madams, right upraised hand, she holds a charmer that is called fly whisk. So this is called your charmer, that is called fly whisk. The curves and the contours are perfect, and the figure conveys a royal dignity and elegance. If you look at her eyes, she is something like that. She is supervising something with elegance, with recency, right? So this is the beauty of this image. This is the beauty of this image. This is the sculpture, right? So, madams, now it's done. Now, rock cut caves with sculpture that I already discussed. Lomas Risi caves of Barawar Hills. They bear decorative motifs and rows of elephant carved in the relief. So this is your this one. This is your carved one. So that is the motif. It's okay toward the stupa, symbol of devotion. It's okay. Is it fine? Now coming to the post-Mauryan period. During the post-Mauryan period, we have three well-defined schools of sculpture: Gandhara school, Mathura school, or Amravati school. Amravati school. Is it okay? Gandhara school, Amravati school, and Mathura school. Mathura school. Is it okay? Mathura school. So, madams, Mathura school. So there's a Gandhara school of architecture, right? A sculpture. This is Mathura sculpture. This is Amravati. See here. The first image of Buddha formed. First image of Buddha was formed, right? This is the one important thing, so madam, in which school the first image of Lord Buddha was constructed or made. That is your Gandhara school. Three different schools of sculpture developed, right? So one is your Gandhara region. This is your Gandhara region. Then other one is your Mathura region. This is your Mathura region. And then the third one is your Amravati region. This is your Amravati region. This is your Amravati region, right? So this is your Gandhara. Gandhara. That is in Pakistan, Afghanistan region. This is your Mathura, close to Delhi. Mathura. This is your Amravati, right? So three distinct schools were developed, right? So, madams, now coming to the schools of sculpture. So now it's better to go by the comparison, right? So we need not to discuss from the perspective of the mains here, but we need to discuss it from the perspective of the prelims. So the table would be very much efficient, would be very effective to discuss the things, so madams, right? So discuss these things. If I talk about this sir and madam, see here. If you talk about the time period, right? The Gandhara school belongs to 1st to 5th century AD, that is called CE, take common era. So 1st to 5th century. But we come to the Mathura, it is a little bit earlier. That is from 2nd century BCE, that is called BC, to 5th century or the 3rd. In some of the books you will get a 3rd century AD. So this is your B and this is your C. This is your CE everywhere, right, sister madams? And if we come to this side, that is your Amravati, that is again from 2nd BCE to 3rd century CE. So that is the time period, so some maps, right? So now you can get, so Gandhara, then Mathura, then is your Amravati. If I come to the patronage or the sponsorship, Gandhara art was sponsored by Kushanas, and Mathura was primarily by the Kushanas. And here this was your Satvahanas. It's okay, Satvahanas. It's okay, fine, sirs and madams. It's done. Now if we come to the geographical area, right? Geographical area, like you have seen, the Gandhara was in the northwestern India, that is Afghanistan and the Pakistan region. So this is your northwestern India. If we come to Mathura, that is little bit to the central India, primarily in the Mathura. Then southern India, Amravati, especially in Amravati region of Andhra. Now, if we talk about the typical sites of these sculptures, typical sites that directly make question, typical sites. If I talk about the typical site, that's called Takshila. This is your Peshawar. This is your Hadda. This is your Bamiyan. That directly it may make a question for your prelims. If we talk about the Mathura, this is Mathura, Kankalitila and the Sonk. If it come to this Amravati side, Amravati side, this was your Amravati, this was your Nagarjun Konda and Nagarjun Konda, right? If we talk about the artistic influence, it was Greco-Roman element with Indian themes. So Buddha was depicted here in the Greco-Roman style. So theme is Buddhism, Lord Buddha, but the execution is of the foreign. That is a foreign execution from the Greco-Roman sides. It was purely your indigenous style, and Amravati is again your indigenous style. Is it okay? Is it fine? It is again your indigenous style. It's okay? पानी के लिए बोल रहा है पानी 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 हाँ गर्म पानी it's okay is it fine now now coming to the other aspects also madams so artistic style now coming to the religious influence if we talk about the Gandhara it is exclusively it is Buddhism but some Greek gods also constructed. If I talk about the Mathura, that belongs to Buddhism, that belongs to Buddhism, that belongs to Jainism, that belongs to Hinduism. Amravati again is mainly Buddhism, right? If we talk about the material used, that is also asked in your prelims. Material used, this was your bluish gray and bluish gray and gray sandstone. Bluish gray and gray sandstone. Is it okay? This is a spotted red sandstone and it was made up of your white marble. So the sculptures of the Amravati art is known for its delicacy, its beauty. Are you getting me? So that is known for the delicacy and the beauty. So niche white marble. Mathura art, Mathura sculptures was made up of spotted red sandstone. And if we talk about the Gandhara, that is bluish gray and gray sandstone or stucco as well, right? Is it fine? Now, iconography, if we talk about, it incorporates Greek motifs in the making, right? Such as curly hairs. In the Gandhara art, Buddha is appearing with the curly hairs, the broad forehead, pointed nose, elongated eyes, muscular body, right? Muscular body, like something like the Europeans. You must have seen the European Hollywood, the actors, something like that. So acting with the beards and the mustaches also. Thick drapery, that is something like Tonga-like. Tonga is a full, complete, your complete robe. That is your complete robe. Are you getting me? That is a complete robe. That is your complete robe, right? ऊपर से लेके नीचे तक, right? That is called your robe. That is called Tonga-like, right? So, madam, broad forehead, beard, and the mustaches. That is the features of the Gandhara art, right? Now, coming to the Mathura art. Traditionally, Indian iconography is there. Traditional Indian iconography is there with more emphasis on symbolism, like your lotus, etc. Round face. Buddha will appear in the round face. Shaven head and the face. Transparent, that is called thin cloth. That is your body part is coming out of. That is so tight and transparent. When we come to Amravati, rich narratives, imagery with stories from the Buddha's previous life, right? Significant features, realistic anatomical accuracy, spatial depth, that you can see in this. I can show you stylized forms, symbolic representation of the divinities, and delighted and spiritual Buddha. So that is again important. It once asked, many a times asked in your UPPCS examination, delighted and spiritual Buddha is from your Mathura arts, right? Then in Amravati, use of overlapping figures, varied postures, and dramatic scenes. Let me show you some of the images. So this is the image of your Gandhara School of Arts. Now you can see this is the curly hairs, like the pointed nose, mustaches, right? In some of them, there is also the beard also, right? There is a broad forehead, right? Elongated ears also, This is a toga-like clothes, that is thick one. Okay, right? Is it okay? Now this is called the halo. This is called halo. This halo is generally simple. That is called simple. Halo is called simple here. That is your simple. Is it okay? So these are the features. These are the features of Gandhara School of Arts. Now coming to the Gandhara, these are the things. For the first time, Buddha is shown in human form in Gandhara, right? Features: wavy hairs tied in a bun, that is called bun. Half closed eyes, long earlobes, sometimes mustaches and beard of the Buddha as well, right? This is called your earlobe. So these are elongated earlobes. That is called elongated earlobes. Is it okay? Is it fine? Now, coming to the material used, we have already discussed. That is already done. Already discussed. Now this is called your Mathura arts. You can see here the oval face. Halo is decorated. Halo decorated. And it will be more decorated in Amravati. So halo is decorated. Now you can see the thighs are coming out of the clothes. Now you can see the arms are also coming out of the clothes, right? You can see this is the thigh, this is the leg, this is the knee. You can see. So that's why you say it is tight and the transparent one. Tight and the transparent one. So this is your Mathura School of the Arts. Oval face. That is your shaven, your face. Depiction of Buddha is shown with broad shoulders, a smiling face, seven head, thin clinging drapery, sometimes almost transparent. Abhay Mudra, that is called fearless mudra. Dhanchak mudra, expansion radiates inner joy and is spiritual. So the face radiates internal bliss. So that's why it is called the delighted Buddha. Spiritual Buddha, that is in the Mathura School of Arts. Spiritual and delighted Buddha is there, right, sirs and madams? Now coming to the Mathura, it is not limited to the Buddhism. It's Jainas, Brahmanism, and then it is also your Buddhism, Jainism, and Brahmanism. So obviously under the Mathura School of Arts, Hindu deities were also made, like Vishnu, Shiva, Durga, Kartikeya, etc. And from Jainism, Tirthankars were also formed. Is it okay? Is it fine? Now, Amravati School. Origin and material, right? Flourished in the lower Krishna Valley, Andhra Pradesh region from 2nd to 3rd century BC, associated with the Satavahanas and Ikshvakus. White marble and limestones were using. That gives a delicate finish to the sculptures of the Amravati. So this is your Amravati, that is already I have shown it to you on the map. This is Sarnath, this is your Mathura, and this is your Gandhara. This is not here Gandhara, but this is your Gandhara. Gandhara, right? Gandhara. This is Sarnath. This school developed during the Gupta period. And these three developed during post-Mauryan period. Is it okay? Post-Mauryan period. Is it fine, sirs and ma'ams? Chalo. Now coming to the other aspect, themes and the subjects. Dominantly Buddhist. This is your dominantly Buddhist. Amravati Stupa was richly decorated panels depicted Jatak tales. More emphasis on narrative storytellings than single images. The art was didactic. Didactic, that is teaching your morality. It means teaching your morality, moral, ethical stories, moral and ethical stories, right? Through visuals. So that is the part of your Amravati. Now you can see the dynamic posture. There are overlapping images, one of on the another images. That what we had discussed in the Amravati School of Arts. Is it okay? Is it fine, sir, ma'ams? Done? So now depiction of the Buddha in Amravati. Initially, Buddha was symbolically represented, footprints and all, but later depicted in human form with the Gandhara. Transition from symbolic to anthropomorphic reflects evolution of the devotional needs in Buddhism. So these are things, so the madams. So now this is your Gandhara, this is your Mathura, and this is your Amravati. Gandhara emphasizes realism. Gandhara emphasizes on realism. Mathura emphasizes on spiritual vitality or spiritualism. If I talk about the Amravati, it focuses on a storytelling and ornamentation just because of narrative panels, just because of overlapping of the images. Is it okay? Is it fine? So these are the things that we have already discussed. Now there is one more school of sculpture that we need to discuss, that is from the Gupta age. Gupta age, that is important only, that is Sarnath school that was developed during the Gupta period. And then the material that was used was your white marble and limestone. Till here things are okay? Is it okay? So now Sarnath school. So it flourished during the Gupta period, right? It flourished during the Gupta period. It was light buff Chunar sandstone used, extremely smooth finish, refined polish, not as heavy as Mauryans, but delicate and lustrous. It's delicate and the lustrous. That will directly make a question. These words, delicate and the lustrous, images were built in the Sarnath school. Showcases the Gupta's mastery of creating soft spiritual aura rather than heavy realism. Right? Now coming to the slender, now you see this is called, hollow is profusely decorated. Hollow is profusely decorated. Hollow profusely decorated. Now you can see the decoration. Profuse decorations. Now you can see the delicacy. You can see the refinement over the body parts, right? So these are the things, sirs and madams, are the part of your Amravati School of Arts. Meditative calmness appears on the face, radiates inner peace and compassion. Drapery so thin it appears almost invisible, right? Again, the body parts is coming out. Hollow behind head richly decorated. Is it okay? So these are things, sir and madam, that we have done. So we have done with, sir and madam, that is we have done with your School of Sculptures. But now we need to discuss one more sculpture that is called Nataraj. Sculpture of the Nataraj, that is from the Chola period. That we'll discuss when during the architecture of the temple architecture of the Dravidas. Temple architecture of the Dravidas. Temple architecture of the Dravidas. Temple architecture of the Dravidas, right? So there is one more sculpture that we need to discuss, and that is your Chola sculptures, PPT. Okay, is it okay? Done. So we are taking a small break just to change the PPT because we have done with this sculpture. Now we will talk about your temple architecture. So please wait for 1 or 2 minutes just. Hello everyone. I'm sorry, I just because of technical glitches in the upload. So anyways, we are back now. So now we have done with that. That is your sculpture wala part. Now the next thing is your temple architecture. We need to discuss about the temple architecture, right? So madam. So let me talk about the temple architecture. So see, sir, in the temple architecture, if we talk about the temple architecture, so if we talk about the temple architecture, so madams, there are three different schools of temple architecture developed. Temple architecture, temple architecture, temple architecture, right? So this is your temple architecture, sirs and madams. So this is your temple architecture. If we talk about India, there are in the three different geographical locations, three different schools of architecture developed. Three schools of temple architecture developed. One is in your North India, right? It is in North India. Then is in your South India, that is in the South India. And the third one is in your Deccan Valley region, Deccan and Central India, right? So this is your Nagaraj style, this is your Dravidaj style, and this is your Nagaraj style, Nagara style or Nagaraj style of temple architecture that developed. Then is your Dravida style of temple architecture. And then we had, sirs and madam, that is called Vesara School of Temple Architecture developed. Vesara style of temple architecture developed, right? So this is your Dravida style, this is your Nagaraj style. So this style is in North India, this is in South India, and then there is in Deccan region, Deccan and Central India, Deccan and some part of the Central India, Deccan and Central India, right? Thank you. Deccan and Central India. Is it okay? So this is these three regions, right? If we talk about this Nagara style that evolved from Gupta architecture, It's okay. Then if we talk about the Dravida style, evolved from Pallava architecture. And if we talk about this, sirs and madams, Vesara style that evolved from Chalukyan style, Chalukya style or Chalukyan architecture, but Chalukyan architecture. But there is a contribution of, if I talk here, the contribution is of Chalukyas of Badami, then the contribution of Hoysalas, then the contribution of the your Hoysalas, Chalukyas, and then is your one more, I'm just forgetting it, right? Ever this time. So Vaishara, Hoysala, Kakatiyas also. Then Dravida, that is evolved, that attained its what I say, that is your zenith during the time of the Cholas. Nagara style is this one that is evolved from the Gupta architecture. Now, just because of geographical variations, there are sub schools as well. Just because of geographical variations, there are sub schools as well. Sub-schools as well. There are 3 sub-schools. Sub-schools, sirs and ma'ams. Sirs and ma'ams. One is your Khajuraho, Raho or Chandelas. Then is Odisha. Then is your Solanki style, right? Odisha, Khajuraho or Chandela, that is called Solanki style. If I talk about the Dravidas, there are the 3. These 3 are, sirs and madams, these 3 are, number 1, not 3, there's only 2. There is only 2. Only 2. These 2 are Vijayanagar, and then is your Naikas, right? Vijayanagar and the Naikas, right, sirs and madams? So these are the 2 sub-schools, right? So Vijayanagar Naikas, there is a Khajuraho, Orissa and Solanki, and then we will talk about here Kalchuris, we will talk about the Rashtrakutas, we will talk about the Chalukyas here, right? So here, this is not the sub-school, but there is a part of that Rashtrakutas, Chalukyas, contribution of this, and then is your Kakatiyas also. Kakatiyas as well. So they have contributed in the development of Viceroy School of Architecture. If we talk about the Viceroy School, this is your synthetic or perfectly blended architecture, blended architecture, right, sirs and madams? This is your blended architecture here and here, that led to what? This is called your blend. This is your Viceroy style. Is that okay? Is that fine? Are you getting me? So these are the different styles. So Nagara, then is your Dravida, and then is your Viceroy style. Is that okay? Now, so when these things are clear, then we should talk about the temple architecture. So now, temple architecture. So let me talk about the developmental major themes, major temple styles. That is your Nagara style. Then is your Dravida style that we have already discussed. So what the basic aspects of this evolved through the Gupta period, regarded as the foundation of the North Indian temple architecture. Key features includes curvilinear shikhar that we will discuss in detail, curvilinear features, absence of elaborate boundary walls or grand gateways. If we come to this Dravidian style, that evolved through the Pallavas and further refined as and perfected under the Cholas. Pyramidal shaped Vimana, that is called temple tower, that is called your temple tower, pyramidal shape, massive gopurams, right? And spacious enclosures are over there. So these are the parts of your Dravida style. We will discuss in detail again. So now you can see this is your curvilinear. So this is your curvilinear. So this is what is your curvilinear structure. This is called your curvilinear structure. Are you getting this? Is a spire that you can see. That is called your Nagara style of temple tower. This temple tower is your curvilinear, right, sirs and madams? Now coming to the Dravidian style. So this is your, that you can see here, this is your step-like structure. So you can see. So there is this kind of structure that you can see here. So, and from both the sides, we can have this kind of structure. So this is called your pyramidal structure. Are you getting me? So this is your pyramidal structure. There is a cupola on the octagonal cupola. That is called octagonal. This is not the octagonal exactly done. So this is your octagonal. This is your octagonal cupola, right? So this is your octagonal cupola. This is your octagonal cupola, right? Is that fine? Now, so this is called your gopuram. This is called lofty gateways. Gopuram. This is called gateway. Is that okay? This is called lofty boundary walls. Lofty boundary walls in Dravidian style. Dravidian style, right? So this is called your Gopuram. In itself, it is appearing that it is a temple. Now, Vaisra style. This style emerged during the reign of the later Chalukyas of Kalyani. It was further enriched by the contribution of the Hoysalas and the Kakatiyas, right? So Hoysalas, Kakatiyas, and your Chalukyas of Kalyani, right, sirs and madams? Now, coming to the components of the temple, right? Components, what are the components of the temple? So just taking you through the temple architecture. See, so if you look into this temple, this is the layout of the temple, right? So if you look here, sirs and madam, this is your temple. So this is your temple. You can see here, this is called mandapa, this is called ardha mandapa, right? Ardha mandapa. So it's better to draw me here. Let me draw. So see, in general, this is what is your plinth. Okay, this is your plinth. And this is the North Indian temple. I'm making the North Indian temple. Just make you understand. There may be also you can see here, right, sirs and madams? So this is your temple. So just look here, sirs and madams. This is your plinth. That is your upraised platform. That is your plinth, right? This is called Worm's house. Worm's house. Worm's house. That is called Garva Griha. Garva Griha. Garva Griha. This is the chief deity. Chief deity. Deity placed. This is your temple tower. Temple tower. Temple tower. Temple tower. Temple tower. Temple tower. In North India, temple tower. In North India. In North India. And this is your South India. North India, it is called Sikhar. In South India, it is called Viman. Vimana, right? Vimana. This is called capital element. Okay? Capital failure. So this is called your capital. So filial, capital of filial. In north and south, in North India, it is called Kalash. Kalash. In South India, it is called Sikhar. Sikhar. Is that okay? Are you getting me? So this is called your Sikhar. Is it fine? It's okay? Are you getting me? So now in some of the places this is called your Jagmohan, and some of the places this is called Jagmohan. No, not Jagmohan. That is called your Jagati. 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 Right? This is called this mandap. This is called your mandapa. Mandap. Mandapa. This is called Ardha Mandapa. 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 Right? This is called approaching stairs. Right? This is called Jagmohan. This is called mandap when it is with the, this is with the Sikhra. That is called Jagmohan. 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 Right? In North India, this cord-like structure, is called Amlak. Amlak. In North India. North India. North India. Right? Now see, there is a small passage, narrow passageway. This small narrow passageway is known as Antaral. 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 That's called small passageway. That is very congested. So that is your Antaral. It's okay. That is Worms House. That's the temple tower, and this is the thing, sirs and madams. Now, so this is the basic thing. So it is, now let me tell you frankly, it is not essential that in every temple you will have the Ardha Mandapa. It depends. Mandapa, the concept of the mandapa is for the assembly, for the gathering. The people are gathering for the different purposes. Maybe for cultural activity, for performing dances for the god, that's called Natya Mandapa. If this is for the offering of the god, that's called the Bhog Mandapa. In South India, there is a concept that's called Kalyana Mandapa. That is for the divine marriage, that's called Kalyana Mandapa. So we will have different kind of the mandapas during the in the temple construction in the different regions. That will differ geographically, right? Is it okay? Is it fine? So different kind of the mandapas and other mandapas would be over there, right? Is it fine? Now, so my concern is just to make you understand what exactly is this. So there is a temple tower. Inside there's a house that is called Worms House that will house the chief deity. That would be on the plinth, upraised platform. That is called this Jagati. From mandapa to when you are going to the Garbhagriha, there is a small vent that is called your Antaral. And when it is with this kind of Sikha, that is called Jagmohan. In North India, this is called Amlak. That is called notched, disc-like structure. Disc-like structure. Over that, there is a capital finial, and this is known as the Kalash. Kalash in North India and South India, it is known as the Sikhra. Is it okay? Is it fine? Is it okay? Now, there is also the concept of circumambulatory pathway. That again depends. Circumambulatory pathway that may be covered, that may be inside the Worms House, or that may be outside. So that depends again. So this is called circumambulatory pathway, and that is your Garbhagriha. Is it okay? Now let me tell you. So you have the broader idea. So from Mandapa to Garbhagriha, this is called your Antaral. Mandapa to Garbhagriha, that is called Antaral. Right? Now, so Jagati is one thing that is called upraised platform, that you can also write upraised platform. That is called plinth. Platform. Is it okay? Platform, right? Now, so taking you to the board now. So Garbhagriha is the innermost and most sacred part of the temple, where the main deity's idol is enshrined. In early phase, if you talk about early phase, it was small and dark. You must have seen the older temples. Like you can take the example of Devghar, or the Giriti, or the Baba Badnath Dham of the Jharkhand. Okay, if you have seen, there's a very small congested Garbhagriha. That is a very famous, okay, very small dark room. That is called the Garbhagriha. Garbhagriha. So it usually small and dark, but over the time it evolved into a spacious chamber for elaborate rituals. Now the people will love to be in the love to participate in the different activities of the temple rituals, like in the bhoga mandapa, arti, natya mandapa, etc. So there used to be what that called the spacious mandapas as well as the garbhagrihas also, right? Now mandapa is called the pillared hall. So madam, that was for the assembly of the devotees for prayers and ritual gatherings. Sometimes it is highly ornate and is directly connected to the Garbhagriha through through antaral, through antaral, through antaral, through your antaral. Is it okay? So that is through antaral. ये एक गिलास बहुत गर्म पानी देने का, बिल्कुल गर्म, बिल्कुल गर्म. Is it okay? So this is your antaral. Now coming to antaral. So it is the intermediate space that you can, or vestibule in temple architecture. It is a small connecting passage between the Garbhagriha and the Mandapa. It acts as transition zone from the outer hall to the inner sacred space and represents a symbolic gateway between the material world and the spiritual world. Is it okay? So that is the thing, Sir Madam. In comparison to Nagara style, it is more pronounced and structurally defined in Dravidian style. In the Dravidian style. Is it okay? Now, so here is the thing, Sir Saman. So this is your Garbhagriha, this is your Antral, and this is your Mandapa. That is for the assembly. Is it okay? Now, so you can see here, this is called Temple Tower, this is called Amlak, this is called Kalash, this is your Garbhagriha, and this is your Sanctum Sanctorum, chief deity, this is Mandapa, this is Ardha Mandapa, this is your Jagati, or that is called upraised platform, right? Now you can also see here, there is a concept of what that is called your Vahana. So there is a Vahan, the vehicle, that is called Nandi. So there is a Lord Shiva, and his Vahan is sitting just outside the Garbhagriha, right? So this is called the vehicle, that is called Vahana. Sometimes it is outside also, right? So this is your Mandapa, that is called Garbhagriha, this is called Andral, and this is called your assembly hall, that is called Mandapa. So you can look into these images. Now Sikhar, the tower of the temple, this is elevated structure built above the Garbhagriha. In North India, this is called Sikhara, that is curvilinear and mountain-like form. In southern India, it is known as Viman or pyramidal in shape. Vahana, that is called divine vehicle of the deity. That we have already discussed. It is usually placed on the main axis of the temple facing the Garbhagriha. Is it okay? So it is usually there, right? Now, so this is your Nandi that represents the vehicle of Lord Shiva. Lord Shiva. This is the Garuda, that is the vehicle of Lord Shiva, right? Lord Shiva. Lord Shiva. So this is your Vahanas. This is your Vahanas, right? Now, coming to this one. Pradakshina Path, that is called circumambulatory pathway. This is your circumambulatory pathway. This is the passage built around the Garbhagriha, where devotees perform ritual circumambulations. Dwarpal, this is the concept of door guardians. Jagati, that is raised platform. This is the elevated base on which the temple is constructed. So now you can see, these are the Dwarpals. You can see the Dwarpal, images of the Dwarpals, right? Garuda is the vehicle of Lord Vishnu. Yeah, true, right? Then this is the Dwarpals. You can see, this is the upraised platform that you have to approach through the stairs. Now coming to this is the called Pradakshina Path. This is your 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 Pradakshina Path. Is it okay? Pradakshina Path. This is also the Pradakshina Path outside the Garbhagriha. Now you can see here the different types of the temple. This is your upraised platform that you can see. Upraised platform. There is again, this is your upraised platform. Upraised platform. Now Axis Mundi. So Axis Mundi concept is also there. Now you can see here plinth. This is the plinth. This is your mandapa, the Ardha Mandapa and Mandapa. Just the Garbhagriha and idols and all. Now temple architecture in the Nagara style. Now see, if we talk about now it is important for your printers. So you have the understanding. Geographically, three different schools of temple architecture developed in the three geographical regions. One is your Nagara in the North India, South India, this was the Dravida, and in the Deccan region and in the Central India, this was your Vaisala style. After the synthesis of the Nagara and the Dravida school of temple architecture. Is that okay? Now, so when we talk about the Nagara school of temple architecture that evolved through the Gupta architecture. This evolution had taken place in the different phases. In some of the books, you will find the different phases, the 5 different phases. But just to make you understand, here I am going to talk about the 3 different phases. That is not important for your prelims, even for the mains, in how many phases the temple construction or temple architecture developed in the North India. Rather, it is important what were the features of the which temple. So directly you will get the question on the basis of temple, what are the features of these temples, like Nachna Kuthar, like Parvati temple. Are you getting me? So this way you will get the question, right? So madam. So when we talk about the first phase of the Nagara style of temple architecture, the Gupta architecture, during this time, there used to be a flat roofed. You can see in the image here, So see here, there is no sikhra that you can see, there is the absence of the sikhra, right? There is a very negligible, or there is almost no upraised platform. There's a loss of the, what I say, that is called the Pradakshina Path. The concept was not there, right? So there was no tower, the sikhra. There was no upraised platform, right? There is no Pradakshina Path as such, right? So there was just the kind of the, what I say, that's called the mandapa, that is called the assembly hall, that you can say the porch kind of thing here. And then inside there is a Garbhagriha, and other inside there is your sanctum sanctorum, that was chief deity. So this is the first state, and the examples of this flat roofed mandapa, portico, square Garbhagriha, right, lacked features such as the sikhra, Pradakshina Path, or less prominent upraised platform. Examples. So this is your Kankali Devi temple of Madhya Pradesh. This is your Tigwa temple, again of the Madhya Pradesh. Are you getting me? So you will get the question directly where these temples are located. Kankali Devi temple. Kankali Devi temple had a sikhra. There is no sikhra. It is based on Panchayatana style. This is not based on the Panchayatana style. I will let you know what exactly is the Panchayatana style. So these are the features of the Kankali Devi temple, that is in the Madhya Pradesh. Tigwa, that is also in the Madhya Pradesh. Right? Now coming to the other features. Second phase. When we come to the second phase, sirs and madams, now you can see there is a upraised platform, right? You can see. Then you can see there is the Pradakshina Path as well. There was your Pradakshina Path as well. Still there is no sikhra, right? So in this stage, you can see prominent phase of the platform. There was a Jagati, that is called upraised platform. There's covered circumambulatory pathway, that is inside this, right? That is covered circumambulatory pathway. Examples: Parvati temple, Nachna Kuthar temple. These all are again in the Madhya Pradesh. Then there is one more temple, that is the Bhuvra Shiva temple, that is again in the Madhya Pradesh, right? So these are temples located in the Madhya Pradesh itself. Parvati temple, that is on the upraised platform. There is a covered Pradakshina Path, but still it is lacking what I say, that is called the sikhra. Now coming to the third stage of the temple. During this phase, sikhra will appear. Curvilinear tower appeared for the first time. This will be the Panchayatana style of the temple. What do you mean by the Panchayatana style of the temple? So see, This is your Panchayatana style of the temple architecture. Here you can see. So now there is a one main deity. There is a one main deity. This is one main deity that is here, that is in the center. And then there would be subsidiary deities, right? There would be subsidiary deities. That is subsidiary deities. In the four corners, that's called subsidiary shrines. So this is your Panchayatana style. This is one main deity. This is your main deity. This is your main deity. Main deity shrine. Main deity shrine. These are subsidiary deities. Subsidiary shrines. These are subsidiary shrines. Are you getting me? Subsidiary shrines. So this is Panchayatana, right? Is it okay? This is called the Panchayatana. That is in the five arrangement, along with one principal deity with the subsidiary shrines, around, right? So during this period, the Sikhra, that was curvilinear tower, appeared for the first time. The Panchayatana style of temple construction developed where four subsidiary shrines were built at the four corners, surrounding the main shrine. Example, Dasavatar temple. This is the first. This is the first temple, earliest temple, you can say, temple of the Nagaraj style. That can make a question. That is on your Panchayatana style. And then there is upraised platform. There is Sikhra, right? So there is Sikhra, there is a Pradakshina path, there is a upraised platform. So for the first time in the Dasavatar temple, we had what? That was on the Panchayatana style. Panchayatan style. There was a Panchayatana style, right? Then there was Panchayatana style. Then there was upraised platform. There was Pradakshina path. Dakshina path. And there was your Sikhra. That is called temple tower. These all are the features of your Nagaraj style temple. So this is the earliest example of your Nagaraj style. So that will be a question for your prelims also. Dasavatar temple, that can make a question for your prelims. So this is your Panchayatana style that you can see here. So here this is very much clear. There is the four subsidiary shrines that you can see. This is the one, this is the two, this is your third, and this is your fourth. And this is your main shrine. Then you can see here, this is called the upraised platform. There you can see there is your Sikhra, right? There is also a Pradakshina path inside. Is it okay? So this is the example of what I said, that's called Nagara style. So the Dasavatar temple is the earliest example of the Nagara style of temples. Now, so this is your Dasavatar temple. Devgarh, Jhansi. First temple built in the Nagara style, located in Devgarh, that is in Lalitpur district of Jhansi. That's it, right? Now on the walls, there are certain images like the Gajendra Moksha, Narayana, serpent, Seshnaga, Nar Narayan is also depicted on the walls. This temple is regarded as the earliest example of the Sikhra temple. Anyway, the question may come. The first temple or the earliest temple of the Nagaraj style, or the first temple of the Sikhra style, temple. First Sikhra temple, that is your Dasavatar temple, that is located in Devgarh, that is in Jhansi, that is in Uttar Pradesh. That is important. So here is your temple. So now you can see here. So this is your Dasavatar temple of Jhansi or Devgarh. So you can see here, this is the upraised platform. Then there is your Sikhra also. You can see here the Sikhra, upraised platform. Inside there is a Pradakshina path, right? And this is again, that is on the Panchayatana style. Here, in this corner and at this corner, you can see there the different temples were there, right? Now this is the temple wall. You can see this is the temple wall. There are the certain sculptures that you can find on the temple walls, right? So these are the sculptures on the temple walls, right? Nar Narayan, Gajendra Moksha. So this is the image of the Gajendra Moksha. When an elephant was caught by a crocodile, by the crocodile. This is a Nar Narayan. This is the image of the Nar Narayan, right? This is the Nar Narayan, right? So these are the images that you can find on the temple walls of this avatar. It's fine, sir, madam. So this is your Panchayatana style. There's a one main deity, subsidiary deities or shrines you can see here. It's okay. Now let me talk about the different types of sikhra, that is called the temple tower. So just because of geographical variations, we have the different types of the temple towers, right? One is called your Latina type, that is called Rekha Deol or Rekha Prashad also. Then is your Famansa, and then is your Vallabhi type of the temples, right? So what happens in the case of your Latina type or your Rekha Deol or Rekha Prashad? So what happens in this case, so madam, the temple tower goes straight and takes a sharp bend, right? So this is again, this is your sharp bend. This is taking a sharp bend, right? Again, it is going up and it is taking a sharp bend. This is called your Rekha Prashad. So in comparison to Sikhra, this is your taller. So tall and elegant, and it is the most common type of the temple tower in the northern India, that is called the Nagaraj style. Is it okay? So now you can see. So here you can see here, this is going up and this is a sharp bend, right? So similarly, this side, this is going and there is a sharp bend. Is it okay? Is it fine, Sasa madam? So this is your Latina type of Sikhra. Now coming to Famansa Sikhra. Famansa Sikhra. In Famansa type, if we talk about, the base is broad. The base is broad. And the Sikhra is comparatively lower. So the base is broad and the Sikhra is comparatively lesser. So there's the broader base, pyramidal structure with sloping roofs that rise tier by tier. Height is shorter than the Latina, looks flatter, are mostly used over the mandapas or the mandapa, right? So mostly used for mandapa, attached to the main shrine. Is it okay? Now coming to the Vallabhi type, Vallabhi. So here what is the base is your rectangular, right? And the above, the tower is your in a curvilinear or the vaulted roof, okay, barrel vaulted roof. So shape is rectangular base with a bagan vaulted. So what is this? So madam, just try and understand. This is your rectangular in shape, and then there is a vault, right? So there is a vault. There is a vault. So this is what is the image, so madams. So this is your vaulted roof. This is the image of your vaulted roof. So this is your vaulted roof, used for halls or temples with elongated ground plans. So this is what is your Vallabhi Prashad, Vallabhi Sikhra, Vallabhi Prashad. Is it okay? So this is Vallabhi Sikhra, right? So this is the Vallabhi type of the Sikhra. Now you can see all the three here. That is called Latina type. That is called Rekha Prashad or Rekha Deol. This is called Famansa type, and this is your Vallabhi type of the temples, temple tower. Is it okay? Is it fine? Is it okay, sir, ma'ams? Clear, things are okay? Things are here, okay, sir? Are you getting the things, sirs and madams? Hello, everyone. Clear, things are okay? Everyone. All okay? All fine? It's okay, so Samams? Chalo. We will take a lunch break around 2, okay? Or 2:30. 2 or 2:30. 2 would be fine. It's okay. 2 would be fine. 2 or 2:15. So let me discuss now. So Nagara architecture. So you can see here, what are the features of the Nagara style? There is a Panchayatana with crucified ground plan that you could understand. There is a presence of what? That is called Mandapa. A raised platform that is called Jagati. Outside the Garbhagriha, the image of the river goddess are there, Ganga and Yamuna. There is no water tank. That is a very important thing. Unlike Dravida temple architecture, that is a very important aspect. So, there is no there is no water tank inside the temple premises. Inside the temple premises. Okay. And there is what is called, Antral. There is your Sikhra. This your Amlak. There is your Kalash. Is it okay? Is it fine? So these are the different aspects, sir, madams. Now, so this is your Amlak. Now you can see this is a Rekha Prashad kind of the Sikhra. This is your Kalash. In between there is a Griva, that is called the neck, which the Amlak is attached to the temple tower, and then this is your Kalash. Now, under the Nagara style, the following 3 types of the sub-schools developed. These are your Orissa or Kalinga style. Orissa or Kalinga school. Now, what are the features of the Kalinga school? Right? So, exterior walls were lavishly decorated, but interior walls were simply, that is called the plain. Okay? Rekha Deol means that is called Latina type. That is Latina type. And Jagmohan. So, are you getting the meaning of the Jagmohan? What is called Jagmohan? What is called Jagmohan? Can you please tell me? Can you tell me what is Jagmohan? What is called Jagmohan? Sirs and madams. I explained what is called Jagmohan. So it is my responsibility to know whether you know or not. Hmm? Top of the mandapa. Now, that is called mandapa as a whole. Mandapa is a pillared hall. And when there is with the Sikra, that is called Jagmohan. That is the specific feature of the Kalinga school of architecture. Is it okay? Is it fine? Just a second. Got me? So that is mandapa itself. Are you getting me? So actually that is your entire mandapa. So that the entire structure is called your Jagmohan. So entire structure is called, this is called your Jagmohan. So this is entire structure is called Jagmohan. This is called your Jagmohan. This is your temple tower. This is your, so this is your assembly hall. This is the assembly hall, right? And this entire structure is called Jagmohan in Orissa style. It's okay. It's okay now. So basically Jagmohan is the mandapa itself, right? Okay, all good? Chalo. Now, coming to the other aspects, so madams. So these are the ornated walls, that is the well-carved walls of the temples, Now, Lingara's temple is one example of the Kalinga school of architecture or the Orissa school of temple architecture. Now, Jagannath temple is also one of the examples. So this is your Jagmohan. This is called your Antral. This is called Jagmohan. This is called Antral, right? This is called pillared hall. This is called pillared hall. And with this is called Jagmohan. The entire structure is called Jagmohan, right? This is your temple, main shrine. This is your Ardhamandapa, right? The Jagannath Puri temple are the examples of your Orissa school of temple architecture, right? Now, Lingaraj temple of Bhubaneswar. That is another example. Lingaraj temple, Bhubaneswar. So this is the example that you can see. This is your Jagmohan. This is your Sikhara that you can see here. Okay, so got the Jagmohan. So this is the Jagmohan now. Yes, you are right. So this is the Rekha Dewal type of the your temple architecture. This is again your Jagmohan. This again is your Jagmohan. So that is again is your Jagmohan. So now the Konark Sun temple, that is also from Konark Sun temple. Konark Sun temple, right? Puri. Now coming to the second is sub schools of the Nagaraj school of temple architecture, right? Right, sister madam. So one is your Khajuraho or Chandela school. Khajuraho or Chandela school. Here, what is important here? Either both interior and exterior walls well decorated. There are the three chambers: Garbhagriha, Mandapa, and Ardha Mandapa. Sculptures generally appear erotic in their themes. Khajuraho temple sculptures of women participating in the music also appears, right? So now certain the examples of the Khajuraho temple. Now there are some other aspects as well. In Khajuraho temple architecture, there will be a mountain series like of the Sikhara. So mountain series. This is your mountain series like of the Sikhara. That is your mountain series. Mountain series like Sikhara, right, sister madams? So this is your Sikhara, sister madams. This is a series. It's okay that you can find. Now see here, that is the thing that we have already discussed. Now these are the sculptures on the walls of the Khajuraho temples. The different kind of the sculptures. Now, these temples are known for their stone sculptures and architecture as well. Just take the example. This is the example of Lakshmana temple that is from the Khajuraho. The outer temple wall has detailed sculptures, panels of musicians, dancers, hunting scenes, soldier processions with horses and rows of elephants as bearing the weight of the universe, right? So this is the thing, sir, madam. Now coming to these are the rows of the elephants as it bearing the weight of the universe. Now you can see here. So these are the elephants. These are the elephants. You can see different elephants. So now they are wearing the weight of the universe. That is the symbolic meaning of this. They are wearing the weight of the universe. By these sculptures, they are indicating that these elephants are bearing the weight of the universe, right? Now, coming to the other aspect, this is the procession that is going on of the soldiers' processions. Now there's again a procession. There's again certain images that you can find on the walls of the Khajuraho temple. Chitragupta's temple is another example of the Khajuraho temples. Scenes from the palace lives, hunting processions, Apsara, Sura Sundari, that is called wine server, right? Ascetic figures on the external facade on the temple. So these all are available on the Chitragupta temples. That is all are from the Khajuraho temples. Now these are the images of the Khajuraho temple. Now these are the images of the Khajuraho temple, right? Now Vishwanath temple. So there are also the Vishwanath temple, Kandariya Mahadev. The most beautiful is this one, the most prominent, most important. of Khajuraho or Chandela temple architecture. Khajuraho temple architecture. Is it okay? Kandariya Mahadev temple. Is it okay? Is it fine? Shri Vishwanath temple. This is Kandariya Mahadev temple. Right? Now coming to the third sub-school of the Nagara, that is called Solanki, that developed in the Gujarat region. That is called Solanki. Temple walls were wide of any carvings and presence of a step tank known as Surya Kund in the proximity of the temples. So this is called Surya Kund. These are stairs, and every stair there is a small temples, like a structure, small, chotu temples. Are you getting me? So this is called the Surya Kund. That is the feature of the Solanki school. That is not inside, this water body is not inside the temple, but it is very close to the temple architecture, right? Now, coming to the temple architecture in the South India. See, in the South India, let me tell you, in the South India, we will talk about the Dravida school of temple architecture. Dravida architecture, right? It evolved through the Pallava architecture. Architecture, right? There are the 4 different schools of the Pallavas. One is your Mahendravarman style, Varman style. Then is your Narsimvarman style. Then is your Rajsivarman style, and then is your Nandivarman style. Now see, this first style, that is called your Mahendravarman style. Then is your Narsimvarman style. Then is your Rasivarman style, right? And then finally you have, this is your Nandivarman style. So see, Mahendravarman style is also known as Mandapas. Here Mandap doesn't mean Mandap style, Mandapa style, right? Mandap doesn't mean that we are talking about the assembly halls, right? We are not talking about the assembly halls. Are you getting me? So we are not talking about the assembly hall, right? So Mandapa is just the entire temple in the Pallava architecture. So Mandapa is what? That is called entire temple. Here Mandapa in the Pallava style is called entire temple. That is in the form of Mandapas, entire temple, right? Then it is also known as your Rath temples. This Narsivarman is known as your Rath temples, right? Rath temples, right? These temples are monolithic temples, carved out one single rock. Monolithic temples, right? Monolithic temples. Now coming to the other temple, that is your Rajsivarman style. This is a structural temple. Structural temples. A structural temple means, suppose you have to make a building today, then what you will do? You will collect the building materials, and then you will join all the pieces together to make a structural temple or a structural structure, right? But in the case of what Mahendravarman and Narsivarman, these were carved out of one single rock, that is called the monolithic, and they all are in the Mahabalipuram. Okay, Mahabalipuram or Mamalpuram. But Rajsivarman style is your structural temple, but there is no cementing material. It is based on your interlocking system, right? Interlocking system. And this Rajsivarman style will give way to the Chola temple architecture. Chola temple architecture. Popularly known as Dravida architecture. Popularly known as Dravida architecture. Is that okay? And this Nandivarman is the indicative of declining phase of Pallava architecture. Pallava architecture. Is it okay? So now from this Rajsivarman style, the Dravidite school of temple architecture will develop actually under the Cholas. Is it okay? So what we are talking about, that the Dravidite school of temple architecture developed or evolved from Pallava temple architecture. So there are the 4 different schools. One is called your Mahendravarman, that is called Mandapa. Narshivarman, that is called your Rath temple. Rajsimha, that was the structural temples, and that gave way to the Chola temple architecture. And the Nandivarman is the declining phase of the Pallava architecture. Is it okay? Is it fine? Now, let me show you some of the images. I hope there must be some images. So now, if I talk about this, are the examples of the Mandapa style of temple architecture or Mahendravarman style of temple architecture. So exactly, where is this temple located? That is called Madana Gapattu. That is a 3-Murti Mandapa. That is in Mandag Gapattu. Then is your Panch Pandava Mandapa. That was in Palvaram. Then is your Mahendra Vishnu Mandapa, that is in Mahendravadi. So these are the 3 examples of the Mandapa style. Now let me show you the Mandapa style. So this is called the Mandap. That is kind of the assembly hall. That is the pillared hall like a structure. So these are the examples of the Mandapa style, right? That is your Mahendravarman style. Is it okay? So this is called Mandapas. This is called your Mandapas. These are called your Mandapas, Mandaps, or Mahendravarman Mandaps, right? Now coming to the other aspect. Examples of Rath temples. Now, that is called Narsivarman style Rath temple. 7 pagodas or 7 Rathas of Mahabalipuram, Tamil Nadu. Examples. There is your Dharmraj temple. This is the largest temple, 3-story building. This is your Bhima temple. Then is your Arjuna temple. Then is the Nakul Sahadev temple. Then Draupadi temple, right? Draupadi temple, that is the smallest temple dedicated to goddess Durga. And then this is your 1-story building. And the Arjuna temple is dedicated to Lord Shiva, Ganesh Rath. The temples are constructed on the style of Buddhist viharas and the chaityas. So that is again important one. Rath temples are located are constructed on the style of Buddhist viharas and the chaityas, in the similar style of the Buddhist viharas and the chaityas. Now coming to the image. Now see. If you will take it to the north, so this is your northern side. This is your Draupadi Rath. Draupadi Rath, that is in the north, right? If Draupadi was very much dear to Arjuna, so next to Draupadi, this is your Arjuna Rath. This is your Arjuna Rath, right? Arjuna Rath. And this is your massive, that is called the Bhima Rath. And this is a 3-tier structure that is called Yudhishthir or Dharmaraj Rath. And on the, this is in the south. And in the western side, there is the Nakul Sahadev, that is joined together. Nakul Sahadev temple or Rath. Right? Is it okay, sir, madam? So this is the alignment of these temples. From the northern side, there is a Draupadi Rath. Then just next to the Draupadi is Arjuna Rath. Yaad rakhne ka tarika. This is the way you can recall the things. Next to Draupadi is your Arjuna, because Draupadi was very much dear to Arjuna. Then is your Bhima. Then to your Dharmaraj. On the western side, on the western flank, there is the Ratha of the twin brothers Nakul and Sahadev. Right? Nakul and Sahadev. Then there are also the images of Ganesha also. Ganesh Ratha also. Ganesh is also over there. It's okay? Now. So this is your Palwas. Now coming to the Rajsimha style. That is called the structural building. The examples of Rajsimha style. That is the structural temple of architecture. The Shore temple of Mahabalipuram, Kailash temple of Kanchi, and Vaikunt Perumal temple of the Kanchi. So these are the 3 different temples. They are located in the Mahabalipuram and the Kanchi respectively. So example of the Rajsimha, that is called the structural buildings. And now it will give way to what? Dravidite school of temple architecture. Now, Nandivarman style of temple architecture, Mukteshwara temple of Kanchi, then Matangeshwara temple of Kanchi again. So these are the examples of your Nandivarman style of architecture, Nandivarman style of temple architecture. It's okay. Now, coming to the sculptures available on the walls of the Pallava temple architecture, sculptures on Pallava temples, Pallava temples, right? So one is very important here, right? And that is called Arjuna's Finances or Descent of the Ganga. They both are the same. So Arjuna's Finances were looking for, Arjuna was actually looking for Pashupastra from the Lord Shiva. And this Descent of the Ganga is from the Bhagirathi, Bhagirathi was a saga, he was a sage, and he was now on the tapasya, and he now brought the river Ganga, goddess Ganga, on the earth. So this is now sculpted on these walls of the Pallavas, and this was a question asked in UPSC Prelims also. Arjuna's Finances, Descent of the Ganga, in the monolithic sculpture built under the reign of the Pallava king Mahendravarman. Mahendravarman means that is the part of your Mandapa style of the temples, and is located in the Mahabalipuram, Tamil Nadu. So this was a question asked in your prelims also, right? So this is the image of your Arjuna Finances and Descent of the Ganga, right? Now, the next, Dravidite style. What are the major features with the Dravidite style of temple architecture? What are the major features? If I talk about the major features, there is high boundary walls, I already discussed, with lofty entrance gateway, that is called the Gopuram. The spire in the form of stepped pyramid, that is already discussed, rises linearly rather than curved. It is known as Vimana. The crowning element is shaped in the form of octagonal, that is known as Shikhra, that is already discussed, similar to the Kalash of the Nagra, right? Now, so here you can see the pyramidical structure. There is an octagonal finial or the capital element that you can see here, right? So there is a concept of the mandapa also again. There is a garbhagriha again that you can see here. There is a lofty gateways that is called the gopurams, right? So this is your cupola, and this is called your Vimana. This is called Viman in North India, and this is called Sikhra in the North India. Now this is your Gopuram. This is called Gopuram. This is your enclosure walls. That is quite high. Enclosure walls, right? So these are the things. So this is the example of your Gopuram. Now on the walls of these, give me 10 minutes more. Just give me 10 minutes more. I believe this is in your interest. You people don't be like a kid. Anytime I can take a break, but I don't want to break the flow, right? Even if I'm in the pain, I have a throat infection, I'm taking the medicines, taking the kadhas, regularly water, and still trying to give you the best out of me. But can you please wait for some time? I could understand that you are very much conscious about your study and about your food also, right? Don't torture yourself. That is my philosophy. I will also let you know a story on this, right? But let me finish at one point of the time, or at to some rational point, right? From where we could restart the session. Is it okay, Edusiri? Okay. So this is a revision session. That's why I'm a little bit also just to cover. So this is, you can understand the massive syllabus or the strength. I don't want to compromise with anything that can be important for your plans. Okay. Chal. Let me continue with this. Now, the best example of the Dravidite school of temple architecture is your Brihadeshwara temple, and that is also known as Rajeshwar temple. Brihadeshwara temple or Rajeshwar temple. That is the climax of the Dravidite school of temple architecture, constructed by Rajaraja I. Why this temple? This is dedicated to Lord Shiva. This temple is dedicated to Lord Shiva. But this temple is also known as Rajrajeshwar temple because the image of the king was also placed after his demise in this temple. And that's why after his name, this temple is also known as Rajrajeshwar temple. Is it okay? Rajrajeshwar temple. Is it okay? Is it fine? Right? So now on the temple of this Brideshwara temple, there are too many sculptures, and these sculptures are very much important. On these temple walls, you can find the basic movements of your Bharatnatyam, very basic movements of the Bharatnatyam, and this is called Karnam. Basic movement that's called Karna or Karnam. Karna. That is called the Karna. That can be asked, right? And on the walls, there is a dancing Shiva that is called the Nataraj. They are the Dwarpals. Big statue of Nandi is also there, right? The main Gopuram or the gateway to the temple are splendid structures with detailed sculpture. Devdasi dance accompanied by musicians. So these are the things that is on the walls of the Brideshwara temple, right? Brideshwara temple. Brideshwara temple, let me write, climax of Dravida architecture, also known as Rajeshwar temple, constructed by Raza first. ठीक है? And please ये याद रखना, that is very much important this year. What is Karna? These are the basic movements of the Bharatanatyam. याद रखना. Because with some responsibility, some sense, I'm telling you what is Karna. Karna is the basic movements of the Bharatanatyam that is also depicted on the temple walls of the Brideshwara temple, right? Now, this is the image of the Nataraj. That you can see, that is on the temple walls of the Brideshwara temple. This is the image of the Nataraj on the temple walls. Now, iconography of the temple wall, that let me discuss. So you want to have the break? We can take a break right over here so that we can start from here. Do you want break now? Or 2:30 you want to have the break? Have break this time or after some time? Please let me know. 2:30? Okay. Okay, that's fine then. So iconography of the Nataraj, let me talk about this Nataraj, okay? So Nataraj is basically a dynamic form of Lord Shiva. He is in a cosmic dance form, right? And this is a dance form of the Shiva, the four-armed deity. It is a four-armed deity standing in the dancing posture on a circular platform representing the universe. Now see here. So please look into the image. This is your circular platform. This is called universe, right? You can see. This is called your universe. This is your universe. This is called circular. That's called circular. So universe. And there is a demon, dwarf demon. Apasmara. Dwarf demon. Apasmara. They're the four hands of the Lord Shiva here, right? In one hand there is your Damru, and in other hand there is your fire. So Damru is the what? That is Damru, that is for the creation, that generates the primitive sound of this universe. So Damru symbolizes what? The creation, right? And whereas the fire symbolizes destruction, right? Destruction. And this is the fire flame. That is cyclic process of this. That's the cosmic regulations, right? Cosmic regulations, right? This is called the hair locks of the Lord Shiva. There's the Ganga. Ganga is coming down, right? Ganga is coming down. Is it okay? So now let me discuss here. So he stands in a dancing posture on a circular platform representing the universe. The upper right hand holds the Damaru, right? that is a small drum symbolizing the rhythm of the creation. Upper left hand holds the fire, that is symbolizing the destruction and transformation. Lower right hand is in the Abhay Mudra, that is a gesture of fearlessness. So when we will talk about the different gestures, Abhay Mudra means that is called fearless mudra. If somebody is coming in the refuse of the Lord Shiva, you have to be fearless. So that is called Abhay Mudra. You should not get fear, right? You should not be fearful, right? You should come in my, if you are coming in my refuse. The lower left hand points towards the raised left foot, symbolizing the liberation. If you are coming in my Sharna, that is my refuse, then you will be liberated, right? Is it okay? Is it fine? So this is the iconography of Nataraj. Under Lord Shiva's right foot, there is a demon-like figure that is called Apasmara Mara, Purush, representing the ignorance and the illusion. So you should always end your illusion, your ignorance. Shiva's act of crushing this demon signifies the victory of knowledge and wisdom over ignorance. Shiva's dance represents the cosmic cycle of creation, preservation, and destruction. That is the Trinity concept. Lord Vishnu, that is for Brahma is for creator, Vishnu is for the preserver, and the Shiva is your destructor, right? So that is all into the Shiva now. So Shiva dance represents the cosmic cycle of creation, preservation, and the destruction. That is called Srishti, creation, Sthiti, that is for preservation, and Samhar, that is for destruction. The dance also signifies the passage of the time from creation to dissolution. Is it okay? So these are the things, iconography of Nataraj. Now there are certain paintings on the temple walls of the Brideshwara as well. Brideshwara temple paintings. So Chola painting depicting Raja Chola I with the Guru Karur Vur Devar. Wall painting depicting dancing girls. Emotional works, exceptional works is the painting depicting Shiva as Tirupurantak. Tirupurantak is shown riding a chariot driven by Brahma, accompanied by Shiva's sons Ganesha and Kartikeya on their respective vahanas, that is mouse and the peacock, Kali on her lion, and Nandi in the front. Painting. So this is the painting. Now you can see here. This is the painting. Where is the painting of that? This is the painting. I hope no, not the painting. So this is the painting. So this is the painting of that. Right? This is Lord Ganesha on his vehicle, mouse. Kartikeya on his, this is your peacock. This is your Brahma who is driving the chariot of Lord Shiva. And this is the image, right? Now, so Brideshwara temple, these are the paintings also. These are the paintings also. These are Brideshwara temple paintings. Now, there are two sub-schools of Brideshwara temple painting. One is your Vijayanagar temple, Vijayanagar painting, and other one is Naika. These Naikas, do you know, can you recall the Naikas? You must have studied in your Vijayanagar empire. There is called Nankar system. With this Nankar system, the Naikas, this was with the Naikas, with the military chiefs, right, during the Vijayanagar empire. So these Naikas of the Vijayanagar empire had constructed the temples under the Naika school, right? So in this Naika school, there are certain features that is important, that is called Parakaram. Naika school had certain specific features that is called Parakaram. These are called huge corridors. So if you look into this corridor, that is called the huge corridor, that is called the Parakrams. That is called Parakrams, right? So this is the example of the Parakaram that may directly come in your exam. Gopurams built under the Naika rulers were some of the largest Gopurams. Example, Meenakshi Temple, Madurai is the largest, with the largest Gopuram of the world. Now coming to the Vijayanagar Empire. So this is a lofty Gopuram. This is not a temple, this is a Gopuram, gateway. Now Vijayanagar. If we talk about the Vijayanagar temple school, highly decorated walls with carvings and geometrical patterns, right? Gopurams, which were previously present on the front side, were now built on all the sides. Now Gopuram is from all around, all these four sides, in all the four cardinal directions. More than one mandapas were built in each temple. The central mandapa came to be known as Kalyan Mandapa. This was asked also in your examination. Kalyan Mandapa is a feature of which temple architecture? This is the feature of your Vijayanagar temple architecture, and this was meant for the divine marriages. So for divine marriages. Amma Shrine. You have not seen the Amma Shrine anywhere. Amma means that is called the shrine of the chief the concept of the chief deity. So it was the shrine of the concert of the chief deity of the chief deity of the chief deity of the chief deity, right? Chief deity यानी जो मेन गॉड हैं, द मेन गॉड्स वाइफ, जैसे लाइक ऑफ उमा पार्वती. Uma is Lord Shiva and Parvati is the chief consort of or the consort of the Lord Shiva. So there is also a separate shrine for this, for the Parvati, that is called Amma shrine. Then in Vijayanagar there is examples of what? Musical pillars, monolithic pillars producing musical notes when struck, that is called saptak. That is 7 notes, sa, re, ga, ma, pa, da, ni, sa. So when you will strike these pillars, that will produce the musical notes, that is called musical notes. So this is also the feature of Vijayanagara school. Then there is the depiction of Yali, which is a mythical protective creature found on the pillars of the Vijayanagara school. You can see here, this is the image of the Yali. These are the images of the Yali. You can see these are the Yali. So these are what they are called, Yali. Is it okay? So they are the images of the Yali. It's okay. So that is the feature of this Vijayanagara Empire, right? So these are the temples. Now Vaisra style. It developed under Vaisra. It developed under the Chalukyas of Badami, Rashtrakutas, Hoysalas, and also Kakatiyas contributed. Combines the feature of both Dravida and Nagara because it's the synthetic style, that is the blended style or mixed style. There is open ambulatory passageway. There is a pillars, there are the doorways, and the ceilings were decorated with intricate carvings under the Dravida influence. Under the Nagara influence, you can see in the curvilinear sikhara and the square base of the temple, right? Square base. So this is the perfect mixture of Dravida architecture as well as the Nagara architecture. Chalukyas used soft sandstone in construction. Soft sandstones in the construction system. So that is the one thing. So what is the Nagara influence on the Vaisra? Curvilinear sikhar and the square base of temple. Our intricate carving is taken from the Dravida architecture. Now examples of Vaisra style. Examples: Durga temple of Ehol. Virupaksha temple of Patadkal wala, I'm talking about Patadkal. Papnath temple of Patadkal, and Kailash temple of your Ellora, that is constructed by the Rashtrakutas, Kastura Krishna first. So these are the examples of Vaisra style of temple architecture. Is that okay? So these are the examples of the Vaisra style of temple architecture. Is it fine? Now, coming to the Hoysala temple architecture. These Hoysala temple architectures are found in Belur, Sringeri, and Helibidu, right? Sringeri in Karnataka. What is the specific feature of this style of temple architecture is the stellate plan, that is called star-shaped plan. What is called star-shaped plan? This is called star-shaped plan. This is called star-shaped plan. This is called star-shaped plan. Is that okay? So this is called your star-shaped plan. So this is called what? Stellate plan, or this is called star-shaped plan. Okay. Now the temples were built on the upraised platform that is called Jagati. Hoysaleswara temple in Helibidu, Karnataka, contains intricate carving of rulers and warriors, underlining the significance of political power and the martial prowess. Now you can see here. So now if you look here, then you can see these are the projections, star-like projections. Now you can see everywhere, you can see star-like structures, right? Even on this, even here also, if you can see, these are the projections. So this is called star-shaped. Yes, is it okay? So this is called star-shaped plan of the Hoysaleswara temple or Hoysalas. It's okay. Now Kakatiya's temple. So Kakatiya is a regional style of a temple. So let me discuss also that is also influence on the Vaisra style, developed in the Telangana region. Kakatiyas were the feudatories of the Chalukyas of Badami, and they are also known for their temple architecture. They bridged between the Chalukyas and the Vijayanagar traditions. Example is your Ramappa temple. That was also asked. Rudeshwara temple, it is also known as Rudeshwara temple. That is dedicated to Lord Shiva and it is a UNESCO site, right? So Ramappa temple, that is also known as Rudeshwara temple, dedicated to Lord Shiva, it is a UNESCO site. Then there is 1000 pillar temples also in the Warangal, that is in the Telangana. And Gomteshwara temple at Manthanai, that is in Telangana, dedicated to Lord Shiva. So these are the examples of your Kakatiya temples as well. Is it okay? So by this we can end your temple architecture. Now we will discuss about the medieval architecture, including your modern architecture. It will take hardly 45 to 1 hour. It's a job. And then we will talk about the religion and the philosophy. Religion and philosophy. Once we have done with the religion and philosophy, it means that we have done the 80% of the art and culture, right? So now we can take a break. And now can you please tell me when we should assemble back? At 3, 30 minutes would be sufficient for you? 30 minutes would be sufficient? Sir and madam, would it be okay? Would it be okay? So we should meet at 3. Please let me know the time. 3 is fine to everyone? Everyone would be okay with this? I'm repeatedly saying this is your revision session, right? And it is more helpful for those people who are appearing in 2026. And these are very intense and very informative, and that is along your PYQ analysis. It's okay? So 3 would be fine. I hope 3 is fine. So we are meeting at not 3:15. 3 is okay. 3 is okay. So we are now coming at 3. So half an hour break we are going to take. So it is your 2:27. So 33 minutes break we are going to take. 33 minutes break. Thirty-three minutes break. Okay. Let's start. Okay. See you. Hi everyone, welcome back. I hope our time is up now, so we should continue. I hope you must have taken your lunch and you will be feeling definitely energetic and fresh for the next session, right? So we are continuing with the architecture itself. We have in the last session we have done till the temple architecture. Now we need to talk about the medieval architecture or Indo-Islamic architecture, and then we will also talk about the modern architecture, and then we will come into the religion and philosophy, right? Is it okay? Sure. So let's start now. Let's begin. So everyone is here now. Can you please tell me my voice is clear? Audio, video, both are okay? All okay? So let's continue now. So now we will talk about the Indo-Islamic architecture. Indo-Islamic architecture. So that is medieval architecture, you can say, or Indo-Islamic architecture. Indo-Islamic architecture. Indo-Islamic architecture. Islamic architecture. Architecture. Right? Architecture. Architecture. So we need to talk about the Indo-Islamic architecture. So we need to discuss about the Indo-Islamic architecture. When we talk about the Indo means that is called traditional Indian style. Traditional Indian style. Traditional Indian style. Traditional Indian style. And if I talk about the Islamic architecture, it means your Turkish style. Islamic architecture that is brought by Islamic architecture. Islamic architecture brought by the Turks. Brought by the Turks and later evolved by the Mughals. By the Mughals in India. So fusion of or the blend of these two architecture led to Indo-Islamic architecture. This traditional Indian style is known as Trabeate style. Trabeate style. And this is called your Arcuate style. Arcuate style. Arcuate style. Arcuate style. So both the style had certain specific features. Okay, is it okay? It's fine. Are you getting me? So this is called Arcuate style. So there are certain features. So there are certain features of the Arcuate style and certain features of the Trabeate style. So we need to discuss about the Arcuate style as well as the your Trabeate style. It's okay. Sure. Now, so now the Trabeate style. So let me discuss the Trabeate style. What is called the Trabeate style? What is called the so here is your Trabeate style. Let me discuss. So Trabeate style, that is called or Trabeated style. This is called your Arcuate style. So what is your Trabeate and what is your Arcuate style? So let me discuss one thing. So see here, if we talk about the features of the Indo-Islamic architecture, right? So if we talk about the features of the Indo-Islamic architecture, it introduced significant changes to the traditional Indian styles, architectural styles, that is called the Trabeate style, characterized by lintel and the beams. So in the Trabeate style, there was a use of lintels and the beams. What is called lintel and the beams? So this is your lintels and the beams. So this is what is called lintel and beams, right? This is your lintel and beams. And arcuate style, if we talk about the arcuate style, it emphasized arches and domes. It emphasized arches and the domes. If we talk about the arches, so this is called arc. This is also called arc, right? And this is called your dome. This is called dome. Is it okay? Dome. So characterized by arches and domes, and also called the minarets. Minarets also. Minarets also, or minarets also. Minars also. Minars. Minars also. Minars means this is called your minar. So this is characterized by the arches and the domes and the minars So lintel and beams with the arcuate style, and arches and domes, that is characterized by the domes and the arches and the minars. Then what will happen, sir, madam, in the Indo-Islamic architecture, we have seen the temple tower. That was in North India. There was the spire, that is called the spiral structure, spired roof, that is called sikra. Now it was replaced by the domes, that is reflecting the Islamic influence. So Islamic roofs, sikra of Indian temples were also replaced by rounded domes reflecting the Islamic influence. Is it okay? Now, so this is your lintel and the beams that you can see. So this is your beam and this is your lintel. So that is what is your trabeated roof, right? And this is called your arc, right? This is called arc. That is called arcuated style, right? Arcuated style. So trabeated, and this is called your lintel. So you can see here, this is called the trabeated style. This is called the beams. This is called the lintels. So that is called trabeated style. So this is the example of your trabeate style. Trabeate style. Is it okay? So trabeate style. ज़्यादा गर्म है ना? ज़्यादा गर्म है ना? नहीं, थोड़ा ज़्यादा गर्म करके ले आओ. इसमें काढ़ा बना के पीना है. ठीक है? थोड़ा ज़्यादा, इससे ज़्यादा गर्म करके ले आओ. ठीक है? Is it okay, sirs and madams? So this is your trabeate style. Now, so this is your curvilinear structure. Now this is your curvilinear structure in the North India. Now it was replaced by this dome-like structure. This is your dome-like structure. You can see this is your dome-like structure. This is your minarets. Or minarets, right? So now this is the synthesis that we can see here. So now this spire was replaced by this dome-like structures. Now this architectural style is marked by the use of minarets that we talked about and the mortars. Before this medieval period, we were talking about the interlocking system for the joining of the building blocks, right? But with the arrival of the Turks in India, we started using the cementing material as like mortars, cementing material, right? So it is more massive, and they were able to make more massive and expensive structures. Now, decorative elements were also added in the Indo-Islamic architecture, and these were your depiction of the living beings like humans and animals. These were avoided because in Islam, depiction of the living creature is not allowed. Avoided the depiction of living beings like humans and the animals. Adhering to the Islamic principles, and instead emphasized the calligraphy, geometric patterns, and the foliations. Geometric patterns, that is called your, so like this kind of a structure, that is called geometrical pattern, that is called hexagon. This is your geometrical pattern, this is called the geometrical pattern, this is called your geometrical pattern, right? If we talk about the foliation, this is called your wavy like rippling effect in the water, like this is called your foliations, right? Thank you. So this is called your rippling effect, right? Rippling effect. Is it fine? Are you getting me, sirs and madams? Are you getting me? So this is called what? That is called your foliation. So you must have seen in the Islamic architecture. Must have seen in the Islamic architecture. Is it okay? Is it fine, sirs and madams? So you must have seen this in the Islamic architecture. Just a second. Let me have my Ayurvedic medicine to continue with the class. So got me? हाँ, हमारे यहाँ हिंदी मीडियम के बैचेस भी हैं प्री और मेंस के लिए. Got me? Is it fine? Now, so this is called the foliation. So this is called foliation-like structure. I will show you in the images as well, right? So this is the example of your minars that you can see. This is called your minar. This is your minar. So different types of the minars that you can see here. Now see, so this is for the geometrical pattern that you can see here. This is called the geometrical pattern. This is called your geometrical pattern that you can see. This is called the geometrical patterns, right? You can see here, right? This is called the kufi. Okay, kufi. Then this is called your, this is the pattern that you can see here. The pattern that you can see here, this is called foliations. Can you see? This is called foliations. So you can see here, this is called the foliations. So everywhere you can see the use of foliations, right? This is called foliations, and so on and so forth, right? You can see this is called the foliations, right? That was used. So again, you can see here the foliation. So now you can understand what is the foliation. So that is, if you throw a stone, a pebble in the water, in the still water, so that will be, there will be the rippling effect. So that is called, that makes what? That is called your foliation. So that is called the foliation. So foliation was used for the decoration. Now the arabesque method. What is this arabesque method? Okay, basically it is a curving lines intertwined elements like the vines and leaves to create a 3D effect, become a prominent feature. So this is called your arabesque that you can see here. There is the intertwined. Where is that? Intertwined. So you can see here, this is the intertwining. Now it's here. Let me see. That is more clear. So here you can see this is called intertwined. So this is called vine, scrolls, they are intertwined, they are overlapping with each other. So that is giving the impression of the 3D image, right? So this is called intertwined, right? Is it okay? So this is called your arabesque method. So that is called your arabesque method. So arabesque method was there, right? So arabesque method, 3D effect became a prominent feature. Now there is the intricate jali work in the Indo-Islamic architecture. Indo-Islamic architecture, right? So highlighting the importance of the light and significant aspect in the Islam. Additionally, the use of water features such as courtyard pools, fountains, small drains served religious, aesthetic and cooling purposes, right? So here you can see this is called the jali work. You can see the jali work inside the Indo-Islamic architecture. So this is your Indo-Islamic architecture. Then this is the water body. So always this is called the fountains. You can see this is called the fountains. This is called the water body. So this was also frequently used in the Indo-Islamic architecture. In the Indo-Islamic architecture. Is it okay? Is it fine? So this is called the water bodies, the fountains, ponds, pools, etc. So again, you can see these are the water channels. Here, this is the water channels. So there's a frequently used in the Indo-Islamic architecture. So water body was frequently used. Now, gardens were often laid out in the Charbagh style. What is called the Charbagh style? This Charbagh style was introduced by Babur in India. Introduced by Babur in India, in Mughal architecture by Babur, right? So what is this Charbagh style? So see here, this is called Charbagh style of the gardens. Now you can see here, this is a Charbagh style of the gardens. Now you can see this is the water fountain that is dividing the gardens in the 4 equal parts. So it is something like this. So Charbagh style. If you look here, right, sirs and madams, here, then again there is here, then again this is your here, sirs and madams. So there are the 4 gardens, sirs and madams. So this is your garden number 1, this is your garden 2, this is your garden 3, this is garden 4, and this is called your water body. This is your water body, water body, body, water body, right? Water body. So this is on the concept of the 4 paradise of the 4 gardens of the similar to the 4 gardens of the paradise, gardens of the paradise, right? Right. So this is called your Charbagh style. Is it okay? So this is your Charbagh style. Is it okay, sirs and madams? Is it fine? So this is your Charbagh style of the gardens, right, sirs and ma'am? Now, so this is your here only, right? So now you can see symbolizing paradise with the, while the Pitradura technique involved the inlaying of the precious stones and the gems to create floral and geometrical designs. So that was also introduced by the Mughals during the time of the Jahangir, by Noor Jahan. The first building where the Pitradura art was introduced, that was your Itmadullah's tomb. That was the tomb of the Noor Jahan's father, Itmadullah, that is in the Agra, Itmaduddaulah. So this was here, sirs and madams. Now coming to the other aspects. So this is called your Pitradura. Now you can see this is your wall, this is your pillar, this may be ceiling, this may be ground, this may be walls, on which you can see the intricate work of the metals, stones or semi-precious stones have been done. So it is the inlaying work, right? So simply you can understand this way. Suppose this is your a marble piece, right? And if in this marble piece, if you have to create some floral pattern, right? And in the veins, you will have to create what? Some kind of inlaying work. This is called your Pitradura. So that is what is done here. So that is on the walls, that is on the pillars, that is on the ceilings, on the ropes, on the walls, etc. So this is called your Pitradura work, right? Are you getting me? Pitradura work. Now, then the use of foreshortening technique created optical illusion, making inscriptions appear closer than they actually were, enhancing the visual appeal and grandeur of the structures. So that was another feature of the Indo-Islamic architecture. Is that okay? So Indo-Islamic architecture. Now, what is the difference between trabeated style and the arcuate style? So here I am. So this is your trabeated style or trabeate style. This is your arcuate style. So in this structure, there's a use of the lintels and the beams, arches, domes, and the minars. This entrance is rectangular with horizontal beams. This is called your entrance. Whereas the arc entrance with the curved structure like this or like this, that is called curved structure. The top, if you talk about, this is called the spire, that is called the sikhra, and there is a use of dome. Minar is absent. Here minar is present. The building material is primarily stone with interlocking system. Here bricks, lime plaster and mortar were used in the structure of the building. Are you getting me? Is that okay? Etma-ud-Dawla tomb. Etma-ud-Dawla. That was Etma-ud-Dawla was the father of Noor Jahan. So Etma-ud-Dawla was the first Mughal architecture in which the art of Pitradura was used. Right? Now, coming to the other aspect, classification. If we talk about the classification of the Indo-Islamic architecture, that can be divided into the Mughal architecture, Delhi Southern architecture, and the Mughal architecture. Then Delhi Southern architecture can again be divided into the 2 broad categories. One is called imperial architecture, another one is called your provincial architecture. In the imperial architecture, we will study about the architectural achievements attained by the rulers of or sultans of the Delhi Sultanate. And provincial architecture includes the regional architectures like of Bijapur, like of Malwa, like of Jaunpur, like of Bengal, etc. So these are the architectures. Yes, okay. So now, so this is your architecture. So classification of the architecture, okay, architecture of the Delhi Sultanate and the architecture of the Mughals. And then this architecture is further divided into provincial architecture and your imperial architecture, imperial architecture, imperial architecture. So we will start with the imperial architecture, architecture of the Delhi Sultanate. See, if we talk about the architecture of the Delhi Sultanate, then you know that the Turks came to India just because of this. The prime reason was, the prime motive was to get money, So when they came to India, they were not having the sufficient money or the wealth to create any fresh religious, institutions, or you can say the buildings like your mosque, right? So whatever they have constructed initially, that was remodeled one. What do you mean by remodeling? It was a remodeling of the traditional Indian architectures. So that was remodeled. For example, if I talk about simple, just to make you understand, if we have this kind of the structure, in the North India, right? There are also the pillars that is called mandapa. There may be ardha mandapa and all, right? So this is a possibility. On the similar lines, we have the different architectures, right? When the Europeans came to India, Turks came to India, what they have done? They have just replaced this sikhra by a dome. So now what will happen? Now this was removed, and instead of this, there was a dome was constructed. Then this mandapa and the ardha mandapa, kind of the thing that was for the purpose of the assembly, now used for namaz offerings, for the worship, for the rituals, right? So it was very easy. Now it was very easy to construct the building, the gateways in the Islamic style. That is called this one. Then there was the minarets that was created around these structures, and this is how the traditional Indian architecture or the monument became an Islamic architecture. If you take the example of the Quwwatul Islam Mosque of Delhi or Dhai Din Ka Jhopda of Ajmer, they are the modifications of, or the modified Islamic architecture. Initially, these were the ancient traditional Indian architectures, traditional Indian architectures, right? So initial examples like of your Dhai Din Ka Jhopda, that is in Ajmer, and Quwwatul Islam Mosque, that is in Delhi, which was constructed by, or in fact it was remodeled by the founder of Delhi Sultanate, that is called Qutbuddin Aibak, right? So there was the dearth of the money. There was a financial crisis. So they did not, did not go for the fresh construction, right? So now here I am, right? So see, sirs and madams. So Adhai Din Ka Jhopda at Ajmer, it was Ajmer. The Quwwatul Islam Mosque in Delhi, this is, and the iconic Qutub Minar were the remarkable initial examples of Indo-Islamic architecture, and these were developed by the slave dynasty, by the Qutbuddin Aibak. So these all are developed by Qutbuddin Aibak bin Aibak, right? Had constructed all these, right? All these. Now, coming to the other aspects. So this is your Quwwatul Islam Mosque. Now you can see the impact or the influence of traditional Indian architecture and the Quwwatul Islam Mosque. Here you can see the impression of Hindu deities also available on the pillars of the Quwwatul Islam Mosque, right? So this is Quwwatul Islam Mosque. Now, this is called the image of the deities, Hindu deities. Now this is your Qutub Minar. You can see here. So if I talk about the Qutub Minar, just let me talk about the Qutub Minar. It is of 73 meters of height. 73 meters. It is almost 73 meters of height. 73 meters of height, right? It is mainly constructed of red and buff sandstone. In the red and buff sandstone is the highest tower in India, tapering the upwards. This is a 5-story minar, Actually, the first story was constructed by Qutbuddin Aibak. Then Iltutmish added the next three story in the Qutub Minar. So it became the 4-story Minar. But before the Firoz Shah Tughlaq, or during the time of the Firoz Shah Tughlaq, there was a thunderstorm, a thunder strike over this Minar, and it was damaged. It was damaged. So Firoz Shah Tughlaq had repaired it and added the fifth story in this Minar. So today it is a 5-story Minar since the time of the Firoz Shah Tughlaq. If I talk about this Qutub Minar, it is by and large, it is your red sandstone. It is made up of this red sandstone. But the upper 2 story is made up with the marble and as well as the red sandstone. So all the stories are surrounded by a projected balcony, encircling the minars and supported by stone brackets which are decorated with honeycomb designs more conspicuously in the first story. The first 3 stories are constructed from the red sandstone, and the top 2 are the mix of marble and sandstone. Then there is your numerous inscription in the Arabic and the Nagari, that is the influence of the Indian style, characters in the different places of the minar. Just you can look into. So now you can see. So this is the balcony. This is one of the story of the minars. Another story of the minar. In between there is what is called the projected balconies, and this is called your honeycomb-like structure. Now you can see this is called honeycombing like of a structure. Honeycomb-like a structure, right? And just below that and above that are too many places. There are what I say that is called the inscriptions available that is written on this. This is called entirely red sandstone. It appears white, but it is not white. It is actually red. So it is red sandstone, red sandstone, red sandstone. But these two are mixed with red sandstone plus white marble, right? White marble. And these 3 are made up of red sandstone. Is it okay? Is it fine, sir, madam? So this was the thing, sir and ma'am. So now you can see here. So this was your Qutub Minar. Now coming to the architecture of the Khalji dynasty. Right? So let me talk about the architecture of the Khalji dynasty. Khalji period marked the introduction of what? Arc and the dome method. So introduction. So during the Khaljis, arc and domes came into the use, and they use red sandstone and mortar as the primary construction material, right? So here are some of the buildings constructed during the Alauddin Khilji. One is the Alai Darwaza, that is called the red sandstone and with the white marble. Gateway known for its intricate calligraphy and geometrical patterns. Then the Siri Fort, showcasing the blend of the defensive and decorative architectural styles. Haj Khas complex, that is in Delhi. Zamat Khana Masjid, Delhi, by Alauddin Khilji. So these all are made by the Alauddin Khilji. Is that okay? Alauddin Khilji. Now, so this is your Alai Darwaza and this is your Siri Fort. This is Alai Darwaza, this is your Siri Fort. Now you can see here. Again you can see the arch. You can see the development of the arch in true sense with the Khaljis. And then there is a dome also. Dome method. So here is your dome. So this is the construction of the dome. So this is your arch and this is your dome that was added by the Khaljis in the medieval architecture. Now coming to the architecture of the Tughlaq dynasty. During Tughlaq period, the use of grey sandstone became prevalent. Before that, we were using red sandstone. Now it is grey sandstone, and they are stronger in their strength. The Tughlaqs also introduced the batter wall. What do you mean by the batter wall? That is called the slanted wall. Batter means that is called the slanted wall. You can look here. So here you can see. So you can see this is called your slanted wall. You can see this is your slanted wall. So that is what is your slanted wall. So this was the batter wall. That is called the slanted wall used by the Tughlaqs. Is it okay? Now arch and the lintel method was employed for entrance. Notably, construction include the Tughlaqabad Fort by Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq, by Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq, Jahanpana Fort by Muhammad bin Tughlaq, and the Firoz Shah Kotla by Firoz Shah Tughlaq. So these are the constructions during the time of the Tughlaq dynasty. Tughlaq dynasty. Is it okay? Now, you have seen this. So, architecture of Sayyids. Sayyids are known for the known for two things. One is your octagonal tombs were used or constructed, and another then the use of the enameled tiles. These were the two developments that had taken place during the time of the Sayyids. So introduction of the octagonal tombs. In many of the places you will find that it was done by the Lodhis. No, it was by the Sayyids. It was started by the Sayyids. Introduction by octagonal tombs by the Sayyids, which became a recurring architecture feature for the mausoleums, right? Enameled tiles. In fact, in some of the books, there is also the reference of the Tughlaq also. Tughlaq had started because one of the ministers' tomb was made in the octagonal shape, but it was a regular feature with the Sayyids only. Enameled tiles were also used. So this is your octagonal tombs, and then there is your enameled tiles as well. Tiles were also used. Now, so this is your octagonal tomb. 1, 2, 3. An opposite of that, and then lateral, 4th, 5th, 6, 7, and 8. So this is called octagonal tombs. Now this is called your enameled tile. You can see this is your enameled tile. This is the enameled tile that can be on the floor, can be wall, or even on the ceilings. Now, architecture of the Lodhis. Architecture of the Lodhis. So what is the contribution of the Lodhis? The most important thing is double dome technique. Double dome technique. And then garden tombs. These two are the contribution of the Lodhis in the Sultanate architecture. Double dome technique. So now see here, this is called double dome. This is called double dome technique. So this is your outer dome. This is your inner dome. So what is? So it gives a beauty, aesthetic. It adds the aesthetic value to the structure, because just because of the outer the dome, it appears very massive, but from inside it is lesser in the height just because of this. And it also durable. It is also durable, and it provides the strength. It's a strength. So double dome is a feature added by the Lodhis. And then there was a garden tomb. Garden tomb was also introduced by the Lodhis, right? So madam, so these are two features, right? The Sikandar Lodhi's tomb. Sikandar Lodhi's tomb. Delhi was the first garden tomb built in India, right? And the Lodhi garden in Delhi and the city of Agra was also established by the Sikandar Lodhi. So these are two important facts that you should keep with yourself, right? So garden tomb and all, right? Now coming to the provincial schools of architecture. If we talk about the provincial, first of all we will talk about the Bengal. If you look into the Bengal, the geographical location of the Bengal, so this is your Bengal. So this is your Bengal, right? If you talk about the monsoonal effectivity, right? So here is this is your heavy rainfall region, right? Heavy rainfall region. So this is your rainfall region, heavy rainfall region, heavy rainfall region. It's okay. Heavy rainfall region. It's okay. So what will happen if this will be flat roof? There will be accumulation of the water that will weaken your structure. So you will make such kind of a construction that will not allow the water to log or to contaminate. So they will go for this kind of hut-like of a structure. So this is the one of the features they have developed in there. That is called slanted roof. So this is the one thing, Sir Madam. That is with the Bengal School of Architecture. Now the notable examples of Bengal School of Architecture: sloping roof seen in the Kadam Rasul Mosque and Dakhil Darwaza. Both of them are in Gaur in West Bengal. That is in West Bengal. Adina Mosque is in Pandua. That is in Pandua. So these three are examples of the Bengal architecture. Is it okay? So these are the features of Bengal architecture. This style features large, massive buildings and is influenced by the local climatic conditions that necessitated the sloping structure to manage heavy rainfall. It's okay. That is done. Now that you can see here, this is a slanted roof. You can see here the slanted roof. Now coming to the Jaunpur School of Architecture. Jaunpur School of Architecture. It was developed by the Sarki dynasty, the rulers of the Sarki dynasty. Sarki dynasty, developed by the ruler of the Sarki dynasty of Jaunpur. This style is marked by slanted gateways, which are notably huge and broad, right? Important feature of this architectural style is the absence of minarets. There is no minarets. A prime example of this style is your Atala Mosque in Jaunpur. Then is your Lal Darwaza Mosque in, again, that is also in the Jaunpur. So these examples are also important, where these are located, Is it okay? Where these are located. An important feature of this architectural style is your absence of minarets. A prime example of this style is your Atala Mosque in Jaunpur, Lal Darwaza Mosque in Jaunpur. These are the examples, right? Now, coming to the Malwa School of Architecture. Malwa School of Architecture. It was developed by the Pathans of the Malwa, right? And here we can see the European influence and also environmental adaptation in these architectures. How we can see? Because European architecture, you must have seen the huge windows and the gates, right? So there is a large windows for ventilation and decorated walls, often adorned with the wall mats or the carpets to make insulated from the heat from outside, So these two are what European influence as well as your environmental adaptation, sirs and madams. So this was your environmental adaptation. Is it okay? Environmental adaptation. Is it fine? No. Oh, that's great, Mrityunjay. Is it okay? So now, there is an absence of minarets. Artificial, there would be artificial bouleys, that is called the reservoirs, that is called the water body, and the use of batter walls. Now you can understand, batter wall means that is called the slanted walls. Notable examples include the Hindola Mahal, Rani Roop Mahal, Roopmati Pavilion or Mahal, Mandu Mahal, that is fort, Jahaz Mahal, and Asarfi Mahal in Mandu. So you can see here. Now coming to, so these are the examples in the Mandu. Hindola Mahal, Rani Roopmati Pavilion, then Jahaz Mahal and Asarfi Mahal. They all are in your Mandu. These all are in Mandu. Okay. Now, coming to the Bijapur style of the architecture. Bijapur architecture. Initially, it was developed by the Adil Shahi dynasty of the Bijapur, Adil Shahi. And what is the feature? There was a three-arced facade. Three-arced facade was used. Almost spherical, bulbous domes and the use of cornices. Now you can see, is there any image or not? Oh, there's no image of this. If you look into the image, right? So it is bulbous. Bulbous, that is called almost spherical. Now you can imagine this way. So if I talk about this is called your bulbous, if I have to dissect it. So this is called your bulbous, right? Even it is like this. So it will be like this. That is completely round, spherical one. So that is called bulbous, right? This is called your bulbous dome. Bulbous dome. Is it okay? Bulbous dome. Right? Bulbous dome. A key example of this is your Gol Gumbaz. It is a mausoleum of Adil Shah of Bijapur, and it is the second largest dome of India. The largest dome is MIT Dome in Pune. MIT Dome, that you can Google it now, right? Now, Mughal architecture. So this is how we can complete the provincial architecture. Now we need to talk about the Mughal architecture. What are important here, sir, madam, in Mughal architecture? If we talk about the Mughal architecture, Babur had constructed a few notable mosques, including Kabuli Bagh Mosque, Panipat, and Rohilkhand mosques, right? And he had also introduced the Charbagh style, Charbagh style of garden, Charbagh style of garden. Garden was introduced by him. Charbagh style of garden was introduced by him also. That was the Babur. Now coming to Humayun. Humayun, you know that Humayun had very less time to do any architecture or cultural development in his empire, because all through his life he was toddling, and finally he toddled out of his life, right? So if I talk about the Humayun laid the foundation of the Din Pana, which was later on developed by Sher Shah, and in 1534, though it remained incomplete. Later on it was completed by Sher Shah, and today it is known as the Old Fort or the Purana Kila in Delhi. In Delhi. Right, sirs and madams? In Delhi. Now, Sher Shah Suri. After Humayun, for sometimes you know that for 15 years, from 1540 to 1555, there was a period of the Sur dynasty, and Sur dynasty was the second Afghan dynasty ruling on India, right? So now, Sur dynasty had also contributed in the architecture of the medieval period. Sher Shah had developed Qilai-e-Kuna Mosque in Delhi, and he had also constructed his own mausoleum in Sasaram, Bihar. He had constructed many masjid in Patna, and he also contributed in the development of the Grand Trunk Road. Actually, this Grand Trunk Road was in ancient time that was known as Uttarapath, and in medieval times it was known as Sher Shah Suri, and in the modern times it was renamed as Grand Trunk Road by a viceroy that's called Lord Auckland. So what is the story of this? In ancient India, it was known as ancient India, or ancient time, it was known as Uttarapath. Then in medieval times, it is known as Sher Shah Suri Marg, and in modern times, that is in the colonial times in British India, Viceroy Lord Auckland had renamed it Grand Trunk Road. Is it okay? So this is the story of this, right, Sasamam? That is your GT road. So he had done all these things, right? Is that fine? Now coming to the Akbar. Actually, the Indo-Islamic architecture truly developed during the time of the Akbar. Because in the Islamic architecture, we can see the influence of traditional Indian style also, especially of the Rajput style, right? So Akbar's reign had evolved a very distinctive style of architecture that combines both the Islamic and the traditional Indian style, right? Now, the most notable structures from this period is Humayun's tomb. It was constructed by Bega Begum or Hazi Begum. Why it is called Hazi Begum? Because he had done a visit to, he had paid a visit to Hajj in Makkah. So this is called your Hazi Begum, or it is also known as Bega Begum. She had constructed Humayun's tomb in red sandstone, and that is located in Delhi. Is it okay? And white marble. This is with the two things, that is of your red sandstone plus white marble, and laid out the Charbagh style representing the Persian influence, right? Now, Akbar emphasized the use of arch and domes, but also incorporated the traditional trabeated style prevalent in the Indian architecture. And he drew inspiration from Rajput architecture, employing lentil roofs, Sikhar-like domes in his construction. Important architectural contribution during his reign. He had constructed Allahabad Red Fort, Agra Red Fort, right, Magra Red Fort, and both of them, on both of these architectures, we can see the influence of Hindu architecture or the Rajput influence. Now coming to Fatehpur Sikri. In 1573, he had shifted his capital to Fatehpur Sikri. But after some times, he had shifted his capital back again, just because of the scarcity in the Fatehpur Sikri, just because of the scarcity of the water, he relocated again. Now Fatehpur Sikri is a very planned city, right, and entirely built of the red sandstone. But in the Fatehpur Sikri, there is a one structure that is made up of completely white marble, and that will make your question for your exam. And that building is, or that structure is, the tomb of Sheikh Salim Chishti, right? So Fatehpur Sikri, city built entirely on red sandstone, featuring prominent structures like Jodha Palace, Birbal Palace, Jahangiri Mahal, Ibadat Khana, which is called the House of Worship. Then Diwan-e-Aam, that is called Hall of Public Audience. Then this is your Diwan-e Khas or Diwan-e-Aam. So this is called Hall of Private Audience. Salim Chishti's tomb, that is very important, that I wanted to tell you. This same Salim Chishti's tomb, an example of white marble architecture completely. So that will make your question 101%, right? This is the only building that is constructed completely in white marble in the Fatehpur Sikri. Then there is your Panch Mahal, right? There is your Hiran Minar, in the memory of an elephant, in the memory of an elephant, right? So Hiran Mahal. Then Buland Darwaza, in the memory of his Gujarat victory, So this is what is also there, sirs and madams. So this is also what is there. Hiran Minar, that was dedicated to his one of his favorite elephant. Then Buland Darwaza, in the memory of his Gujarat victory. Is it okay? Now, let me tell you some other aspects. So this is your Sheikh Salim Chisti's tomb, that is made completely in the white marble, and behind you can see all through there will be red sandstone structures, right? So this is the tomb of Sheikh Salim Chisti. Now coming to the Govind Dev temple, it was also constructed by Akbar. That is in the Vrindavan. Govind Dev temple in Vrindavan, reflecting a blend of the Mughal architecture as well as the local Hindu architecture styles. Now, Akbar had introduced Tudor arc, that is called four-center arc in the Mughal architecture. A four-center arc is low, wide type of arc with a pointed apex. That is your pointed apex, low and wide. This type of arch uses space efficiently and decoratively when used for doorways. Is it okay? So this is called centered arc. That is called Tudor arc. Achha, it is not visible. It won't be visible. Let me draw it for you. So you can see here. So this is your four-centered arc. It's okay. Four-centered arc. It's okay, sirs and madams. So this is your four-centered arc. It's okay. Now, it's fine. Now, so this is again, that is an important aspect, sirs and madams. Four-centered, that is called Tudor arc. So that is again very much important. Tudor arc is very much important. Who had introduced Tudor arc or the four arc in the Mughal architecture. This is by the Akbar. Now coming to the other aspect, Jahangir. During his reign is known for the development of the paintings. And Mughal painting reached its climax during the reign of Jahangir, right? So Jahangir was more known for the that is for the paintings, right? But still there are certain architectural aspects developed during the reign of the Jahangir. Nur Jahan had introduced the art of Pitradura in the Mughal architecture, and for the first time it was used in Etima Uddaulla's tomb in Agra, right? First used during this Pitradura. Was first used during Jahangir's reign by Nur Jahan in the tomb of her father Etima Uddaulla, right? Now Shah Jahan period is the climax of Mughal architecture, characterized by the use of marble instead of red sandstone. So far we have seen the rapid use of the red sandstone. But on large scale, marble were used during the time of Shah Jahan. Now, one such example is your, your Taj Mahal of Agra, Pearl Mosque in the Red Fort of Delhi. Is that okay? Red Fort of Delhi. So there are some red forts. Red Fort, and Pearl Mosque. That is your Moti Masjid. It is available in the two forts for us. One is Red Fort of Agra. In Red Fort of Agra and in Red Fort of Delhi. Right? Delhi. Pearl Mosque of Red Fort Agra is developed by Shah Jahan. And the Pearl Mosque of Red Fort of Delhi constructed by Aurangzeb. This Red Fort was constructed by Akbar, and this was constructed by Shah Jahan. But within this, if we talk about the Pearl Mosque, that is called the Moti Masjid. The Moti Masjid of Agra developed by Shah Jahan, and Moti Masjid of Delhi was constructed by Aurangzeb. After the end of this, Mumtaz, after the end of this session, you can access the test by going into the description. There is a link available. You can see there. So it's okay. Now, so this is your Pearl Mosque. Is that fine? So we have done this, sirs and madams. Now coming to the Aurangzeb. The architectural style of Mughals saw a decline during the Aurangzeb's reign. The reason was the financial crisis. Simply. The notable construction included the Moti Masjid in the Red Fort of Delhi, and the Bibi Ka Maqbara at Aurangabad, built by his son Muhammad Azam Shah in the memory of his mother Dilras Bano Begum. Rabia Durrani, often called the mini Taj, resembles the Taj Mahal in its design, but is the poor imitation of the Taj Mahal. Aurangzeb is more known for the destruction of the traditional Indian architectures. Now, coming to some regional architectures, at least we need to talk about the two regional architectures of this time. One is called Sikh architecture and other is called your Rajput architecture. So we need to talk about these two regional architectures. Is it okay? So let me talk about the Sikh architecture, or Sikh style of architecture. Right? So Sikh architecture, the Sikh style of architecture. If we talk about the Sikh style of architecture, it emerged in Punjab and characterized by, first is your multiple chhatris were used, which are small domed pavilion often arranged symmetrically, right? You can see here. So there are many chhatris. There you can see there are many chhatris. There's chhatri 1, chhatri 2, chhatri 3. So there are, sorry, these are the chhatris. This is your chhatri, this is your chhatri, this is here is your chhatri. So these are too many chhatris that you can see. That is too many chhatris, right? So these are too many chhatris you can see, right? Small domed pavilions. So all through you can see here there's a dome structures, right? That is very much clear here, 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 here. So there are too many chhatris you can see here, right? So now then is your sallow cornices and fluted dome. Sallow cornices and the fluted dome. So you can see this is called your fluted dome. So this is your fluted dome. 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 Are you getting me? So this is your fluted dome. Is it okay? So this is called fluted dome. And this is called your sallow cornices. That is called chhajja. That is called sallow cornices. That is small projections, projected balconies. That is called sallow cornices. The most iconic structure is the Golden Temple in Amritsar. That's called Sri Harmandir Sahib, right? Harmandir Sahib. That's done. Now coming to the Rajput style, right? Rajput style. So let me talk about the Rajput style. If we talk about the Rajput style of the architecture that flourished in the Rajasthan and surrounding regions, it is characterized by hanging balconies, that is called jharokhas, right? That is protruded outward, allowing ventilation and aesthetic appeal. Cornices in Rajput architecture were often shaped like an arch. This is called this way, arch, right? This is called this arch. So let me tell you, jharokha, that is called the hanging balconies. So you can see here. So this is your hanging balconies, that is protruded outside, bahar ki taraf. And then you can see this is your shape cornices, shaped like arch. That is called cornices. Here you can see cornices, there you can see the cornices. Everywhere you can see the cornices that is in the shape of your arc, right? Is it okay? Is it fine? Is it okay? So you can see here again, this is called the arches. There you can see the arches, right? Hanging balconies, that is called hanging balconies. Now coming to the modern architecture, there are the two styles of the modern architecture that we need to discuss. Right? One is your Gothic style or Victorian style, that is called Neo Gothic style or the Victorian style. Another is your Neo-Roman or Neo-Classical style. So there are two types of the modern architecture that developed. Neo-Gothic or simply Gothic style or the Victorian style, and then is a Neo-Roman or the Neo-Classical style. Is it okay? Is it fine? So New Gothic style or Victorian style, right? So see here, this style is marked the advent of the advance of British structure. So what are the features of this? Large, elaborate, and often monumental in scale. Key features include large and elaborated buildings with extensive use of red sandstone and quartz limestone. Then pointed arches and large windows. Cleaner walls with minimal ornamentation. Example, Victoria Memorial. So you can see the pointed arches and large windows here. So you can see this is your pointed arches, pointed arch, right? So these are what that is called the pointed arches, pointed arches, pointed arches, right? And then you can see here the large windows. You can see this is called the large windows. You can see everywhere this is called the large windows, large windows. Is that okay? So these are the features of your Victorian style or Gothic style, right? It is in the biff color. So this is your Victoria Memorial, Kolkata. That is in Calcutta. This is in Kolkata. That is in Calcutta. Calcutta. Now it is Kolkata, Calcutta, right? Now you can see another, that is St. Paul Cathedral, again in Calcutta. So you can see here again pointed arches, pointed arches. Everywhere you can see the pointed arches. It's okay. So these are the pointed arches. It's okay. Now, this is a Victoria terminus, that is Chhatrapati Shivaji Terminal, that is in Mumbai. Mumbai. Basically, this is a railway station. Again, you can see pointed arches and all, right? So this is your pointed arches. Now, this is a church gate. Again, you can see pointed arch, pointed arch. This is your pointed arch. So everywhere you can see the pointed arches, pointed arch, right? So church gate, Mumbai, Mumbai again, Mumbai. It's okay. Right? Is that okay? So got me? So this was the things, Saman. So what are the features of these Gothic style or the Victorian style? So this is all pointed arches, large windows. So again, you can see this is the large windows. This is called large windows, large windows. It's okay. So these are what? That is your large windows. It's fine. It's okay. It's fine to everyone. Hi to all. Where are the others? So these are the features of this. So when we are talking about the modern architecture, this is called your Victorian. So Victorian architecture includes what? Pointed arches and the long windows, right? Everyone is okay? All fine, all good? Everything is fine now? Chalo. It's done? Chalo. Now, coming to the neoclassical or your new Roman style. So this is also one of the examples of your Gothic. Now coming to your new Roman, a new classical style. This architecture style was characterized by there should be a light, what is called courtyard, that is called angan, large ground structures with emphasis on grandeur and symmetry, hanging balconies and carved cornices as prominent features. Structures were designed to be aesthetically pleasant and ornate. Buildings were often circular, like old parliament building, or semicircular in structure with imposing facades. The facades, domes that rise dramatically from the buildings, cylindrical drum. So you can first have a look. This is called the cylindrical dome. This is the Supreme Court of India. So cylindrical dome, right? Cylindrical dome, right? Then if you look, this is called cylindrical dome. This is Rashtrapati Bhavan, President's Palace. Now, so this is thing Samana. So this is here. So cylindrical dome, then there is the courtyard, there is the cornices. So Rajput influence is very much on this architecture. Is that okay? Is it fine? So this is how we can end your end your architecture wala part. Architecture wala part, right? So we ended with this. Now we can also, now we will start the religion and philosophy. So abhi to religion and philosophy is yet to be done. That is the most important topic, religion and the philosophy. So that is going to be, every year you expect a question from the religion and philosophy, right? Religion and philosophy, right, sirs and madams? So let me talk about the religion and philosophy. Within religion and philosophy, we will talk about Buddhism, Jainism, and six school of philosophy. Then we will also talk about the Bhakti and the Sufi, right? I don't know you people, why you people are so, what is the purpose of this session? Should I give it a completion, or should I, okay, if your battery is dying out, so I should end my session? Now let me tell you. Now you please tell me, what should I do? So why we are here? So the purpose is very much clear, that you know well. We should complete it or not? We should complete the session. No, we should not complete the session or complete the session. Okay. Okay. So let me continue with that now. Okay. So here we can continue with the session. Now let me talk about the Buddhism and Jainism. So if somebody asks you what exactly is Buddhism, what would be your answer? Just try and understand, because answer is very much here only. If we talk about the Buddhism, what exactly is a Buddhism? Buddhism is not only about the teachings of the Lord Buddha, but it also includes the life experience of the Buddha. So what was his experiences? Let me tell you. What were his experiences? Let me tell you, right? So Buddhism is this. So some basic information in regard to the Buddha. Otherwise, right, sirs and madams? So here I am going to start with. So they go see, Buddha belongs to a clan that is called Kul, that is called Vansha, that is called Shakya. Now there is a fortune teller in his life that is called Kaldeva or Kondine Deva. Let me tell you a story here. So with the birth of the Buddha, Buddhism did not emerge. When Buddhism emerged, sirs and madam, it emerged with the enlightenment of the Buddha. When the Buddha got enlightenment, he became enlightened, he became Buddha, and the Buddhism got birth, right? Before that, there was your Vedic religion, Vedic dharma, Vedic religion, right, sirs and madams? If I talk about the Vedic religion, and if we talk about what I say, talk about the society at the time at the time of the birth of the Buddha, there was the Brahminical order, and you have seen that in your Brahminical religion, that when a child gets birth, the family members become very much bothered about his future. ये बड़ा होकर के क्या करेगा? What he will do after becoming young or younger or your youth, ये क्या करेगा? So similarly, his father, Sudodhana, called a fortune teller, that is called Kaldeva. Kaldeva looked at his hand, and the hand of the Siddhartha, that is called the childhood name, that is the childhood name of the Buddha, and he had looked into his palm and said that either this child would become a Chakravartin king or will become an ascetic. As far as the prediction was of a Chakravartin king, that was very satisfying for the Sudodhana, the father of Buddha. But when he said that he might become an ascetic, तो ये बहुत बड़ा झटका था. It was a kind of shock to his father. What will happen to my empire? I have created this empire. What will happen to my empire, right? So when Buddha was there, he had looked into his hand and said that he may also become the ascetic. Then Suddhodana asked, Sir, please tell me, what should I do that he will not enter into the ascetic life? तो आप जानते हैं, all the time there is a solution. There was a solution. He said that you have to protect this child or this Siddhartha from the 4 events of the life. And those events are an old person, a sick person, a dead body, and an ascetic. If he had seen all these events in any day, no one will stop him to remain in the house or inside the house. He will renunciate. He will went for what that is called for the enlightenment. He will leave home, right? So the 4 events of his life was this is an old person, then there was a sick person, then third one was a dead person, and the fourth one was ascetic. Is it okay? Was ascetic, right? So this was the forecast of the Alar Kalam. This was the remedy which was suggested by the Alar Kalam to his father Suddhodana. So Suddhodana thought it is very easy for me to manage not to let my son see these 4 events of the life together. So he had married his son in a childhood, so that he could be engaged or involved in his own materialistic life, right? He would be engaged in his worldly affairs. So he married to him with the Yashodhara. And he had also a son whose name is Rahul. His name was Rahul. But since childhood, his brain was very meditative, right? And gregarious. All the time, he was thinking for something. What will happen, how this thing happened, what is the reason of this universe, and everything, life, death, everything he was contemplating all the time. Okay, all the time, right? Once he was in his window in the early morning, and he saw all the 4 events of the life: old person, sick person, a dead body, and then also a sannyasi. And then he thought that why someone grow old, why somebody becomes sick, why somebody dies, and what is the problem, what is the reason of the sorrow of this person who became the sannyasi or the ascetic? भागा ही जा रहा है. So this was the question. So he thought that this world is full of sorrow. Then he wanted to know what is the reason, what is the root cause of this sorrow, and this was the pertinent question in his mind. And that's why he left home. He renunciated the home. And the renunciation of the event of the renunciation of the Lord Buddha, his home, is known as Maha Nishkraman in Buddhism. Maha Nishkraman in Buddhism. Is it okay? So now, Maha Nishkraman. So leaving home is called Maha Nishkraman. Maha Nishkraman in Buddhism. Is it okay? So when he left home, his first guru was Alar Kalam, whom he met at Vaishali. And he taught him the Sankhya philosophy, taught him the techniques of yoga. And then his second guru was Udrak Ramputra at Rajgir. So now you can get a question also. After leaving home or after renunciation, who was his first guru? This was your Alar Kalam, whom he met at Vaishali, and then was your Udrak Ramputra, whom he met at Rajgir. So Alar Kalam and Rudrak Ramputra were his guru. He met Alar Kalam at Vaishali and met Udrak Ramputra at Rajgir. Is it okay? At the age of 35 years, Gautam Buddha attained nirvana at Bodh Gaya. Under a sala tree on the bank of river Falgu. That is another name of this river is your Niranjana. After 49 days of his continuous meditation, right? And he left home when, okay, these are the things that is not going to be asked. The name of his horse was Kanthak. His horse, and his chariot driver was Chanan. Chanan was his chariot driver, right? With whom he left the home, right? Is it okay? So now coming back. So 35 days, at the age of 35 years, Buddha attained knowledge, that is called nirvana, at Bodh Gaya, under a sala tree on the bank of river Niranjana, after 49 days of continuous meditation. Now see, there is a place that is not exactly the Uruvela here. There is a place near to Bodh Gaya that is called Uruvela. That is near to Bodh Gaya. Right? Bodh Gaya. See, there is a story, Sister Madam. Just let me tell you the story. See, when Buddha was in the process of attaining knowledge, he was, listen me carefully, he was practicing finances. And once he was sitting very close to Bodh Gaya, that place is called Uruvela, where he was just like a skeleton. He was sitting beneath a tree. Then a lady named Sujata saw him and thought that he is a one Devata, that is called the god of the forest. Actually, Sujata just became a mother. When she was not conceived, she had taken a vow. If I will have a child in my lap, I will offer sweets to the one Devata. When after giving birth to her child, Sujata was looking outside. He saw a thin man, old man. It was like a skeleton-like man, like sitting under a tree, and confused that it is a one Devata. So she brought a bowl of kheer, that is called the pudding, rice and milk, and came to that person with confusion that he is the one Devata, and offered him that. When she offered that rice and milk to this skeleton-like body or the person, and said that, and then realized that this cannot be a one Devata, that cannot be one Devata. So she asked Buddha, what you are doing? Why doing such a finances? Then Buddha told everything about himself and shared that I'm just in the process of getting the knowledge. Then Sujata said, do you think that in healthy mind, a healthy mind can reside in a poor body? No, healthy mind resides in healthy body. Healthy mind resides in healthy body. Is it okay? Healthy body. So you should not torture yourself. Rather, you should have proper food, proper rest, and then only you can meditate, you can focus towards your goal. Without food, without rest, in deep finances, you cannot attain the knowledge. This was the message given by Sujata to the Buddha, and Buddha got the first enlightenment. Usko laga, yes, she is right. Then Buddha accepted the rice and milk offered by Sujata to the Buddha. and moved from Uruvela to Bodh Gaya. Then he sat under a sala tree, that is called people tree, in fact, that is called a people tree, on the bank of river Niranjana or the Falgu at Bodh Gaya. And after 49 days of continuous meditation, he got enlightenment. So Siddhartha played very important role in the recognition of the knowledge by the Buddha. The second story is here. When Buddha was in his meditation, was in the process of getting knowledge, he was disturbed by the god demon of the ignorance, whose name was Mara. Mara was a god or demon of, or you can say the god of the ignorance, Ajanta, right? Ajanta. So how he can tolerate if a person is in search of knowledge? So I will try to distract him. So there is this episode of the Mara. Mara came down to distract Buddha, but Buddha was not distracted. Then Mara also sent his daughter to distract Buddha. Then Buddha was not distracted. And finally, Buddha got enlightenment after 49 days. And he became what that is called Buddha. He became Tathagat. He became Sakya Muni. What do you mean by, what are the different names of? After attaining knowledge, Siddhartha became Buddha. Buddha means enlightened. Meaning is enlightened. Enlightened, right? He is also known as Tathagat. Tathagat, whose knowledge is ultimate. Whose knowledge is ultimate. Ultimate. Shakyamuni. Sakyamuni, because he belongs to Shakya clan. Shakya clan, right? So these are the different names given to him, right? Is it okay? Is it fine? So now the event of leaving home is known as Mahabhirishkaman. When he got knowledge, this is called Nirvana. Nirvana. So attainment of the knowledge is known as Nirvana, right? So attain knowledge, that is called Nirvana. Attained Nirvana. So this is called Nirvana. That is called Nirvana. That is called the second thing, right? And after attaining knowledge, Buddha gave his first sermon to the five Brahmins at Sarnath in a deer park. This was the first sermon given by the Buddha to someone. This event is known as Dharma Chakra Pravartana in Buddhism. Dharma Chakra Pravartana in Buddhism. This was given to the five Brahmins, right? Five Brahmins. This event is known Dharma Chakra Pravartana, that is called turning of the wheel. So that is the motion that sets the religion into the motion. That sets the Buddhism into the motion. Now it is about to propagate. That is about to spread. So that is setting the things in motion. That is what is called your Dharma Chakra Pravartana. Now, with these five Brahmins, he had also established Buddhist Sangha in Sarnath itself. In Sarnath itself. Is it okay? In Sarnath itself. In Sarnath itself. Right? In Sarnath itself. Dharma Chakra Pravartana, that is called sermon. Five disciples, including Mahakashyap, the first disciple at Sarnath. At Sarnath, that is in the deer park. Right, sirs and madams? Now, With these five Brahmins, disciples, he laid the foundation of Buddhist Sangha. Right? This is the one thing, sirs and madams. At Sarnath. Sangha at Sarnath. Is it okay? Is it fine? Now, coming to the other aspect, sirs and madams. Now, actually, at the time of the birth of Buddha, his mother died. After some time, his mother died. His Masi, sister of his mother, brought up this child, and his Masi became the foster mother. Her name was Maha Prajapati Gautami. Maha Prajapati Gautami. She also wanted to join the Buddhist Sangha. Wished to join Sangha, which was rejected by Buddha, because Buddha was not in favor of the women to get entry into the Buddhist Sangha. He had believed that if Buddhism will survive for 1000 years, and if the women enter into this Sangha, the life of this Buddhism will be half. And he was very much true. And that actually happened. But when the offer of the Maha Prajapati Gautami was rejected by Lord Buddha, then she approached to one of his favorite disciples, whose name was Ananda. And Ananda was also the cousin of the Buddha. Maha Prajapati Gautami approached to Ananda for making a request to Buddha to take Maha Prajapati Gautami into the Buddhist Sangha. So on the request of Ananda, Buddha permitted women into the Buddhist Sangha. So this was Ananda, on the request of Ananda requested for women entry. Into Buddhist Sangha. And the first women to enter into the Sangha and to enter into the Buddhist Sangha, was Maha Prajapati Gautami. Is it okay? It was Maha Prajapati Gautami. Is it fine? Now, it's okay. Buddha had adopted the means of Pali, common man's language to spread his knowledge. He used Pali to spread his knowledge, right? Is it okay? It's fine. Now, coming to the other aspects. So now, some important information about the Buddha. So here, there are if anybody who wishes to join the Buddhism, he had to take the refuge of the three things. And these three things are Buddha, that is called enlightened one, Dhamma, that is called the religion, and the Sangha is the monastic life. So if somebody expresses his belief or take the refuge of these three things, Buddha, Dhamma, and the Sangha, becomes entitled, he became entitled, he is entitled or qualified to join the Buddhist Sangha or to be in the Buddhist fold, right? So these three are called the Buddha, Dhamma and the Sangha. These are three gems of the Buddhism, right? So this is your three gems of Buddhism. Three gems of Buddhism. Buddhism, that is called Buddha, Dhamma and the Sangha. You will have to express your faith into these three gems of Buddhism, Buddha, Dhamma and the Sangha. Sangha is Buddhist monastery. Initially it was prohibited for women. On request of the Ananda, Buddha permitted women in the Sangha. Mahaprajapati Gautami. He died at the age of, Buddha died at the age of 80 years in 483 BC at a place called Kushinagar in UP. The event is known as Mahaparinirvan. The Buddha visited Pava near Kushinagar shortly before he passed away, and he ate the final meat there at the home of his disciple, that is called Chunda. And this was your Malla Ganrajya. Pava was in Malla Republic. In Malla Republic. In Malla Republic. There are too many republics. One was your Malla Republic. In Malla Republic. So where Buddha had taken his last meal, that was in the Pava or in the Malla Republic, right? So 8 great places, Mahasthan, associated with Buddhism is Lumbini, Sarnath, Sravasti, Rajgiri, Bodh Gaya, Kushinagar, Sankesa and Vaishali, but not associated to the Patliputra. Not associated to the Patliputra. Right? So these are the Mahasthan that is associated with the Buddhism, Lumbini, Sarnath, Sravasti, Rajgiri, Bodh Gaya, Sankesa and Vaishali. Is it okay? Why these are the 8 great places or Mahasthan? Lumbini. What is the significance of Lumbini, sirs and madams? Significance of Lumbini. It was the birthplace of Buddha, a part of Sakya Janpad, which was a republic. Bodh Gaya is a place where he got enlightenment. Sarnath, where he had given his first sermon. Kushinagar, where he got Mahaparinirvan. So these are the first 4 which are associated with the life of the Buddha, Mahasthan, Lumbini, Bodh Gaya, Sarnath, Kushinagar. Now coming to the Sravasti. This is very much important. He spent most of his monastic life in Sravasti. Once this was a question asked in UPPCS that may be repeated in your UPSC again. So spent most of his monastic life in the Sravasti. So that's why he had given his maximum preaching in the Sravasti. And it's also the birthplace of Jaina Tirthankar, Sambhavnath. Sankesa, that is in UP. Buddha after his death descended from heaven here. It is called that he will descend here after his death. Rajgir, after the great departure, Buddha had first gone to Rajgir, Mahabhinishkram, after leaving home, and he met with a king of Harinka dynasty, that is called Bimbisara, and offered Buddha his throne, which he turned down. Right? Turned down. It is say. So after leaving home, he met with his contemporary king, whose name was Bimbisara. Right? And at Vaishali, he met with his guru, Alar Kalam, and that at Rajgir, he met with his Udrak Ramputra. Is it okay? So these are the 8 places of his life that is known as Mahasthan. So these are also located on this map. Is it okay? Is it done? So these are the places. Now 5 great events of Buddha's life, represented by some symbols. Buddha's birth is represented by lotus and the bull. The great departure, Mahabhinishkraman, that is represented by horse. Enlightenment or nirvana, represented by Bodhi tree. First sermon, that is called Dharma Chakra Pravartana, is represented by wheel. And the death, that is Parinirvana, that is represented by the Stupa. So these are 5 great symbols. Is it okay? Now, coming to the Buddhism and Jainism. Now let me talk about the philosophy. That is very much important. This philosophy is very much important that I was waiting for. So this was the factual details, but let me talk about the philosophy. God, soul and the rebirth and the caste system. So let me discuss here. So see, what is the concept of God? God. What is the concept of God? What is the concept of soul? What is the concept of rebirth? Rebirth. And what is the concept of caste system? Understanding of the caste system in Buddhism. But at the same time, we will discuss not only in reference to the Buddhism, but also in reference to Jainism and Hinduism. Jainism and Hinduism, right? So this is what is your Buddhism, this is your Jainism, and this is your Hinduism. So altogether we will discuss in all the three religion, right? This is your Buddhism. Buddhism. It's okay. This is your Jainism. Jainism. And this is your Hinduism. Hinduism, right? Hinduism. So, the concept of God is not accepted in Buddhism. God is not accepted as the creator of this universe. There is no God at all, right? So, the same goes with the Jainism. Even Jainism does not believe in God. Again, in some of the gutkas, in some of the books, you will you must have read that. So there is the existence of God even in Jainism, but his position is below the jina. That is meaningless talk. That is not meaningful talk, right? That is not meaningless. If in any of the standard books if it is given, that is a meaningless talk, right? If we don't consider the existence of God, we consider the existence of the God, and we are keeping the God who is the Almighty below someone or something, that is not the existence of the God. So that is what is explained in Jainism. There is God, but that is below the jina. That is not correct. So even Jainism does not believe in the existence of God. But if we talk about the Hinduism, it believes in the existence of the God, right? Now, so if we talk about there is no God here, then there are the natural forces. There are the natural forces or nature's law for the creation of this universe, Is that okay? Is it fine? So this is the one thing. So God is not responsible for the creation of this universe, right? Now coming to the soul. In Buddhism, there is a concept of impermanence. Everything is transient. So there is no soul because Buddhism believes in impermanence. Buddhism believes in impermanence. Nothing is permanent in this world. Nothing is permanent. Everything is transient. And so is your soul. So Buddhism does not believe in the existence or eternity of the soul, right? But when we come to Jainism, it believes in the soul. And what is unique? The soul, it accepts the existence of the soul in both. That is in Jiva and Ajiva both. That is called conscience. Conscious. Yes, conscious. And Ajiva, that is called unconscious. Everywhere there is the existence of the soul. that is in the living beings, and that is also in the non-living beings. So it simply means that the soul is even in river, water, hills, mountains, everywhere, etc. So it is everywhere. It is everywhere, right? So soul is everywhere. That is in the jiva, that is in the ajiva, that is in the consciousness, or this is your unconscious, right? Soul is here. That is called Hinduism. Is there. It believes in God, believes in the soul, right? Now, coming to the rebirth. If we talk about the rebirth in Buddhism, it also believes in the rebirth. Then when it does not believe in the permanent the permanence of the soul, then how the rebirth is possible? So see, it is said that in Buddhism that the world is in a cyclic process. This world is in a cyclic process, right? This world is a cyclic process, right? This cyclic process is called samsara. This is called samsara. Samsara. So this is cyclic phenomenon, right? And you will be trapped in this cycle till you achieve. One will be trapped into this cycle, in this cycle, till you attain valid knowledge, till you attain valid knowledge. Until unless you are getting the knowledge, you will be trapped in this samsara. So you will move in this cyclic process. So you will be free from the cyclic process only when you will get enlightenment. That is called your valid knowledge. That is your valid knowledge. Is it okay? Now, again, the same concept is here in Jainism also. Again, there is a concept of cyclic process. This is called samsara, right? Samsara. That also believes in rebirth. It also believes in rebirth. It also believes in rebirth. There is a samsara. And why you are in this samsara, in this cyclic process? Just because of your karma. One is because of his karma taking birth and rebirth, rebirth. Is that okay? Birth and rebirth. So let me tell you, so see, here, there is a person who is sitting here, right? He is sitting here, right? All around, there is now the karmas floating in the universe. All around, there is the karma floating in the universe. Right? In this universe. And these karmas try to get inside you. This karma has a tendency to get inside you. That is called ashrav. So influx of the karma is called ashrav. Ashrav is influx of karma. So karma tries to get inside you. Right? That is called ashrav. So obviously I'm talking about the bad karmas. That will not leave you happy. You will be disturbed by your greed, by your attraction, love, lust, etc. These all are the karma. And that will make you a thief. That will make you to rob the things. That will force you to commit mistakes. So this is what is called your karma. So there is a tendency of influx of the karma. So influx of the karma is called ashrav in Jainism, right? So what is your, towards your salvation, your liberation, towards your kavalya, what would be your job? Your job would be to stop, right? So samvara is the process of stoppage of karma. So whatever the karma is coming inside, you should stop it. You should stop it. You should not come inside. That is called samvara. Is okay? One is Mahakashyapa. Mahakashyap is the Mahakashyap. It's okay? So samvara. Now, so this is the second stage. Now what will happen? So towards the process of your liberation, right? So one thing is your ashram, then is your samvara, and the third, when you have stopped the entry of the karma inside you, then the last thing is your nirzara. So nirzara, what is this nirzara? There are some of the bad karma that is attached to your soul. So now your responsibility is to remove those bad karmas. And removal of that bad karmas, shedding of those bad karma is called nirzara. And when you remove all your karmas attached to your soul, then you will attain the blissful states of your life. And then only you will be free from your karma. That is called your bad karma. And then that will only lead to your salvation. That is called your liberation, in fact. Right? So nirzara is removal of your karma. Removal of karma. And until unless this karma is attached to your soul, you will be moving in this sansara. Right? So what is, just because of this sir, madam, sir, this karma, you are taking birth and rebirth in this cycle. Is it okay? So this is what is the concept of rebirth in Buddhism, why you are taking birth and rebirth in Buddhism, why you are taking birth and rebirth in Jainism, and this is the concept of your rebirth also in the Hinduism. If I talk about the caste system, it strictly says no. Jainism also negates casteism, but not strongly negates caste system. But not strongly as rejected by Buddhism. Why? Because of your karma, because of your karma, you are taking birth. You are taking birth in upper caste and the lower caste. So when this is a thing, so madams, so how we can say it is completely negated? Not. It is not completely negated in Jainism. It says that we don't believe in the caste system. That is true. But it is not strongly rejected caste system as it was rejected by the Buddhism. It's okay. It believes in the caste system. So have you got these concepts? Got the concept? आज तो जान चली गई भाई. Is it okay? Is it fine? So got this philosophy? Is it okay? Now, let me discuss more. So this was what is the concept of these things: God, soul, rebirth, caste system, Buddhism and Jainism that we have discussed. Now there are 3 gems in Buddhism that we talked about. The 3 gems: Buddha, Dhamma and the Sangha. Now daily practice for the individuals or lay followers, right? So this is how to take the refuge of Buddha, Dhamma and the Sangha that we have already discussed. Now there is a concept of the Four Noble Truths, right? What that makes Siddhartha as the Buddha, right? Siddhartha as the Buddha, right? So this is, Buddha says that this world is full of sorrow. This world is full of sorrow. Sabbam dukkham. So world is full of sorrow and misery, sufferings. If there is dukkha, there is a desire, there is a root cause. There is a root cause for your sorrow, your grief, your suffering, your misery. And that is your desire. That is called intense desire of sorrow or suffering, right? This is called and why this desire is the root cause for your sorrow, because there's a doctrine of Pratit Samutpad in Buddhism. That is the theory of dependent origination or dependent arising, is stating that all phenomenon arise in dependence upon causes and conditions, and ceases when those conditions ceases. कहा गया कि everything is dependent. Just because of your lust, your desire, you are in sufferings, and when you will end this root cause, your sufferings will also end. Your suffering will also end. So that is the concept of Pratit Samutpad. So simply, the life is full of sorrow. If there is sorrow, there is a root cause. And what is the root cause? That is called your lust, your desire. Okay? That is explained through the Pratit Samutpad. And if there is a root cause, there is a way to get out of it. That is called Dukh Nirodh is possible. The question is, what is that way to get the Dukh Nirodh? That is called Astangik Marga. So Stangik Marga, and following the 8th path, that's called the middle path in Buddhism, so that you will be free from your sufferings. Is that okay? Free from your sufferings. So this is your Dukh Nirodh. So what is the concept of Pratit Samutpad that you got? And what is the end of your suffering? That is called Astangik Marg, and this is your middle path. Middle path. Is it okay? Middle path. Now, Buddha gave his first sermon to his former meditation companions, 5 ascetics, that we have already discussed, sirs and madams. That is already done. Now, the eightfold path. What are these eightfold path? So these are, the eightfold path is Four Noble Truths, the way of awakening. That is called middle, and this is also middle way. So this is your right view. This is your right intention, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. So these are your eightfold path. Is it okay? So this is your eightfold path, right? So this eightfold path is for a monk, for a nun. It is not possible for everyone to practice all view, intention, speech, action, livelihood, right effort, mindfulness, and concentration. That is not possible for a lay follower, right? So it was simplified. It was presented in the form of Panchsila, that is called 5 precepts, which are basically the ethical guidelines for the lay followers, right, who are not in the monastic life. This is called Panchsila, like abstain from falsehood. You should not speak a lie. Abstain from falsehood. Abstain from theft, not to thief, not to steal. Abstain from killing, not to be violent. Abstain from sexual misconduct, and abstain from your intoxication. This was for the lay followers. Practice not the monastic orders, right? For the monastic order, there was the eightfold path, and for the lay followers, this was the Panchsila, that is called the 5-fold path. It's okay. Now, sirs and madams. Now, so this is the philosophy that we got. Now coming to first is your Buddhist councils. Let me talk about the Buddhist councils. Then we will come to Buddhist councils. Now see, Buddhist councils. Buddhist council. If we talk about the Buddhist council, this is your first Buddhist council, second, third, fourth Buddhist council, right? This is your venue, that is your R, V, P, K. R is called Rajgir. This is your Vaishali. This is your Patliputra. This is your Kashmir. Then, so it is done. This was your venue. Now coming to the chairperson, chairman, chairperson, chairman, right? Chairman. So this is your M, S, M, V. This is your Maha Kashyap. Kashyap, he was the first student of Buddha. Sabba Kami or Sarva Kamini, Sabba Kamini. This was your Mogali Putta Teshya. And this is your Vashumitra. Vashumitra. And this session also had a deputy chairman or vice president whose name was Ashwaghosh. 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 Right? Ashwaghosh. Ashwaghosh. Now coming to patron king. Patron king. Patron king. Patron king. The patron king, right? This is your patron king. This is your patron king. That's okay. This is your AKAK. A, K, A, K. A for Azat Satru. K for Kalashok. This is your Ashok. And this is your Kanishka. Kanishka. Right? And then is your, here is your description. Description. Right? So this is your description. During this Buddhist council, two Buddhist canons. Two Buddhist canons. Two Buddhist canons. Buddhist canons were composed. Sut Pitak and Vinay Pitak. Vinay Pitak. Vinay Pitak. Right? Sut Pitak and Vinay Pitak. Vinay Pitak. Sut Pitak is the original teachings of Lord Buddha. Vinay Pitak is the rules and regulations of the monastic life. During Second Buddhist Council, first Sismin Buddhism. First Sismin Buddhism. In Buddhism. First Sismin Buddhism. That means division. That is called division. It was into Asthavirvadin. Asthavirvadin and Mahasangika. Mahasangika. Asthavirvadin and Mahasangika. Right? If we talk here, right, Ashoka, during the Third Buddhist Council, third Buddhist canon, Abhidham Pitak. Pitaka was composed. Right. Now coming to the fourth one. In the fourth one, second schism in Buddhism. Into Hindyan and Mahayana. Asthavirvadin became Hinayana, Mahasangika became the Mahayana. Is it okay? Now, why the two canons were, what do you mean by the canons? Canon is the original philosophy of Buddhism. That's called canon, right? If there is any commentary, that is called non-canon. So the two Buddhist canons, there are three Pitak, Sut Pitak, Vinay Pitak, and the third one is your Abhidham Pitak. These are three canons only in Buddhism. That is called three Pitak. So that makes what? That's called three Pitaka. Three Pitaka, right? So two Buddhist canons were composed, Sut Pitak, Vinay Pitak. First schism in Buddhism took place, Sthavirvadin and Mahasangika. Third Buddhist canon, Abhidham Pitak, was composed, second schism in Buddhism, into the Hindyan and the Mahayana. Is it okay? Is it fine? So this is what is done through the Buddhist Council. Now coming to the other discussion. So there are the Buddhist canons. So canonical texts are the books that lay down the basic tenets on the principle of Buddhism. That is called canons. There are three Pitakas, right? Sut Pitak, Vinay Pitak, and Abhidham Pitak. Sut Pitak contains 10,000 suttas or sutras, teachings related to the Buddha and his close companions. So it is what? That is called teachings. Compiled during the first Buddhist council, which was held shortly after the death of Buddha. It includes, Bhaskar discourse is divided into the 5 Nikayas, that is called collection. And these Nikayas are Dig Nikaya, Majjhim Nikaya, Sanyukta Nikaya, Aguntar Nikaya, and Khodak Nikaya. Is it okay? So these are the different Nikayas of the Sut Pitaka, right? Is it okay? So this is made up of these Nikayas. Now coming to the Vinay Pitak. Vinay Pitak, if I talk about the Vinay Pitak, this is the rules and regulations of the monastic life. Okay, that is your conduct. Abhidham, that is called moral psychology, the philosophical analysis and systemization of the teachings of the Buddha and his close associate. That is called your Abhidham Pitak. Right? This is your Abhidham Pitak. Now, non-canonical texts. So there are certain examples of non-canons like Mahavastu, written in Sanskrit, and it was, then is your Nidan Katha, Deep Vansanda Mahavansa, then is Milin Pano, then is Neti Prakaran. So these are the non-canonical texts. Right, sirs and madams? So now, so this is done. Now coming to the Bodhisattva. So in Buddhism, there is a concept of Bodhisattva. What is the concept of Bodhisattva? What is called Bodhisattva? See, in Buddhism, that you know that if you have to take the nirvana, right? If you have to take the nirvana, right, sirs and madams? Nirvana. Then you have to attain the valid knowledge, right? Valid knowledge. So there is too many persons who are in the quest of attaining the knowledge. There's too many persons who was in the quest of attaining the knowledge, right? In Buddhism, if somebody gets enlightenment, that is called the valid knowledge, he is qualified to become Buddha. Then he became Buddha, and he can be free from the cycle of the samsara, right? But there are certain Buddhas who delays their departure or delays their nirvana, that is called your liberation, just to help the others. So if somebody who had attained the knowledge and delays his departure, to help others is called the Bodhisattva. Got me? So what exactly is Bodhisattva? So what is the concept of Bodhisattva? So the concept of Bodhisattva, who attained knowledge, and delays his nirvana, delays his liberation, to help others. Is this okay? To help others. They are called the Bodhisattva. Is that okay? Okay? Is it okay? Now, when he is here to help others, there means he is with certain positive attributes. There are the 4 attributes of a Bodhisattva: Maitri, Karuna, Mudita, and Upekha or Upeksha, right? So Maitri is called loving kindness, Karuna is called compassion, Mudita is called emphatic joy, and Upeksha is called equanimity. So love and kindness, that you can understand. Compassion you can also understand. Mudita, that is called emphatic joy, that is also understandable. What is called equanimity? What is called Upeksha? What is your Upeksha? So if we talk about the equanimity, that is called Upeksha, it means that you have to maintain yourself the same throughout in your life. If you have happiness, you have to remain the same. If you have sorrow, you have to remain the same. If you are preparing for UPSC and if you have qualified, then you have to maintain your static. Then if you are not qualified, then again you have to be in the same state. That is called ho gaya acha, nahi hua acha. So that is what is called Upeksha. So maintaining equanimity in all the conditions. So these 4 are the virtues of the Bodhisattva, right? Is it okay? Maitri, Karuna, Mudita, and Upeksha. But there are certain other Bodhisattva, they also reflect the other attributes. Now, if I talk about a Bodhisattva, that is called Avalokiteshvara, it manifests compassion. Avalokiteshvara, it manifests compassion. If I talk about Manjushri, it manifests wisdom. It's wisdom. If I talk about Akash Garva, it is Buddha's blessings. If we talk about Samant Bhadra, it represents Buddha's aspirations. If I talk about Chitas Garva, it is the manifestation of Buddha's merit. And Maitreya is the future Buddha. He is the future Buddha. Maitreya is the future Buddha as well. He was future Buddha. He is such a Bodhisattva who will come in future to help others. That is called future Buddha. It is something like the Kalki avatar of Hinduism, of Vaishnavism, right? So it reflects what? Buddha's future of the Buddha, right? He will hold a water file in his left hand. Now, Vajrapani, it manifests Buddha's power. Right? Buddha's power. Now, there's one thing. Like in the Hinduism, there is a concept of Trinity. That is called Brahma, Vishnu, and the Mahesh. Similarly, in even Buddhism, there is the concept of Trinity. There are 3 protective deities. One is your Avalokiteshvara, other one is your Manjusri, and then is your Vajrapani. So this is Manjusri, this is Avalokiteshvara, this is the 3 protective deities, Vajrapani, Manjusri, and your Avalokiteshvara. So Vajrapani represents Buddha's power, while Buddha's wisdom is symbolized by Manjusri, and Avalokiteshvara manifests Buddha's compassion. Vajrapani represents Buddha's power, whereas Buddha's wisdom is symbolized by Manjushri, and Avalokiteshvara manifests the Buddha's compassion. Is that okay? So this is what is the 3 protective deities of Buddhism, of the Lord Buddha. Is it okay? Now, coming to the Sad Paribhuta, that is the discharging, that is a critical spirit. Amitav, he is the Buddha of heaven. So these are different. Simply you can get who is Amitav. Who is the future Buddha? In fact, once it was a question asked in 2000, I believe 8 or 9 paper, who is called Maitreya. Maitreya is the future Buddha. So similarly, you can get the questions here, right? Amitabh. Then is different mudras, right? Different mudras means that is through your fingers. That's called the gesture. That is called gesture. That is called Dharm Chakra Mudra. That is setting into the motion of the teachings of the wheel. Bhumiya Sparsh Mudra, that is called touching the earth to witness the earth. To witness, when Buddha got the enlightenment, he had taken the witness of the earth in the Bhumiya Sparsh Mudra, right? When Buddha had given first sermon, that was in the Dharm Chakra Mudra, represented by the Dharm Chakra Mudra. Varda Mudra, that is your, represents the charity, compassion and the boon granting Mudra. It is for realizing one's desire to devote oneself to human redemption. Abhay Mudra. Abhay means that is you should be fearless. That is called Abhay Mudra, fearless. So this is what is your Abhay Mudra. That is called, symbolizes protection, peace and dispelling of fear. So if somebody is came in the refuse of Buddha, then he is with the Abhay Mudra, right? Just stay fearless. That is called Abhay Mudra, right? Dhyan Mudra. It is a gesture of meditation and of concentration of the good laws. So that is what is your Dhyan Mudra, right? Dhyan Mudra. Now major schools. Let me talk about the major schools of Buddhism, right? Mahayana Buddhism. So see, Mahayana Buddhism is influenced by the Hinduism, right? So Hinduism had influenced Mahayana Buddhism immensely, right? Immensely, right? So it believes it is influenced by Hinduism. So all the practices of Hinduism you can see here, like rituals, worship, incarnation, adoption of aristocratic language like Sanskrit, etc. So these are the aspects of your Bodhisattva is a feature. Buddha will born again, that is called incarnation. Language used, that is called Sanskrit. And Madhyamika is a subsect of Mahayana Buddhism. Madhyamika is a subsect of Mahayana Buddhism. Is it okay? So now, so there is idol worship. Believes in the heavenliness of the Buddha, like Indra is in Indralaya, right? That is in the Indralaya. So these are the features of your Mahayana Buddhism. Now coming to Hinayan Buddhism. This is called abandoned vehicle or defective vehicle. It believes in the original teachings of Buddha or doctrine of elders. Does not believe in idol worship. Tries to attain individual salvation through self-discipline and meditation. So there is no need of bodhisattva. So there is no need of bodhisattva. So there is no need of bodhisattva. Are you getting me? So just because of your self-discipline and meditation, you can attain salvation. That is called liberation. So you don't need the bodhisattva. So there is no concept of bodhisattva in Hinayan Buddhism. Buddha will born again. Language used Pali and Theravada, Sautrantika, Sarvastivadin are the sects of Hinayan Buddhism. Is it okay? These are the subsects of Buddhism. Is it fine? It's okay. So these are very minute details. Sorry. That you should carry with yourself, right? Is it okay? So these are Theravada, Sautrantik, Sarvastivadin, Hinayan sects. So you have done. There's a Madhyamika, that is called Mahayana Buddhism. Subsect is Theravada, Sautrantika and Sarvastivadin are the Hinayan sect. Now coming to after Second Buddhist Council at Vaishali, first schism took place in Buddhism and two factions, Sarvastivadin and Mahasangika, came into the being. The two factions became the basis of Hinayan and the Mahayana later on. Right? Now coming to the other sects of Buddhism. One is Sautrantika, that descended from the Sarvastivadin and Samitya. So these are the different of Mahasangika or Mahayana Buddhism. So Sautrantika descends from the Sarvastivadin. That is Hinayan, Sarvastivadin. So that is again that belongs to Hinayan, because Sarvastivadin further led to the development of Hinayana, right? A Mahasangika led to the development of Mahayana. So if it descends from the Sarvastivadin, so that belongs to Hinayan, and that belongs to your Samitya. Is it okay? Now, Theravada, it is the most ancient branch existing Buddhism today in India. Developed in Sri Lanka, and no more to discuss all these things, right? Believe in the original teachings of the Buddha. So that is again the part of the Hinayan Buddhism. Is it okay? Now coming to Vajrayana. It is the believe in the magical power of the Buddha, vehicle of thunderbolt, and that is called Tantric Buddhism. That is called magical powers, believing in the magical power for liberation, right? Originated in India around 980, but developed in Tibet and this one. There is a worship of the female deity that is known as the Tara. That is again important one. That is popular in Eastern India. So this is the part. So in Vajrayana, people believe in the magical power for salvation. Magical power for salvation. Is that okay? Now, there are certain important terms used in Buddhism, right? What are these terms, sirs and madams? What are these terms? See here. One is called Uposat. It's before that you need to come for Pabza. First term is your Pabza. When it means to go forth, refers to when a layperson leaves home to live his life of a Buddhist. Suppose you are a ordinary person and you have decided to join the Buddhism or the Buddhist fold. Then you will have to perform a ceremony that is called Pabza. So this is a ceremony by the student after being admitted to a monastic life, right? So Pabza is a ceremony of lower ordination to the rank of novice. And now a novice is to become a Buddhist monk, right? Then he had to perform what that is called your Upsampada. So ordination ceremony by which a novice becomes a monk or bhikshu. That is called your Upsampada. And what is called Uposat? It's a cleansing of your defiled mind. See, whenever you are going outside for making bakes or for begging for your survival, so you must be attracted by the worldly affairs. So there's a possibility that your mind will get corrupted, right? So you need to have some kind of cleansing of your defiled mind so that you could secure inner calm and the joy. And for this, you have to observe Uposat. That is called your Uposat. Is it okay? So that is called your Uposat, right? Now, coming to the other aspect. Pabza is done. Now, Vassa. Vassa is called rain's retreat. Actually, in India, in Indian climatic conditions, there are 3 months of the monsoonal effectivity. And there is everywhere there is a water and water and water, right? So entire world is inundated with the water, especially in Bihar and UP I'm talking about, right? So at that time, the Buddhist monks and nuns should avoid going outside, rather to stay inside the monastic life. So that is called your annual 3 months monastic retreat. That is called Vassa. That is called the rainy season. So that is called rain's retreat. Pavarna is a Buddhist holy day celebrated on Aswin full moon of the lunar month. It marks the end of 3 months Vassa. So Pavarna is the end of what that is called Vassa. Is that okay? Now there are a few more terms that is for you. That is called Parivarjaka and Shramana. It means renunciant and wanderer. Ajit K. Skemlin and Buddha, Vardhaman, Mahavir, everyone was Parivarjaka. Shraman, they are called the ascetics. And monks of various sects, they renounce the worldly life in search of the knowledge or the truth about the life and the universe. That is called Shraman. Now, are you getting me? So these are terms. Parivarjaka, that's called your Sharmana, right? Sramanas, right, sir and madam? Now coming to the Upashaka. Upasak is called lay followers of Buddhism. Upashika, right? And Upasika is for the females. Now, Nirvana defines Nirvana as being free from the desire, pain, pleasure. It is like the extinction of the flame. So, are you getting me? Nirvana? Nirvana is a concept when you ends the flame of your desire, your lust. That is what is called your Nirvana. It is the extinction of the three fires, and that is your greed, that is called rag. There's aversion, that is called dvesh, and then ignorance, that is called moksha. When these flames are extinguished, the cycle of rebirth is escaped, and you will attain your nirvana. So that is what is the concept are in the Buddhism, right, sirs and madams? So we have already discussed this. This is a time period I have not mentioned, I believe. This is 483 BC first, 383 BC second, after 100 years, 250 BC, that is third, and the fourth one in first century AD, that is called 72 AD. Is that okay? Now, it's done. Now, spread of Buddhism. It was spread by monks, sanghas, kings, by traders and the merchants as well. So this is how we can end the Buddhism. Now it's time to discuss some of the questions. So here are the questions, sirs and madams. With reference to the religious history of India, consider the following statements. Asthavirvadin belongs to Mahayana Buddhism? No, that belongs to your Hinayan Buddhism. Lokottarvadin sect was opposite of the Mahasangika sect of the Buddhism. That has not taught, but it is correct one. The deification of Buddha by Mahasangika fostered Mahayana Buddhism. That is correct one. Mahasangika later developed in the Mahayana Buddhism. That is correct. So 2 and 3 are correct. So your B is your correct answer. Now coming to consider the following statements. That is done. 2019. Deification of the Buddha, treading of the path of Bodhisattva, image worship. These all are the features of Mahayana Buddhism. So this D is the correct one. Are you getting me? So deification of the Buddha, treading the path of the Bodhisattva, and image worship and the rituals. These all are the features of Mahayana Buddhism. Now, with reference to the religious history of India, consider the following statements. The concept of Bodhisattva is central to the Hinayan sect of Buddhism. No, that is central to the Mahayana Buddhism. Bodhisattva is compassionate one on his way to enlightenment. That is correct. Bodhisattva's delays achieving his own salvation to help other sentients being on their path to it. That is 2 and the 3 both are correct. Is it okay? Now, with reference to the Indian history, who among the following is the future Buddha? That is called your Maitreya. That is also asked in your UPSC 2018 that we have already discussed in the sessions. With reference to the cultural history of India, consider the following statement. What is called Parivarjaka? That is called an ancient. Sramanas, that is priest. No, they are not the priest. They are the ascetics who is in search of the knowledge. Upasak, lay follower of the Buddhism. So 1 and 3 are the correct one. B is the correct answer. Now, which one of the following describes best the concept of nirvana in Buddhism? The extension of the flames of your desire. There are 3 desire. Okay. So desire. Now coming to the next question. But before that, we need to discuss your Jainism. So can we take a break for 5 to 10 minutes just because of my throat condition? Can we take a break of 10 minutes just because of my throat condition? It is not allowing actually. I'm stretching. Can you allow me? For 10 minutes break. Everyone. So stay tuned. We are taking a break for 10 minutes. It's 2.5 hours we are spending here time. So just 10 minutes break, right? So 10 minutes break. Okay. So 10 minutes break. 10 minutes break. Is it okay? Hi everyone, welcome back. I hope I must be audible to all of you. And we are ready to for the we are ready. I hope. So see, sirs and madams. Now we need to talk about the Zennism. That is your Jainism. That is another philosophy. Another philosophy, right? So I'm not going to discuss about the what is the childhood name of Mahavira, that is called Vardhaman, father's name, his Gantrik clan, mother's name, father's name, etc. So these are the things that you can do at your own, right? But even if you need, then I can do all those things, that his father was Siddhartha, mother was Trishula, wife was Yashoda, daughter was Anuraza Priyadarshini, etc. So these are some basic things that you can understand, that you can get in the books also. So my purpose is just to make you understand what exactly the Jaina philosophy and what are the basic things, basic tenets of the Jainism. So let me discuss or disclose you simplify the mystery of those philosophies, right? So simplify that mystery. Okay. So now let me tell you something, sirs and madams. During 6th century BC, like Buddhism also, Jainism also emerged as one of the heterodox sects of the 6th century BC, right? So it also emerged as a heterodox sects, right? Heterodox sects, right? In 6th century BC, it also emerged as a heterodox sect. Also emerged as a heterodox sect. Heterodox sects. What is the meaning of heterodox? Heterodox sects. Heterodox means that does not believe in the authority of the Vedas. It does not believe in the authority of the Veda. Does not believe in the authority of the Veda. In the authority of Veda, of Vedas, right? There was almost 62 sects, 62 sects, 62 heterodox emerged. Heterodox sects emerged. Sects emerged. One is your Buddhism. So this is your Buddhism. Then is your Jainism. Then was your Ajivaks. Ajivaks. Then was your Charvaks, etc. Charvakism, etc. Right? So there's too many things. So now here we are supposed to make a discussion on the Jainism, right? So Jainism. If we talk about the Jainism, there is a concept of 62, there is a tradition of 72, there is tradition of 24 Tirthankaras in Jainism. Tirthankaras is something like the great persons, Tirthankars in Jainism. Tradition of 24 Tirthankars in Jainism, right? In Jainism. Is that okay? 24 Tirthankars in Jainism, right, sirs and madams? If we talk about the Jainism, so who are they? They are the great persons, in fact. They are the great persons. They're the great persons, right? What is important for us to memorize the name of the Tirthankaras, right? So there is mnemonics for you, RPM. RPM, that is called rotation per minute. That is not the concept of the physics, that is called rotation per minute. It's okay. It's okay. So one is your Rishav Dev, Rishav Deva, Deva. Then this is your Parshvanath, Parshavnath, and then is your Mahavira, Mahavira, Mahavira. So this is your first one, first. This is your 23rd. This is your 24th and the last one, 24th and last Tirthankar. Last Tirthankar. That is called Mahavira. Is it okay? So this is the concept, right, sirs and madams? So this is the concept, sir and madam. One is your R, that is called your Rishav Dev, Rishav Dev, Rishav Dev. This is your Parshvanath, and then is your Mahavira. So this is the fourth one. This is the first one, Rishav Dev. Then the 23rd, then is the Mahavira. In between, there is one more that is important for us. That is your 19th, right? 19th Tirthankar. And this is your Mallinath. In Sutamba tradition, Mallinath is considered as a women Tirthankar, right? In Sutamba tradition, in Sutamba tradition, there are the two sects of Jainism that you must be aware of. That is called Swetambar and Digambar. In Swetambar tradition, Mallinath tradition, Mallinath is considered as a women Tirthankar. Mallinath is considered as the female Tirthankar. Female Tirthankar. It's okay. Tirthankar. Female Tirthankar. It's okay. And so it is represented by a pot, right? So by a pot. This Tirthankar is not considered as a female Tirthankar in Digambar. Digambar considered it as a male Tirthankar, right? So these are the important ones: Rishav Dev, Parshvanath, and the Mahavira. But there is your Mallinath again. This is the first Rishav Dev. Its reference is also given in the Vedas also. He is also known as the Adinath. Is in the Adinath. So it is not about the superiority of any Jainism. Everyone is good at their place, right? So it is not, this is incomparable. Okay, Surendra. So Rishav Dev, Parshvanath, and your Mahavira, right? Mahavira. But when you talk about the philosophies and the practices, if we talk about the finances, definitely Buddhism promotes middle path, but Jainism promotes austerity, extremities. Okay? It believes in deep finances. In that respect, it is not popular as the Buddhism was, right? That's it. Nothing more than that. So Rishav Dev and your Parshvanath. Is it okay? Is it fine? So these are things, so madam. Now, taking you to the here in the PPT itself. So first one is your Rishav Deva or Rishav Deva. 23rd is your Parshvanath, and the 24th is your Mahavir Swami, right? If we talk about the Mahavir Swami, he had taken birth at Kundgram near Vaishali. Father was Siddhartha. He belongs to Gyantrik clan. Mother was Trishula, sister of Lichvi. Then Chetak's daughter Mahavira was married to Yashoda and had a daughter that is called Anuja or Priyadarshana. Priyadarshana means who is looking good in darshan. That is called Priyadarshana. Is it okay? So at the age of 30 years, Mahavira also left home in search of the knowledge, right? And after 13 years of deep finances, he attained the highest knowledge, that is called Kevalya. Kevala, or that is called Kavalya. That is called the highest knowledge. That is called highest knowledge in Jainism. Highest knowledge, right? He became Kavalya. That is, and that's why he became Kevalin. This is called Kavalya and became the Kevalin. Thereafter, he is also called Mahavira. He is also called Jina, or he is also called Jitendriya, one who had conquered all his senses. After attaining knowledge, he is also known as Nigrantha, or also known as Kevalin. That is, Nigrantha means who is free from all the bonds. So these are the names of Mahavira after his attainment of knowledge, attainment of his knowledge. He preached his teachings for 30 years and died at Pava near Rajgiri at the age of 72 years. Right? Is that fine? Now see, if we talk about the Jana philosophy, it rejected Vedas, does not believe in the God's existence. According to him, the universe is product of the natural phenomenon of cause and effect that I have already talked about. That there are the natural laws which are responsible for the Jainism, for the universe. Is it okay? So there was what Jainism, that is this is a natural phenomenon that is responsible for the creation of this universe, right? Now he believed in the karma, that is already discussed, and transmigration of the soul. The body dies, but the soul does not. Soul is in both Jiva and the Ajiva. So these things are already discussed with you, Sir Madam. Now, if we come to Jainism, there is a concept of the three gems of Jainism as well. As there was the three gems of Buddhism, there is also the three gems of Jainism, right? This is your right faith, right knowledge, and right conduct. When we talk about the right conduct, there is the 5 great vows. What are the conducts? That is called the observance. When we talk about the right conduct or the observance, there are the 5 great vows. That is called ahimsa, that is called your non-violence; satya, that is called truth; aste, that is called not to steal; aparigraha, this is not parigraha, this is called aparigraha, that is called non-possession or not to acquire the property; and then is your brahmacharya. When we talk about the first 4, these first 4 are added by the 23rd Tirthankar, Parshavnath, who belongs to Kasi also. Parshavnath added by, and this one was added by Mahavira Swami. So Mahavira had added brahmacharya, philosophy of brahmacharya in Jainism. Yes, is it okay? Now, and if we talk about the ahimsa, satya, asteya, aparigraha, that is added by Parshavnath. Is it okay? So it is fine. Now, so these are things, sir, madams. Now see, there is a story, sir, madam, here. So it is said that after 200 years of death of Mahavira, so when Mahavira died after 200 years of his death, after 200 years of his death, there was a great famine. There was a famine in Magadh. There was a famine in Magadh, right? Magadh. At this time, the Mauryan king was Chandragupta Maurya. Right? So at this time, what actually happened, since Jaina monks were also surviving over the alms, and that is called bhiksha. We were asking for the bhiksha, that is called alms, right? So they were surviving on the alms, that is called the begging, right? So they were surviving on the alms. So now in the Jainism cadre, just because of this famine, it was decided that some of us will stay in the Magadh and some of us will migrate to the South India, so that we could survive well. If all of us will be in the Magadh, so it will be very difficult for the survival, because there will be less with the people to give you the alms. Alms means that is called the bhiksha, right? So we will not have the sufficient food for the survival. So here the Jainism was now divided into the 2 branches. One branch stayed in Magadh under the leadership of Stholbhadra, and the other one that was under the leadership of Bhadrabahu went to South India, that is in Karnataka near Mysore in Sravanbelgula, under the leadership of Bhadrabahu. Bhadrabahu was a Jaina monk. He had also inspired Chandragupta Maurya to adopt Jainism, and Chandragupta Maurya, under his influence, had adopted Jainism and came along with the Bhadrabahu to South India. With this migration of the Jaina monks to the South India, Jainism also spread to the South India. This is one thing. That is one major development that you should keep with yourself, right? It was under the leadership of Bhadrabahu. It was under the leadership of the Bhadrabahu that the Jaina monks migrated to the South India, right? And Chandragupta Maurya also went to. There, Chandragupta Maurya had practiced a Jaina finances that is called Samlekhna or Santara, where he had starved himself to death. That is one of the practices of Jainism, and he had left his throne in favor of his son Bindusara. But when the famine was retreated, then when it was back, right, then the condition was normal. Bhadrabahu with his Jaina monks came back to the North India. Then he had seen that the Jaina monks who were under the leadership of the Stulbhadra had modified their practices. They started wearing the clothes. Actually, in Jainism, there is a practice of not to possess anything. Even you don't require the clothes, right? So this was even in the your Jainism. Even don't you require any cloth over your body, for your body, right? So now they have started wearing what I say that is called the unstitched white cloth, right? And that's why they were termed as Swatambaras under the leadership of Stulbhadra. It was opposed by the Bhadrabahu. Bhadrabahu believed in the original philosophy of the Jainism, and he wanted or he pursued to keep themselves naked. That is called the sky clad naked. But it was the reason of the ideological conflict between these two factions that led to the split in the Jainism. So Jainism divided into the two groups. One is called Digambars and other is called your Swatambar. Swatambar was led by Stulbhadra and Digambar was led by the Bhadrabahu. Are you getting me? Right? So now this is how the Jainism was divided. Now see here. When we talk about the Jainism, there was a split, right? Digambar, that was the Southerners. Leader was Bhadrabahu. Chandragupta Maurya's story was there. He had practiced Samlekhna or at Sravanbelgula near Mysore. This is Samlekhna, or it is also known as Santhara. It is starvation till death. Starvation till death. It's okay. That is the Jaina finances. Now, what is the philosophy of this Digambas? Digambas used to keep themselves naked, while female monks were used unstitched plain white saris, right? And the Digambars believe in all five great vows, that is called Satya, Ahimsa, Aste, Aparigra, and the Brahmacharya, right? And they also believe that women are not entitled to get their liberation, right? So that is also important. But at the other end, there are Swatambars who believe in only the first four great vows. They were not believing in Brahmacharya, and they also believe that women can also get the liberation. So it is about your Swatambars. So it is called, Swatambars are called the Northerners. It was led by the Stulbhadra. They are white cladded, followed only to the great vows, four great vows, right? Except Brahmacharya. Women can also get the liberation, right, sirs and madams? Is it okay? Now there is a sect that is called Asthanak Vasi. So Asthanak Vasi sect is a branch of Swatambar Jainism that was started in 1653 by a merchant, that his name is your Lavaji. So Lavaji, that is one of the subsect of the Jainism that is called your Sthanak Vasi, and it was started by a merchant whose name was Lavaji. Is it okay? So Lavaji. Now coming to the other aspects of other philosophies of the Jainism. One of the philosophy is your Anekantvad, and other is a philosophy of your Sayadvad, right? Is it okay? So see, what is this? It is the doctrine of plurality. In fact, both of them are the same. If we talk about the Anekantvad and the Sayadvad, Anekantvad is a theoretical knowledge, is a theoretical philosophy, whereas Sayadvad is the practical aspect of that. Anekantvad believes that believes in the doctrine of plurality. That is, there is not a single truth. That is nothing that is called absolute truth. The truth is manifold. That is anything. If suppose I have this pen in my hand, right? This is a stylus. So it is not just because of one aspect. There's a one singular reality with this pen. If I'm writing, it is a pen. If somebody is attacking on me, so in defense, I can use it as a weapon. So it can be a knife also. So it is conditional, right? Are you getting me? So Anekantvad says that nothing is absolute truth. Just try and understand. If we talk about the nothing is absolute truth, in the absolute truth, it simply means that we believe in what? Inclusive approach. Inclusive approach means we also accept others' viewpoint also. Right? This philosophy tries to establish peaceful coexistence. And when there will be the peaceful coexistence in the society, when we will listen to the others also, we will accept the others also, we will give the equal equality to the others also, right? So Anekantvad believes in the doctrine of the plurality, right? Sayadvad is generated from the word that is shayad, that is called maybe or may not be. So every doctrine, okay, this doctrine says that all judgments are conditional. All judgments are conditional, just like this. If this is a pen, so it is a pen, but in some condition, as I told you, somebody will try to overpower me. I can use this pen as a weapon. So it will be a weapon, right? It will be a knife to me, right? That will protect my life, right? So protect my life. So this is a conditional reality. So in one condition, it is what? That is a pen. In other condition, it is what? That is called a knife. That is called a weapon. So that is called the philosophy of your Sayadvad. So this is the doctrine that believes in judgments. So this is a doctrine that all judgments are conditional, holding good only in certain conditions, right? So this is the philosophy of Jainism. We have already discussed about the ashram, shamvara and the nirzara. So these are the concepts of within the Jainism. Now if I talk about the Jaina Council, now see here, in Jainism, there are two councils that took place. The first Jaina Council took place at Patliputra in the 3rd century BC and was presided by Stulbhadra. And the second Jaina Council took place in Gujarat, that is at Vallabhi in 6th century AD and was presided by Devardi Gani. Okay? And here 12 Angas were compiled. What is called Angas? They are called the Jaina literature. They were the Jaina literature. Right? Jaina literature. So during the second Buddhist council, Angas were compiled. Is it okay? Now coming to the question. So sir madam, just let me discuss the question. So sir ma'am, with reference to the religious practices in India, Asthanak Basi is a subsect belongs to Jainism and it was started by Lavazi in 16th century. Is it okay? So with reference, that's called Asthanak Basi. That is subsect of Jainism, right? It was started by a merchant Lavazi. Now coming to the next question, here is the next question. With reference to the religious history of India, consider the following statements. Sautrantik and Samitya were the sects of Jainism. No, these are the subsects of your Buddhism. Asthavirvadin holds that the constituent of the phenomenon were not wholly momentary but existed forever in the latent form. So that is the philosophy of Sarvastivadin. That is correct one. So this is the second one. Now coming to the third question. Which of the following statement is or are applicable to the Jaina doctrine? The surest way of annihilating karma is to practice penances. That is correct, because Jainism believe in extremities. Every object, even the smallest particle, has a soul. That is also correct. Karma is the bane of the soul and must be ended. That is also correct. So all the three are correct, right? So Jaina philosophy holds that the world is created by natural forces. That's called universal law. That is called the natural forces. That is responsible for the creation of this universe, for the regulation of this universe. There is no divine agency to create or to regulate this cosmic world, right? So this is your universal law, right? Is it okay? So now, sir, madams, now another questions. Souls are not the property of the animal and the plant life, but also of the rocks, running water, many of the other natural objects, not looked on as living by other religious sects. The statement reflects one of the core beliefs of which one of the following religious sect of ancient India. That is repeated question that was asked in 2023. That is your Jainism, because Jainism believes in the concept that soul exists in both Jiva and the Ajiva both. That is all conscious and unconscious, right? Living beings and the non-living. Everywhere there is what that is called the soul. Now coming to, with reference to the history of ancient India, which of the following was or were both common to the Buddhism and the Jainism? Avoidance of extremities of penances and enjoyment? No, that is not the correct. Jainism believes in the penances, extremities, but not the Buddhism. Buddhism believes in middle path. Indifference to the authority of the Vedas. Both of them belong to heterodox sects. So they don't believe in the authority of the Vedas. Denial of the efficacy of the rituals. That is that they deny what? That is called the rituals, because Jainism and Buddhism both emerged as a reaction to the ritual complexities of the Vedic religion. So both 2 and 3 are correct. Is it okay? Now, it's a time to discuss the orthodox philosophy. So what is called orthodox philosophy? This is called the Aztec philosophy, or this is called your orthodox philosophy. Orthodox philosophy. If I talk about the orthodox philosophy, they believe in the authority of the Vedas. Authority of the Vedas. Authority of the Vedas, right? Authority of the Vedas. And there are the 6 system of Aztec philosophy. 6 system. One is your Sankhya philosophy. This is yoga, Nyaya, Vaisheshika, Mimamsa, and Vedantic philosophy. Vedanta, right? So what is the Sankhya philosophy? Just try and understand, right, Susaman? So see, whenever we are going to explain the things in Aztec philosophy, there is a 2 concept. One is called Prakriti, other is your Purush. Prakriti is the created world that you can understand, that is called your universe. And when we talk about the Purush, that we are talking about the creator God, right? Huh? Creator God. Is it okay? So this is the thing, sirs and madams. As far as the Sankhya philosophy is concerned, it believes in both Prakriti and the Purush. So there is a created world and there is a creator also, right? So it believes in what? That it believes in the Prakriti and the Purush both. And it believes in the presence of the divine agency, which is not required for the creation of this world, right? So it denies the divine authority in the creation of this universe, right? It does not believe in the essential for the creation of this world. This world owes its creation and evolution more to nature or the Prakriti than to the God. So it is tied by the natural forces, right? So this was rational and very scientific view, and it was propounded by Kapil Muni, and who has also composed Sankhya Sutra. So that is very rational and the scientific explanation of the creation of the universe, where the divine agency was denied as a creator of this universe. It's okay. Now, coming to the other aspect. This is called Nyaya philosophy. It was propounded by Gautam Muni, and he has composed the book Nyaya Sutra. Now he believes in logical thinking, critical thinking, reasoning, analysis. So it recognizes logical thinking. And it said that for salvation is only possible through acquiring the valid knowledge or the logical reasoning or analytical thinking. So it believes in inferences, perceptions, comparison, and testimony as the valid source of the knowledge. So if we are going to make a comparison between these 2 things, then only we can come to the knowledge or the valid knowledge. Suppose which one is more stronger. This is a very basic things. So how you can say that no, this is stronger than this one, until unless you make a comparison. When you will make a comparison of these things, right? Okay. How you come to the reality, know the reality, right? It is say that perception and inferences. Suppose there is a smoke in the air. There is smoke in the air. If the smoke is in the air, there must be some fire, right? So we can deduce the fact that there is a fire. So that is what is called reasoning. That is called what? That is called your reason. Are you getting me? So this is what is your reasoning. Is it okay? So through your reason, through your inferences, through your perceptions, you come to the knowledge. So it relies on inferences, perceptions, your comparison, and your testimony as a valid source of the knowledge. Without these things, we cannot come to the valid conclusion, valid knowledge. Is it okay? It's okay. It's okay. So Nyaya relies on inference and perception and all, right? Now coming to the Vaisheshika philosophy, that is founded by Kanad or Alokya. It is the formal start of the physics in India. It is very realistic and objective philosophy of the universe. Here, atomic recognition has been accepted. It is said that this universe is made up of the Panch Tattva, that is called earth, water, fire, and the ether. Panch Tattva. So this is a philosophy that was given by the Kanad Muni. And when you realize or recognize this atomic recognition, when path of salvation is possible through atomic recognition of this universe. So one day, this entire body is to be met with this Panch Tattva. Even your body is made of this Panch Tattva, right? The entire universe is made of the Panch Tattva, right? So this is the philosophy given by the Vaisheshik philosophy. Now, if I talk about the yoga, yoga simply means, its yoga means that is called your union. Yoga means union. In Sanskrit, this is called yoga, that is called summation, union. So it is the union of Atma with the Paramatma. How the Atma, that is called the soul, be met with the Paramatma, that is called the God, Almighty God. That is possible only through two things, that is called pranayam, and that is called your asana. Pranayam is called breathing exercises to attain a blissful state. blissful state. So by practicing pranayam or asana, you can you can merge with your Almighty God, right? So this is a pranayam or asana, that is called the physical postures, will lead you to the salvation. So Kundali Jagran is a stage, that is the ultimate stage in yoga. It leads to salvation. It means activation of your Muladhara chakra, whereby the energy of the body gets synchronized with the energy of the universe. So by practicing these asanas, pranayam and pranayam, you attain the stage of the Kundali Jagran, where your energy meets with or syncs with the energy of the Almighty God, and then only you can get the salvation. So that is what is the philosophy of yoga. Then Mimamsa philosophy. It means reason, rational and scientific view. That is the reason and scientific view is used for justification of the Vedic rituals. Why you are performing a ritual, right? So why you are performing a ritual. So that is explained by Mimamsa. Mimamsa simply means that is called your knowledge. Okay, knowledge. They say that salvation possible through the performing Vedic ritual, that is called Karma Kanda. Founder is Jamini. Right? So this is your philosophy, Jamini. Now coming to coming to Vedanta philosophy. It is the climax of Indian philosophy. Climax means, what do you mean by the climax of the Vedantic philosophy? Actually, philosophy emerged when intellectuals interact, they debate and discuss. So when we come to the Vedanta philosophy, where the Vedic discussion gets an end. So this is the culmination. This is the summit of the Vedantic philosophy, right? So it is the end of the debate and discussions. Initial founder was Badrayan, that is called Badran, and he had written a book that is called Brahmasutra. But this philosophy became popular with the Sankaracharya and later by Ramanujacharya. Vedanta is further divided into the different sub-schools like Advait, Visishta Advait, and Dvaita Dvait. Is it okay? So this is the philosophy. It's done. So this is your Vedantic philosophy. Now, if we talk about these schools of philosophy, that's called Sardarshan, reads their full articulation, scholars and philosophers, right, etc. Now there are the questions for you. Which one of the following does not form part of the sixth system of philosophy? Mimamsa and Vedanta is, Nyaya and Vaisheshika is, Sankhya or Yoga is, but not the Lokayata and the Kapalika. Now coming to Lokayata. What is called Lokayata? This is also called the Charvakism. That is called the materialistic school of philosophy. That of the thought that originate in the ancient India. It rejects the existence of the soul, that afterlife, and the concept of the karma. So there is a what? So everything is possible in this one universe only. It does not believe in the karma. It does not believe in the existence of the soul. It does not believe in the rebirth. If there is something in our mind that if we will commit a mistake in this life or this crime in this life, we will be punished in the other life also. It does not believe in the afterlife. So there is no concept of life after the death in Charvakism, right? So it denies the concept of the karma. It rejects the existence of the soul, right? So it says that जब तक जियो सुख से जियो, right? So जब तक जियो घी पी करके जियो, नहीं जेब में पैसे हैं, then कर्ज लो and then मस्त होके जियो. So that is what is the philosophy of Lokayata, right? So at ultimate, why you should take the loan for your ghee? That is a luxury good, ठीक है ना? Luxury good. Because ultimate aim of your life is to satisfy your soul, to satisfy yourself. There is nothing in the life after the death. There is no soul. The permanence of the soul exists. So it rejects the concept of the karma. Everything is predetermined. So that is what is the Lokayata philosophy. Is it okay? Lokayata philosophy. Now coming to the Kapalika. It is a tantric Sufism, believe in the Bhairab, and Bhairab is the Shiva's terrifying form. Flourished in the medieval India. It is known for its extreme practices and rituals, including the use of human skulls in worship. And they are known for your human sacrifice and immolations as well. So that is what is your Kapalika. We come to the Kalamukh. They are called Kalamukh, black-faced. black face, so called because of the black mark or the tilak on their foreheads, their cervices. They believe happiness in this world and salvation in the next world could be attained by practicing eating food in human skull, mesmerizing, that is bhabut lagana, mesmerizing the body with the ashes of the dead and also eating those ashes, worshipping the god as seated in pot of wine and holding a club, right? So these are the philosophy or understanding of the Kalamukh, right? So Kalamukh. Now Lingayata. They are called, they wear Sivlinga, an iconic form of the god Shiva. They are the followers of 12th century social reformer who is a Kannada poet whose name was Basaveshwara. So they are the followers of Basaveshwara. And he was the minister of Chalukyan king Basil Raya of Kalyan. Basavana spread social awareness through his poetry, popularly known as vajans. And Basavana rejected gender or social discrimination, superstitions, and the rituals. He was monotheist. Some people say Lingayat and Vaishnava are the same, but they are not the same. Is it okay? So this is your Lingayat philosophy. This is your Lingayat, this is your Kapalika, Kalamukha that we discussed. So now coming to the some other aspects. So here is one more question. With reference to the history of philosophical thought in India, consider the following statements regarding the Sankhya philosophy. Sankhya does not accept the theory of rebirth or transmigration of the soul. That is incorrect. It believes in. Sankhya holds that it is the self-knowledge that leads to the liberation and not any exterior influence or the agent. That is correct. So that is the second aspect, right, sirs and madams? So this is how we can come to the conclusion or end of the religion and the philosophy as well. Now we need to discuss this one major topic that is called Bhakti and the Sufi, that we will discuss in half an hour, take it, because I have not to waste much of the time, right? And then we will talk about the small topics. So by 8, if you will cooperate, we will by 8, I'm planning to end the session, 8 or 8:30, right? Max to max. Is it okay? So now please allow me to change the PPT. Is it okay? It's okay. So we have done with the religion PPT change. So just wait for just 2 minutes, not more than that. मेडिसिन बोला किसी ने दिया किसी ने पैरासिटामोल बोला था ना
मैंने पैरासिटामोल का मैसेज कर रहा है इतनी देर से, वो सीन ही नहीं कर रहे, बाकी सब करे जा रहे हो।
फोन कर लो अपन को, कौन है, किन से बात करनी है?
एक नहीं ना, ये मतलब सारा जॉइंट ग्रुप है ना, इनका पता नहीं है कौन है, ये सभी हैं इसमें ऐड।
अच्छा, आप इसको चेंज कर दो पहले। I need to have a paracetamol. एक बार आप इनसे गार्ड साहब से बोल के देख लो
पैरासिटामोल के।
हाँ, वो कहीं किसी से पूछ लेंगे, वो जो भी होगा। आप इनको करो पहले, इनको बच्चे पेशेंस यूज करते हैं, काफी लंबा हो गया। हाँ, सही कर लो। अब ये 5, 7 और 8 बचा है ना?
हाँ जी, 7 और 8 बचा है, इसके मैंने तो पार्ट तो एक पार्ट कर दिया।
सेव हुआ भी या नहीं? फिक्स तो हो गया ना?
हाँ जी, फाइल तो कुछ तो हो गया, फिर मैंने भी डाउनलोड करा। आया तो उनका पार्ट 1 पार्ट 2 तो मैं सेव करके चला गया था।
ये रहा पार्ट 3, ये रहा।
ये
हाँ यही है ना।
क्या हो रहा है?
ये भी फाइल मैंने इसलिए बोला था शायद कहीं ऐसा ना उसकी वजह से हो रहा हो।
सस्ता की वजह से।
हाँ कल भी शायद कुछ हुआ था।
अब ये कैसे करूँगा मैं?
ये तो वही राहुल बताएगा।
अभी फिर नेक्स्ट न्यू लगा दे पहले,
हाँ
या पहले इसका ही कर लो?
नहीं पहले तो राहुल ये कर लें पहले, बच्चे की वेट नहीं है।
एक तो करी थी इन्होंने, फिर ऐसे करेंगे।
ये तो है, वही तो है वो दिख रहा था, वो लिंगायत वगैरह वही है, कपाली का अंकल ये।
तो अभी आपने पढ़ाया?
हाँ यही।
यहाँ से सेव हो जाएगा ना? एज PDF।
अब ये देख लो कैसे कर रहे हो आप लोग, पीपीटी करो PDF कर लो। PDF ही जाएगा मेरे ख्याल से।
ज़्यादा देर वेट तो नहीं करेंगे ये, है ना?
यार वेट नहीं कर पाएंगे बच्चे, भाग जाएंगे, ऐसे ही कम हो गया अभी।
तो कर ही देता मैं सेव। ऑलरेडी सेव बता रहा है।
कोई बात नहीं, ठीक है, कहीं ना कहीं तो हो गए हैं। बस ये देख लेना आप, नंबर नोट कर लो इसका, ये स्क्रीनशॉट कर लेना कि आपके दिमाग में रहे कि हाँ कौन सा है ये।
PNC
नहीं, वो अलग से वो नंबर था पेपर, नंबर करके सेव किया था आपने, नंबर +3 लास्ट में कुछ नंबर था।
ये वाला?
हाँ 6 वाला जो है वो, ये तो नहीं है।
फाइल यही है ना वैसे?
हाँ फाइल तो यही है पूरी।
हाँ तो मैंने सेव तो ये कर लिया वैसे।
लेकिन ये केवल यही फाइल है ना, ये वो पूरी वो 154 फाइल्स पेजेस थे वो स्लाइड्स। ये तो मेरा पीपीटी है, ये एनोटेशन वाला कहाँ है?
करिए इसमें, तो एक्स्ट्रा पेज की वजह से हो गया। देखो आप बाद में लिखता हूँ फिर इसका भैया सब कुछ कर।
अब ये क्या 7th और 8th लगेगा ना?
तो मैंने फाइल इन्होंने पहले से रखी हुई थी।
No, your phone cannot be saved with this presentation.
बट से भी अपना उड़ा गए।
हेलो हेलो हेलो।
फ्लाइट तो इसमें पहले से ऐड है ना?
हाँ मैंने भेजा हुआ है, अब उसने डाला ही नहीं डाला है वो देखना पड़ेगा।
इसका पता क्या है, भैया बताते नहीं है प्रॉपर्ली, चले जाते हैं। मुझे पिछली बार भी मैंने ऐसे ही करा, नंबर दिया नहीं मेरे को उसका भैया का, क्या कहते जो भैया थे वो जिन्होंने मेरे को कॉल करा था, BM जो भी थे, तो इन्होंने मेरे को दिया नहीं उनका नंबर। जब दे रहे हैं, जब एंड पे जब क्लास एंड हो रही है तो उस टाइम पे फिर मैं उनको क्या, फिर वो कह रहे हैं कि तुमने बताया नहीं। मैंने उन्हें पहले मैसेज करके बोल दिया था कि मैं हैंडल कर रहा हूँ।
वहाँ से म्यूट है ना?
हाँ जी।
So what are important here that we will so now we need to talk about the Bhakti movement, right? So what is called Bhakti? So let me discuss with you. So madam, if we talk about the Bhakti, what is the concept of the Bhakti? So Bhakti is what? Bhakti. What is the definition of Bhakti? That is your intense devotion. Intense devotion. That is your intense devotion. That is called your intense devotion. This intense devotion is towards your personal God, towards your personal God, towards your personal God, right? So this is towards your personal God. So bhakti, that is expressing your intense devotion towards your personal God, right? If you believe in the Rama culta, so Rama is your personal God. If you believe in the Krishna culta, you believe in cult, you believe in the the Lord Krishna, right? So this is what is called your bhakti. That is with the intense devotion, and that is towards your personal God. So these are two different two aspects. That is with the bhakti. Now, if we talk about the bhakti originated in South India. Bhakti as a movement originated in the South India. In South India. Thank you. Please wait for a minute. It's okay? Let's wait for a minute. So that is your bhakti, right? So bhakti emerged in South India. Bhakti emerged in South India, and this is with the two group of the bhakti saints. One was your Alvar, and other was your Nanar, Nanars. So with them, the bhakti emerged in South India, right? Bhakti emerged in South India. They were your Vaisnavites. They were your Savites, right? So Nanars were Savites and Alvars were your Vaisnavites, right? Vaisnavites. In somewhere around here, 12th, 13th century, there was a Ramananda, Ramanand, Nanda, who had spread bhakti to North India, North India. So he was a link, he was a bridge, between the bhakti movement of North India and the South India, in the North India and the South India. That's okay. So he was the North India and the South India. Now, second thing, sirs and madams, there are the two streams of Bhaktism, Bhakti movement. One is your Saguna tradition, Saguna, that believes in the attributes of the God, right? Of the God. And other one is your Nirguna tradition, that does not believe in the attributes of the God, does not believe in the attributes of the God, does not believe in the attributes of the God, right? So you got the meaning of bhakti. What is called bhakti? Bhakti is your intense devotion towards your personal God, right? The second thing is that it originated in the South India with the Alvars and the Nanar saints. Alvars were the Vaisnavites and Nanars were your Savites, right? And with the Ramananda, it has spread to the North India, North India. When we talk about the different streams of your bhakti, there are two different streams, streaks you can say. One is your saguna, another one is your nirguna. Saguna tradition believes in the attributes of the God, that is in the form, like me. You can see me in the attributes, like my face, my hands, my body, and everything, right? But nirguna, that is called the formless, like Guru Nanak Dev Ji, Dadu Dayal, Kabir. So they are the they all belong to nirguna traditions. If we talk about the Tulsidas, if we talk about the Meera, if I talk about the Surdas, they believe in the Sagna traditions. They form, they believe in. It's okay. Done. So now this is your bhakti. Now taking you to the PPT itself, right? So just taking you to the PPT. So here is the Alvars. Okay, they are the Vaisnavite saints. They were the Vaisnavite saints, and they regarded Vishnu or Krishna as a supreme being. There were 12 Alvar saints and 63 Nayanar saints. So there are 12 Alvar saints, and they compose hymns in the praise of Lord Vishnu and his avatars, which are compiled in the books of Divya Prabandham or Divya Prabandh, that directly may come in your examination. Okay, Divya Prabandh is a book that belongs to which saints? That is with the Alvars. That belongs to the Alvars. And among these 12 saints, there was only one female Alvar saint, that is Andal. Andal was the only female saint, and she is also known as Meera of the South. Now coming to the Nayanars, they were 63 Tamils, they believe in the Lord Shiva. Like details of the lives and the saints are described in the work that is called Tevaram. Tevaram is a book that is affiliated to Nayanars, and this Tevaram is known as the Dravid Veda, right? On the request of Chola King Rajaraja I, his press started collecting hymns composed by the Nayanar saints, and they are compiled in a book that is called Tirumurai. So these are very much important. Tevaram, Tirumurai, which one is known as the Dravid Veda. So these are important one, right? It's okay. Alvar and Nayanars were opposed to Brahminical domination and were opposed to Jainism and Buddhism. And they were in fact violent to the Jainism and Buddhism as well, right? They led the foundation of Bhakti movement in India, right, sirs and madams? So they led the Bhakti movements in India. Now coming to the Sankaracharya. There, we need to talk about the different Bhakti saints and their philosophy. That will frame the question from the Bhakti and the Sufism, right? So let me talk about the Sankaracharya and his philosophy, and what is the meaning of that philosophy. That will suffice your preparation from this Bhakti movement, right? So it is your Sankaracharya. He born in Kaladi, that is in the Kerala, right? And he believes in the Advait philosophy. What is the Advait philosophy? And Nirgun Brahm. Nirgun Brahm means that he is not believing the gods with the attributes. God without attributes. God is not with the attributes, without attributes. He believes in Advait, right? In Advait philosophy, there is one thing that is very much clear. The world is denied. That is called the created world. That is the Prakriti is denied. That is considered as an illusion. ये एक भ्रम है, एक माया है. That is called your illusion, right? Illusion. And Brahm is considered as the only reality. That is the Brahm. That is the Almighty God. Is the only reality, right? So I talked to you that there are the two things that exist in the Indian philosophy. One is your Prakriti, and other is your Purush. So Prakriti is denied in Advait philosophy of Sankaracharya. Only the Purush, that is called the Almighty God, is the accepted as the accepted as the reality, right? Accepted as the reality. So this is what is called Advait philosophy. Is it okay? So bolte na Brahm Satya or Jagat Mithya. So that is the thing, sirs and madam. So Sankaracharya. Now coming to Ramanujacharya. He was against opposed the Sankaracharya and advocated the philosophy of Visist Advait. What is called Visist Advait? That is in English is called qualified monism. And founded the Sri Vaishnav sect. According to him, God is Saguna Brahm. Saguna Brahm means that is in the form. So it believes in the Saguna Brahm, right? Saguna Brahm. So God is not formless, it is in the form, right? And then he also believed that all of the objects in this universe, in this creation, are real. This is not illusionary, right? They all are real. So this is what a difference from the Sankaracharya or Sankar's Advaita philosophy. So qualified monism or the Visishtadvaita that believes in that both of them are real. Both of them are real. In Sankar believes that only the process is the reality, the Brahma is the reality, not the Prakriti. But here, both of them are the reality. God, soul, matter, all are real. Okay? So are real, not illusionary. All the objects are what? That is your reality. Now, coming to the Madhavacharya, right? Madhavacharya, it belongs to 30th century. It propagated the philosophy of Dvaitvad, that is called dualism, of the Jivatma and the Paramatma. According to this philosophy, the world is not illusion, but a reality. And there is a distinction, right? So there's one step, there's a further advancement over the philosophy of your Ramanujacharya, Visishtadvaita, that both of them are real, but there is a distinction between both your Prakriti and the Purush. That is called the creator and the created world, on the created world, creator and the created world. So there is a distinction, right? So distinction. So according to Brahm, world are two equal real entities and not related in any way. So this is the thing, Sasman. And he had also established a sampradaya that is called Brahm Sampradaya. So this is very much important. That's why I have taken this time just to wind it up, right? So just go and revise multiple times. That would suffice your preparation. I can make you sure. So also founded Brahm Sampradaya, right? Is it okay? Now, coming to the other philosophy, Nimbarka. Nimbarka. It propounded the Dvaita Advaita philosophy, the philosophy of Ved Aved. It believes that the world and the Brahm both are equally real, and the world is a part of the Brahm. There was distinction, and that believes in what? That is called in the part of the Brahm. Is it okay? Now coming to Vallabhacharya. Vallabhacharya. He was the contemporary of Krishnadev Raya of the Vijayanagar Empire. Visishtadvaita, both the world and the Brahm are considered real, but there is no change of the Brahm into the world, and the world is part of the Brahm. He considers the world as inseparable and unchangeable aspect of the Brahm. So that is the manifestation of the God itself. Manifestation. So whatever we are looking in our universe, that is the manifestation of the God. He advocated Pushti Marga and founded Rudra Sampradaya. That is your Balvacharya. So that is important one. Is it okay? So Balvacharya. Is it okay? Now coming to Navadas. Is it okay? Is it fine? Now coming to Navadas. He had written a book that is called Bhaktmal. Basically, that is a collection of the poems in Braj language. There are 200 Bhakts have been mentioned. He belonged to the tradition of Ramananda, right? He was born in Gwalior and was blind since birth. That is also important. Generally, we considered Surdas, but Navadas was also blind from his birth. So that was also asked in many of examination, Navadas. Now Ramananda, he was the worshipper of the Rama. He believed in Rama cult, and he had composed and discussed his teachings in Hindi. His teachings are also mentioned in Adi Granth, and Ramananda has been described the bridge between the Bhakti movement of the north and the south. That is already discussed, right? So this is your Ramananda. Ramananda. That's okay. Now coming to the other one. So he had invited everyone in his fold, right? So irrespective of the caste, community, even caste and the community and the gender, he made everyone his follower. So what is important here? Just try and understand. This is a very important one, right? So see, Kabir was a Muslim, right? He was into his faith. Ravidas was a cobbler. Sena was a barber. Dhanna was a jat. Sadhna was a butcher. Narhari was a goldsmith. Now, Pipa was a Rajput. Now, there were the women also, like Padmavati or Sari were the female disciples of Ramananda. Narharivinda, Sukhananda, and Anantananda, they are the Brahmin priest of Brahmin priests. They were also the disciples of Ramananda. So Ramananda had the followers and disciples across the caste, community, and the gender, right? So everyone was there. So that may be asked, who were the famous followers of Ramananda? Who were the Brahmins of Brahmin followers of Ramananda? This was Narhari, Sukhananda, and Anantananda, right? So these are the names. Please yaad rakhna yaar ise. Now Kabir Das. Kabir Das, he was a Muslim. It is said that he was an illegitimate child of his Hindu mother. His Hindu mother, right? Hindu mother. He was Hindu mother. But he was reared by two Muslim couples, Niru and the Nima. So he considered himself that I'm a Muslim, I'm not a Hindu, right? And I'm a Hindu. He believes in the unity of the God, right? And he criticized the discriminatory caste system and untouchability as well, right? He emphasized the unity of the God. Discriminatory caste system, especially untouchability, right? His poems are called Banis, that is called utterance, that you recite, utterance. His works compiled in the famous book of Bizak. And his works are also in Guru Granth Sahib. And after his departure, his followers had started Kabir sect, that is called Kabir Panth. It was carried forward by his followers, not by the Kabir himself. It's okay. Now coming to Guru Nanak Dev Ji, he was born in Talwandi, Pakistan, and he had spiritual inclination from the childhood. He emphasized in utterance, that is called Nam Japna. It is reciting the name of your Almighty God. That is called repeated utterance of the God's name and feel his presence. He had advocated middle path, right? Middle path. Guru Arjan is the fifth Guru who compiled Baba Guru Nanak's hymns along with his four successors and other religious poets like Baba Farid, Ravi Das, etc. Kabir in the Adi Granth, right? In the Adi Granth. So it was compiled by Guru Arjan Dev Ji. These hymns are called Gurbani and composed in various languages. It's okay. So that is another aspect. So these are the factual details. Guru Nanak Dev Ji. Now coming to Dadu Dayal. Dadu Dayal. If I talk about the Dadu Dayal, he was a contemporary of Akbar, right? He was from Gujarat and later moved to Jaipur to followers and led the foundation of Dadu Panth. He also established Brahm Sampradaya. His teachings are compiled again in the Bani. So there are two Banis. One is related to Kabir and that is with the Dadu Dayal. Now Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He was in Bengal and believes in the Krishna cult. What is important about the Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is that he had introduced Kirtan in the Bhakti movement, Sankirtan or the Kirtan, that's called the musical gatherings kind of the thing. So he had introduced, he was in the Bengal, popularized the Krishna cult in 16th century and questioned the social division on the basis of the caste. And he popularized the Sankirtan or Kirtan in the Bhakti movement, right? He practiced the worship of Radha and the Krishna dalliance together, that is called together. He had gave the philosophy of Achintya Bheda Abhed philosophy, right? And he believed in Saguna, Dhara, and believes in the Kirtan. He believes in universal brotherhood of man and condemned all distinct established Gaudiya, Vaishnavism, and Sampradaya. That is important. Whatever I have marked, that is important, right? Whatever I marked. So Gaudiya Sampradaya was started by whom? Gaudiya Vaishnavism was started by whom? Where it was started? It was started by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in Bengal. Now, coming to Narsimha Mehta, he belongs to Gujarat. Narsimha Mehta believes in Radha and Krishna, and he was the author of the popular bhajan Vaishnav Janto Kehne Kahiye of Mahatma Gandhi, Gandhiji, right? And he was the disciple of Sant Dadu Dayal, right? Is it okay? Sant Tyagaraja, one of the composers of Carnatic music, right? And he composed Pancharatna Kritis. So this is what is your things, sirs and madams. Is it okay? Now coming to the Sankar Deva. Sankar Deva. He belongs to Assam and he was famous in introducing the various forms of culture and forms like Ankiya Nat. These are very much important, very, very important. Shankar Deva is very, very important. Very, very important. Very, very important. Right? Shankar Deva. So he had contributed in the development of various various cultural art forms. Bhavna, Borgeet, Bhavna, Borgeet, Bhavna, Borgeet, and Satariya dance. It is one of the classical dance form. It is the one of the classical dance forms. One of the classical dance forms. Classical dance form. Dance form. Dance form. And he had started the Iksarna movement, that is called Neo-Vaishnavism movement, right? Is that okay? So this was the thing, sir, madam, right? That is very much important. Now coming to the Surdas. Surdas. He was blind poet from Agra, and he was a disciple of Vallabhacharya. He followed the cult of Pushti Marg, and he sang the glory of Krishna in his book Sur Sagar. He has also written Sur Saravali and Sahitya Lahiri, and this other book is called Sahitya Lahiri. Sahitya Lahiri. Lahiri, right? So this is the third book, this is the first book, this is the second book, authored by Surdas, right? He has written all these books, sirs and madams. Right? Now, some of the female bhakti saints. One is your Akkama Devi. Akkama Devi. He belongs to southern Karnataka during the 7th century. She was a devotee of Lord Shiva and known as Chenna Mallikarjuna. Chennamma Mallikarjuna, right? Now coming to the Mirabai. Mirabai. She belongs to Rajput family. She vowed that she would forever be the bride of the Lord Krishna. Against her wishes, she was married to Rana Sanga, son of Rana Sanga, of Mewar at early age. Eventually, Mirabai left her family and husband and went on pilgrimage to various places associated with his her divine husband, that is your Lord Krishna. So Mirabai is again important. So this was things, sirs and madams, right? Now, now coming to Sufism. Sufism, right? Sufi movement. So, Sufi movement, right? So let me talk about the Sufi movement. So see, Sufism. Sufi is a word that derived from a word that is called Safa. That is called the coarse cloth that was worn by some ascetics in Persia. Actually, Sufism is also considered as a reaction. Actually it is a mystical arm of the Islam. When there was in Islam, there was what I say that is called the corruption, just because of the caliphate system. Because you must be aware of the caliphate system. Khalifa, that is called the caliph, used to be the political head as well as the religious head of Islam, right? So when you have the political power and when you have the religious head also in your hand, right? So obviously corruption is possible, materialism is possible. Just because of this corruption, just because of the materialism, the Islam was getting impaired, right? So now, just to make it free from these kind of the corruption and the biases or irregularities, Sufism came into the being, right? And it stressed on self-realization, tolerance, righteousness, and universal love for all. It's belief in the tasawwuf, that is the inner side of the Islam. In the beginning of the 12th century, religious people in Persia, that is Iran, turned to be ascetic due to the increasing materialism of the caliphates, and they came to be known as Sufis, right? It is about the Sufism. There is a tradition in the Sufism. The tradition is of Pir and the Murid. Pir used to be a teacher, Murid used to be a disciple, right? There is a connection between the God and the Murid. What is God? God is considered as the Mashuka, right? And Murid is considered as what is called the Murid, that is called Mashuka, and this is called Mashuk, ठीक है ना? That is called loved, beloved one, and the lover, right? So this is the concept, right? So there is a concept of also called, that is called sama and the fana. Sama and the fana. What is called sama? Sama is called the musical gathering, right? Okay? Through the musical gathering in some of these Sufi silsilas, there was a musical gathering that is called the fana. So that is called fana. So through your sama, that is called musical gathering, you annihilate yourself. That is called fana. You forget about yourself, who you are, what you are, where you are. So that is called fana. That you just forget about yourself, what you are, who you are, where you are. So that is called your fana. Okay? So through this sama, so a devotee becomes fana into the God. Into the God through sama. So this is the concept, right? So that's just because of this. This kind of the Sufi silsila was not liked by those who believe in the Shariat laws, because in Islam, pure Islam, music and dance are prohibited. Music is prohibited, right? And when you are adopting the means of sama, that is called the music gathering, to approach the God, that is against Islamic practices, right? Is it okay? So this is what is your Sufism. Now coming to the other aspect of the Sufism. There are the two branches of the Sufism. There are the two branches of the Sufism, right? Two branches. One is called Besara and other is called Bashara. Basara. Is it okay? So Besara and the Bashara, right? So there are the two things, sirs and madams. There are two things. One is called Beshara and other is called your Bashara. Besara and other is called your Bashara Sufi Silsila. Basara is those Sufi traditions that believe in the law of Islam, that is called Sharia, and the Silsila, founded by one Sufi saint, was continued by his disciples, right? So Basara is what? That is believing in the concept of law of Islam, that is in Sharia, that is called Islamic law. Besara, that did not believe in the Sharia, right? So the Sufi saints of Besra, they are called Mast Kalandar, they are called Malang, they are called Hadris. You must have heard about the song Malang Sajna. You must have heard about Malang. Such kind of a Sajna who is not caring about anything, any law. That is just flow, that is he is blowing and flowing in his own flow, right? So they are called the Mast Kalandars, Malangs, Hadris, Kadris. So these are the term that is used for your Besara Sufi saints, right? They were the wandering saints and were commonly known as the Babas. Babas. They are called the Babas. So Babas, Hadars, Malangs, and Maskalan, they are the term used for the Besara Sufi saints. Sufi saints. Is it okay? So that was there now. Now, coming to the other aspects, sirs and madams. If we talk about the Ain-e-Akbari, there is a book that is called Ain-e-Akbari. 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 Ain-e-Akbari talks about 12 Sufi silsilas. 12 Sufi silsilas. 12 Sufi silsilas. Silsilas. That is called the branches, right? So 12 Sufi silsilas, that is called the branches. So there are certain important silsilas that we need to discuss here. Right? So one is your Chishti silsila. That is very famous especially in the North India. So this is your Chishti silsila. In fact, this silsila was founded by Khwaja Muinuddin Chishti, right? And Khwaja Muinuddin Chishti came to India during the invasion of Muhammad Ghori, and he settled in Ajmer. So that is also important. Which of the following Sufi saints came to India along with Muhammad Ghori and settled in Ajmer? That is Khwaja Muinuddin Chishti, right? Other important Sufi saints of the Chishti Silsila are Qutbuddin Bakhtiyar Kaki. He was the disciple of Khwaja Muinuddin Chishti. Then other one is your Baba Farid Ganjai Sakar, popularly known as Baba Farid. And he had propagated Sufism in Punjab. That is again important. The places are important here. So what was the Khanka or the center of activity of the Chistis? That is, Khwaja Muinuddin Chishti, Ajmer. Baba Fariduddin Ganjai Sakar, Baba Farid, that was in Punjab. That is important one. Sheikh Nizamuddin Aulia was his student. He was his disciple. Right? Was his disciple. Is it okay? Was his disciple. Right? Baba Farid in Guru Granth Sahib. Baba Farid is also mentioned in his sayings are also mentioned in Guru Granth Sahib. It's okay. Now coming to the Sheikh Nizamuddin Aulia. Sheikh Nizamuddin Aulia is popularly known as Mehboob-e Ilahi, and Amir Khusro was his disciple. Amir Khusro was his disciple. Now, Nasruddin Chirage Dehlavi. Nasruddin Chirage Dehlavi. He was the student of Nizamuddin Aulia. Nizamuddin Aulia. And his Khanka was in Delhi. He was in Delhi. Delhi, right? Sheikh Burhanuddin Garib. That is again very much important. Sheikh Burhanuddin Garib. He led the foundation of the Chishti community in the South India. That is again very much important. That is again very much important. Right? That is very, very important. Who had led or spread the Chishti silsila in the South India? This was Sheikh Burhanuddin Garib. Burhanuddin Garib. So now these are the major Sufi saints and their khankas. That is called their dargah. Their dargah in India. So yeah, I am taking it from the NCERT. Just go through it. Sheikh Moinuddin Chishti, Ajmer, Qutubuddin Bakhtiar Kaki, Delhi, Fadruddin Ghazni Sagar, Azodan, that is in Pakistan, Nizamuddin Aulia, Delhi, Nasruddin Chirage Dehlavi, that is called Delhi. And this is the sequence. This is the chronological order as well, right? So please look into this. That is again very much important, right, sirs and madams? So now it's done. Now Surabardi Silsila. This silsila was founded by Sihabuddin Suhrawardi, that of the Baghdad. Bahaduddin Zakaria, he was given the title of Sheikh ul Islam by Iltutmish. So he was contemporary of Iltutmish. That is an important thing. That is, he was the contemporary of Sultanate ruler Iltutmish. They, unlike the Chistis, accepted, that is again important, accepted grants, maintenance from the Sultanate. So actually, unlike the Chistis, they have accepted the royal patronage, royal grants, royal patronage and the royal grants, royal patronage and the royal grants. That is again very much important. It was in fact once asked in UPSC also, which of the following Sufi silsilas had accepted the royal patronage for royal patronage? This was your Surabardi silsila. So you can again expect this question to be repeated in your prelims as well, right? So this is again very much important. It is very much important who had accepted the royal grants. It was not the Chishti, but it was Suhrawardi, right, sirs and madams? Now, Naqshbandi silsila, and then is your Qadri silsila, Naqshbandi silsila. If I talk about the Naqshbandi silsila, it was established by Khwaja Bahauddin Naqshbandi, and successors were your Sheikh Baqi Billah, Sheikh Ahmad Sarhindi. And this Sheikh Ahmad Sarhindi was critic of liberal policies of Akbar, because he belongs to Naqshbandiya silsila, and it was a reactionary or orthodox silsila of Sufism, right? Opposed the listening of sama, that is called the music, practice of pilgrimage to the tombs of the saints, oppose even interaction with the Hindus and the Shias, because Shias were a little bit liberal than the Sunnis. They criticized the liberal policies of the Akbar. Aurangzeb was the follower of this silsila, that is your Naqshbandi silsila. So that is important. Why Sheikh Ahmad Sarhindi was critical? Because Sheikh Ahmad Sarhindi believed in what? That believe in the pure Islam, and that he was against the interaction with the Hindus and the Shias. And since Akbar was believing in what I say, that is called liberal policies, so he was against the Akbar. Now again, the Qadri silsila. This silsila was established by Sheikh Abdul Qadir and his sons Sheikh Niyamatullah and Mukdum Zilani Miamir. Disciples were Jahan Ara Begum. She was the daughter of the Shahjahan, and his brother Dara Seko. Zahara Begum was with her father during his during his confinement. When Shah Jahan was imprisoned by Akbar, Zahara Begum was with him, right? Then is prominent peer, Shah Badakhshani. Hasrat Mohani, who is a famous Urdu poet, Muhammad Iqbal, belong to this order. So this is how we can conclude the Bhakti and the Sufi. That was the last topic that I will discuss here for half an hour, and that is your small topics, that's music, dance and all, right? Music, dance and all. Is it okay? Is it fine? So give me now few minutes again. Let me check it out. 8th लगा दो. हाँ नहीं नहीं 8th वाला स्लाइड का. हाँ 8th स्लाइड. Please wait for a minute. So welcome back, dear dear aspirants. I hope this is the last discussion that we are making in this. This marathon. This is Maha marathon. I'm feeling very bad because I just stuck in my health. So, but anyways, I just try to maintain my tempo and energy throughout the sessions. But anyways, let's me finish first. Then I will give you the concluding remarks to all of you. But only urge from my side is just go and just revise all these things so that you could retain the things. And I can make you sure that the session would be definitely work for you. Definitely work for you. If you are given your 100% in these sessions, definitely it is going to work for you because it is very compressed, very concise, and it will really work for you. But anyways, just let me finish the session first, right? So now let me talk about the Indian music, right? There are two types of the music. One is called the classical music, and other is called the folk music. When we talk about the classical music, it has its own grammar. It has its own science. You cannot go beyond the science or the grammar grammar of the music. But folk music doesn't have any kind of the grammar or the science. So in any time, in any mood, you can sing without thinking much about your pronunciation, rhetorics, and the style, etc. Right? Is it okay? Etc. So now if the classical music, if I talk about the classical Indian music, these are the two types. One is your classical music. Why it is called classical? Just because of its defined rules and regulations, just because of its grammar, just because of its science. When we talk about this folk music, then it does not have any kind of the specific rules, regulations, grammar, etc. The science. I'm sorry. I'm extremely sorry. Right? So Hindustani music. If I talk about the in let me see one thing. There would have been something. I believe that is not there. Anyways, not to worry. We talk about the Hindustani music, right? Hindustani music. There is, now, again, let me go this side. See, so here is your India. Here is your India. In the northern India, this is your classical music that flourished. In North India, Hindustani music flourished. Hindustani music flourished. If you have listened me carefully, concept wise, you can make your intelligent guess in your exam also. Hindustani music, and this is the South India that is dominated by the Carnatic music, right? Hindustani music was influenced by it was influenced by the folk traditions of North India, and then it is also influenced by the invaders or invaders. When the invaders came to India and settled in India as the political power, they also influenced the prevalent music in the North India. So Hindustani music was developed in the North India, and it had its Vedic roots as well. It had Vedic roots as well. Vedic roots as well, right? So in comparison with Carnatic music, it is older one, right? So it is the elder brother of than the Carnatic music, right? So now it is influenced by folk traditions, invaders like you're influenced by Turkish, Persian, Afghan style, and it has also the Vedic roots as well, right? So just because of synthesis of the folk traditions, the Turkish and the Persians and the Vedic roots, Hindustani music as a whole developed, right? And it is older than the Carnatic music now. So it means that when it is being influenced by all these things, it means that it is inclusive. So reformation, modification is possible. Modification is possible in Hindustani music. But it is not possible in Carnatic music. Not possible in Carnatic, right? Carnatic. So modification was not possible in the Carnatic, right? Now, just because of the influence, various gharanas developed. Gharanas, that is called houses of music. Houses of music developed. Is it okay? Developed. Houses of music developed. Different houses of the music developed. And it is awed by time, mood, season also. It's like Rag Verbi, when you will sing it. Rag Malhar, when you will sing. So that is driven by morning, evening, night, midnight, mood, that is called your romance, that is called your what I say, that is called brevity, that is etc. So that is your mood, right? When you are in the fear, then which kind of the music you will sing to invoke your brevity. It was also driven by the season also, right? Season also. Season means that what music will sung in winter, what sung will be sung in the monsoon, and what will sung in the summer, etc. So right, so there are the various gharanas that developed under the Hindustani music, right? When we come to the Carnatic music, it is fixed. It is fixed. It cannot be. It is. The modification is not possible. It means that it is fixed. It is fixed. It is fixed, right? There is no mood, time, or season considerations. You can sing anytime, right? There is no gharanas developed. Gharanas developed developed in Carnatic music. In Carnatic music. Is it okay? In Carnatic music. So this was the thing, Sasan. This is the difference between the Carnatic music and the Hindustani music, right? So that is pure. That is pure is purest in the form. Purest form may available. That is purest form. It is available in the purest form, right? Whereas in Hindustani music, there is a modifications, right? Then again, there is a there emphasis on vocal. Emphasized on vocal, right? That is emphasizing on your vocal. That is your voice, right? And it emphasizes on both. Hindustani music emphasized on both vocal plus instrument, instrument for both, right? It focuses on both, but here emphasis is on vocal. Is it okay? Is it fine? So now this is the difference between the Carnatic music and the Hindustani music, right? Sirs and madams, now let me discuss the various classical musics, right? There are 10 main styles of singing in Hindustani music, like Dhrupad, that is called Dhamar, Hori, Khayal, Tappa, Chaturang, Ras, Sagar, then Tarana, Sargam, and Thumri. So these are the major types of the Hindustani music. So let me discuss some major types. If we talk about, I'm sorry, talk about the Dhrupad, Gharana will not come. Don't waste your time in memorizing the Gharanas. Kirana Gharana, Varanas Gharana. Don't waste your time into that, right? It will not come. Never ask and will not ask. So Dhrupad, it traces its origin to the chanting of the Vedic hymns and mantras. It is a devotional music. Dhrupad is devotional music and in spiritual music, and that emphasizes the purity of the ragas, right? So it emphasized on slow and meditative renditions of the alap using Sanskrit word. It was popularized by Raja Man Singh Tomar of Gwalior and then by Akbar, Emperor Akbar. So these are some aspects related to your Dhrupad, right? Now coming to the other personality associated with the Dhrupad is Tansen, Baizu Bavra, and Swami Haridas are the some other important princes. The major gharanas that is not needed. That is here, but that is not needed. Now coming to the khayal. Khayal means kya? Khayal, unka aya. So khayal, that is called your imagination, your idea, your thought, right? So when you are in someone's thought, you come out with your hypocrisy of the word. So you used to write flowery words, right? Suppose in Hindi it is better to let me make you understand. If suppose some of your friend is with his birthday, right? So there is a simple way to wish him the happy birthday to you, my dear friend. Jandis ki subkamnaएं mitra. So these are the way. That's a formal way to wish anyone, right? But when you are amazing someone, when you are in the deep thought of your friend, then you will wish him. हृदय की अनंत गहराइयों से, that is from the infinite of my heart, मेरे मित्र को उनके अवतरण दिवस, that is on the day of the incarnation. The word that is अवतरण, that is called incarnation, is used for the god. So मेरे मित्र को अवतरण दिवस की अशेष, that is never ending, शुभकामनाएं, right? So on your birthday, from the bottom of my heart, I'm wishing you infinite wishes on his day of incarnation. So this is called flowery. This is called hypocrisy of the word, right? Are you getting me? So simply you can say that this is your happy birthday, जन्मदिन की असीम शुभकामनाएं, right? So this can be things. But when you are talking about the khayal, you are thinking about someone too much. You are spending your nights, your days, you're writing, you're tearing your papers, right? Etc. So that is called imagination, thought. So when you are in the imagination of someone or someone on something, then your poetry or your music becomes very flowery, just to appease someone, right? It becomes very flowery. So khayal means that is called imagination on the thought. The originator of this music is Amir Khusro. It is very free, it is very flowery, it is innovative, and more words are used for more freedom in the structure and the forms of the structure, form, more romantic in nature. That is very much romantic in the nature. Yes, is it okay? Now coming to important gharana that is not needed. Again coming to the Thumri and the Thappa. Thumri and Thappa. These are called love songs, where Thappa consists of the song uttered in a fast note. Fast note. You must have seen the, must have heard about a Bollywood movie that is called Rudali. Rudali. Within the Rudali, there is a music that is on the Thappa, right? So, Thumri is was patronized by Nawab Wazid Ali Shah of Lucknow, and the other proponent of this theory is Begum Akhtar. And Gharana is your Lucknow and Banaras Gharana, Thumri and Thappa, right? Tarana. It is in the Western UP and it was very popular among the aristocratic class of Northern India. There is entertainment less meaningful of the words. So when you are here, right? So this is called entertainment less, and entertainment and less meaningful. When you are thinking that I have to just please myself, and you're not going deep into understanding the meanings, there is no meaning at all. So that is called tarana, right? So it is based on entertainment and it is very much less meaningful. Now Carnatic music is the main musical tradition of the South India. Carnatic music that we have defined, known for its complex rhythms and melodies based on classical Indian framework of tals and ragas. The most popular instrument used in Carnatic music include bhokals, mridangam, ghatam, kanzira, santoor, venu, flute, etc. The musical dramatic recitals, that is done, sirs and madams. Now coming to the trinity of the Carnatic. There is a two trinity, male trinity and the female trinity. So name should be important here, right? Name is important. There are three male singers of the Carnatic music, that is called your Tyagras, Shyama Shastri and Muthuswami Dikshitkar. If I talk about the female trinity of the Carnatic music, this is called D.K. Pattamal, M.L. Vashant and Kumari, and then is M.S. Subbalakshmi, that also belongs to the female trinity of the Carnatic music. Right? Is it okay? That's done. I let you know about the difference between the classical music and the Hindustani music. There is no gharanas, right? It is not fixed by, it's driven by the time, mood, and the season, etc. Right? Now coming to the Indian classical and folk dances, right? When we talk about the dances, there are two attributes. There are two basic aspects of the dance form. One is called Tandya, where there is a dominance of masculine character, that is called movement, rhythm, etc. And Lashya is the feminine characteristic, that focuses on grace, bhav, and rush. So there are two aspects of the classical dances. One is your Tandya, and other one is your Lashya. Okay? Tandya focuses on movement and rhythm. Lashya focuses on grace, bhav, and the rush. Is that okay? Now coming to today, there are eight classical dances recognized by Sangeet Natak Akademi, right? Sangeet Natak Akademi. One is your Bharatnatyam, that is from Tamil Nadu, Kathakali, that is from Kerala, Kathak from UP, Manipuri from Manipur, Kuchipudi, that is from Andhra Pradesh, Odissi from Odisha, Mohiniyattam from Kerala, and Sataria, that is from Assam. That I talked about, right? So these are the 8 classical dance forms. Bharatanatyam is from Tamil Nadu, Kathakali from Kerala, Kathak from UP, Manipuri from Manipur, Kuchipudi from Andhra Pradesh, Odissi from Odisha, Mohiniyattam from Kerala, and Sataria from Assam, right? So now let me discuss about Kuchipudi versus Bharatanatyam, right? See, there is a difference between Kuchipudi and the Bharatanatyam. So let me discuss about Kuchipudi and the Bharatanatyam. What is the difference, Susan madam? If we talk about the dancers in the speaks dialogue in between in the Kuchipudi, right? In Kuchipudi, the dancer, that is called the performer, also speaks the dialogue. But in Bharatanatyam, dancer do not speak dialogues, right? Dialogues. This is the one difference. Performer is not speaking dialogue in the Bharatanatyam. Next one is dancing on the brass plate by keeping the feet on his edges is a feature of Tarangam, that is called a solo performance of the Kuchipudi. So in Kuchipudi dance form, what actually happens, I don't think there is an image of this or not. There's no image, I'm sorry for this. So in Kuchipudi, there is a brass plate. On the edge of that brass plate, the performer is dancing with a pitcher, that is a pot that is on her head. So that is here. What is that? The performer is dancing on the edges of a brass plate. Sometimes dancers also balance a pot of water on their heads. But Bharatanatyam dance does not have such form of the movements. This is Kuchipudi and the Bharatanatyam. Right? Now coming to Bharatanatyam was performed earlier by Devadasis. Now both male and female are dancers. Whereas Kuchipudi was performed earlier by male Brahmins. Now both. So it was done by the male Brahmins Kuchipudi, and then Bharatanatyam was performed by Devadasis. What is called the basic movements of Bharatanatyam? In Brideshwara temple, we talked about it. That is called Karnam, or that is called Karan. Karnam or Karna, right? Now, second thing is your Kuchipudi. Kuchipudi is, in comparison to Bharatanatyam, it is newer one. That is younger one. Is it okay? So, Kuchipudi is your younger one. That's fine. Actually, younger than the Bharatanatyam. Now, coming to Manipuri. Manipuri, it involves singing, drumming, and dancing as well, right? Nothing more is important here. It is Lord Krishna's life and deeds are the main theme of this performance, Manipuri. It prays primarily the Vaishnavite saints community. It was performed by the Vaishnavite community. Now coming to Sataria dance form. It is the combination of music, dance, and the drama as well. Governed by the strictly laid down principles. In respect of hastamudras, footwork, and aharyas and the music, etc. Introduced in the 15th century by the great Vaishnava saint Shankardeva as powerful medium for the propagation of the Vaishnavite faith in Assam. It is based on the songs composed by Shankardeva and Madhav Deva, right? So Shankardeva is most important one. Shankardeva is the most important one. So Shankardeva is the important one. Now, Kathak. Kathak means that is related to the Katha. Katha is called the narrative. So this performance developed with narration, with the narrations. So Kathak is primarily temple or village performance wherein the dancers narrated stories from the ancient scriptures like Ramayana, Bhagavad Puran, etc. The focus is more on the footwork. The movement are skillfully controlled and performed straight-legged by the dancers wearing ankle bells, right, in the Kathak. Kathakali is again blend of dance, music, and acting, and dramatized stories which are mostly adapted from the Indian epics. Huge makeup, heavy makeups, and stunning costumes. You must have seen. There are the frill frocks, use cosmetics on the face, right? So these are the features of your Kathakali. Masks and all. Mohiniyattam, it is a classical dance form of the Kerala. It is a Lasya type. In this dance form, Lord Vishnu had taken the guise of a woman to kill a demon, right? Demon. It belongs to Lasya type, which presents a more elegant, soft, and feminine manner of dancing, despite having roots in the ancient Sanskrit Hindu scriptures on performing the arts known as Natya Shastras, right? Is it okay? Is it okay? Mohini Attam is done. Now, coming to some folk dance. Folk dance, that is called Garba. Garba. It is famous dance from the Gujarat, and Yakshagan. Yakshagan is a dance for theatre from the Karnataka, right? Now, what is important? Kalbelia. Kalbelia is important for this time. Kalbelia, that is Rajasthan. Kalbelia is a nomadic tribe of the snake charmers. In 2010, the Kalbelia folk songs and dance of Rajasthan was included in the intangible heritage list of the UNESCO, right? Kalbelia follows the Nath tradition. What is inside this? In the Nath tradition, the dead of the kings are buried and not cremated, right? So there is a recent problem with these Kalbelias that they were not even getting the land to bury their dead body. There are no cremation ground. There is no burials, right? No graveyard for the Kalbelia dancers or the performers. So they are now forced to bury their kings in their own private lands, on their own private lands, which was opposed by the other residents in the nearby, right? And that's why that was a big issue. That was in the news even in the January 2026. So I believe that may come in your exam. Okay. Sitara Devi is from the Kathak dancer. Yes. It's clear. So Kalbelia is an important one, right? So, sir, madams. Now, there are certain things. There are the calendars, the 4 calendars. Let me talk about the calendars of India. 4 types of the calendars in India. One is your Vikrami Sambat that began in 8th century BC. And this era was, historians believe, it is said to have been established by King Vikramaditya of Ujjain to commemorate his victory over the Saka rulers. If I talk about the Saka Sambat, it was started in 78 AD, started by Vikramaditya after defeating his successor, marking the beginning of his victory, marking the beginning in the 78 AD. But there are some of the scholars who believe that it started with the Kanishka, who was a Kushana ruler, when he had defeated the Shakas. It is a solar calendar, right? National Panchang of India is based on Saka Sambat. Even All India Radio also uses, even the Gazette of India also uses the Shaka Sambat. Saka Sambat. Saka Sambat. If I talk about the Hijri calendar, that was started in 622 AD, that is based on calendar, and the first month is Muharram. Gregorian, this calendar is based on the birth of the founder of the Christianity, Jesus Christ, and it is a solar year, right? So these are the different calendars. Now coming to the martial arts. What is important here? Now there are different kinds of martial arts in the different origin. Like Kalaripayattu was in the Kerala. Thang Tha, that was Ansarit Saga, that was in the Manipur. Chebi Gadga, that is from Manipur. Thoda, that was from Himachal Pradesh. Gatka, that was your Punjab. And Mardani Khel, that was from Maharashtra. That was from Maharashtra. Is it okay? Now there are certain festivals also. One is that is from the current affairs, Sangai festival. That is named after state animal Sangai. That is a bro antler deer found only in Manipur. That is only in Manipur. So that can also be a question for you. Sangai is found in Kabul Lamsau National Park and is seen over floating biomass called Fumde. What is called Fumde? So that is called floating biomass. The next one is your Hornbill Festival. This festival is indigenous to Nagaland, the Naga people, with an aim to revive and protect their culture of Nagaland, right? So this was our discussion, sirs and madams, and I believe that would be okay for all of you. So now I can end the session. I would, first of all, I would like to thank you. I'm feeling very thankful to all of you who is watching this session till this time. So I can see the fire in your eyes, and I wish you all the best, and even I bless you. So God bless you guys. But what you need to do is, in this examination, what is important here? What to study, what not to study. This is two big issue. So if you are going for a journey to study everything, then there's many confusion. If you'll refer this or that, you should trust over your notes, whatever you have developed. So revise it multiple times so that you could have the retentions, right? Everyone had its own notes. Now you have comprehensively covered your syllabus. With me also, you have revised well in the modern history as well as in the art and culture. So only my suggestion to all of you is that just go and revise the things. Don't waste your time. If you have invested your time with these sessions, with me and with my colleagues on this platform, just go and revise it multiple times so that you can retain the things. And it is also said that fortune favors the brave. Right? So don't commit mistakes. And today morning, I let you know about the pattern of the errors. So just try to understand the pattern of errors, right? And during the session also, I let you know how to overcome those errors. So how you can improve your guessworks also. I hope you must be recalling it, right? It's okay. Is it fine? No, that won't be taken by me, Prashant. Probably that will be taken by Abhishek sir, as far as my knowledge is concerned. The sir would be taking, and he is doing great in history. So be with him in the medieval history. Give your love and affection to that session also. So be with him. Okay. So with this note, wish you all the best. God bless you. I'm going to say you. Thank you very much. So thank you very much. And don't forget to appear in the test. That is, the link is given in the link itself of this video. In this video, right? In this video itself, right? In this video itself. Okay. Is it okay, sirs and madams? Is it fine? Chal. So I'm going to end the session, and thank you very much. And God bless you guys. God bless you. Thank you. Bye-bye. Take care, everyone. So can I end the session now? Can I end the session now? So I'm going to end the session, right? So bye-bye, guys. Take care, everyone. Lots of love and the blessings, right?